Alright. How's this? Hello, mortals! I'm sorry it took me so long to connect the mystic weaves of fate. But hello everyone. It is good to see the mortals here. Today, we shall be reading irae. Amantes. Anyway. I plan to go hard this time. I plan to really do what one does with a visual novel and just go. Oh, we didn't hear the menu music. We can just kind of sit here. Hold on. I'm making that face way too much. Hold on. It's doing it way too often. Maybe I gotta tilt my head or something like that. Anyway, no. But it like don't. Of course, my face. I'm like, of course I'm gonna mind you. You're talking, but it's great menu music, so we're just gonna vibe to it for a little bit. But we didn't get to let me tell you about it. We didn't get to hear it last time because it kind of just jumps right into the game, and we didn't get to see it. But yeah, it really is something. This is actually. Is my chat looping? Something's wrong. Oh no. Oh no. Can you all see my chat looping? Oh no. What is this? Give me a second. Yeah, just a second. I'll be right back. Right now? What about now? Okay, so let's see if nope. Hold on. I'm just gonna remove it and add it again. I'm just going to remove this. I've removed the chat box. I've added it back in. Hopefully this time it does not enter the endless loop. The Ouroboros of time. No! Okay. Is it... So it does this. It did this, but as long as it doesn't loop, it'll be fine. If it loops again, I'll turn it off. I'll have to turn it off. Let me just make it a little small. I hope that's not too small. Greetings. Oh no, it's looped. It's looped. I'm turning it off. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I just know. Greetings, Congo. We're dealing with technical difficulties. So, it seems that YouTube has, or Streamlabs, or someone has decided to stand in my way and the way of this chat, and that will not be borne. The Ouroboros of Loop Time is not an enemy we can face at this present juncture. Thus, we will soldier on without it. But rest assured, I can see your messages through the thingamajig. Now, I might be a bit too big, something like that. This ought to do. Okay. Now we can actually do this after nearly 10 minutes of technical difficulties and scuff. Yeah, 3 watching. Can you blame him? I understand it's the YouTube bug, but can you blame him with this? Okay, data load. Now, as you can see, mortals, we have 2 save files. One from the first choice we made, the save Kasumi a best, and save number 2, Kasumi still a best. So you understand these are the 2 eternal truths of the universe at present. Kasumi a best. Engrave this truth into your souls, mortals, for it will guide you through this chaotic world of ours. Alright, I also have to rotate myself. Bit more like that. Yes. Yes, so far Kasumi is not disappointed. So, we're going to see what happened afterwards. Last time, something happened with a guillotine. Yeah, something happened with the guillotine. We saw someone with a decapitation scar around her neck, a vision of a girl. Very ethereal, very mysterious. But will she be as good as Kasumi? That is the question. That is the question, mortals. So let us commence the reading in earnest. It was dark out by the time I got home. Oh, this is a pretty lovely BGM. I had almost passed out at the museum earlier. I managed to make it back okay, but I still wasn't feeling too hot. At least it was consolation that Kasumi wasn't the type of person to get upset about having to deal with stuff like this. Yeah, 'cause she's an angel and you don't deserve her. However, on the other hand... Yeah! Yes. Excellent. Ren doesn't deserve this, but this is excellent for us. Look at that. Pajama Kasumi. This game just keeps giving. It is Eden, the eternal paradise, this game. The bounty of the world. That also meant that she was the type to fret endlessly. My current goal was to figure out some way to make her leave me alone. You fool! You absolute fool, Ren! You worm! You don't want her to leave you alone. If I didn't, she was liable to try to spend the entire night here watching over me or something. Ren, I can't deal with this man. He and I have zero compatibility. Look at the concern that she has for this garbage human. Look at it. She's an angel.
いいよ別に大丈夫もう寝るからお前も帰れ
Okay, listen to me. Do you think for a second, mortal, that I would not enjoy being punched by Kasumi? Because that is a serious mistake. I would love it. That's a fact. I knew that she was just trying to help, but I still couldn't really think straight after what had happened earlier. I probably came across as harsher than I intended.
別に俺虚弱体質ってわけじゃないし
I could be stripped of my invincibility. I could take... Well, I'm not invincible. I'm immortal. I can feel pain, and I can take damage, but I cannot bleed. Not easily. But, if I was completely mortal, if I had a body of purely flesh like yourselves, I would simply, I would still be her punching bag in a heartbeat, without hesitation. My immortality simply works in that I have acquired great power. I have supped on the fruits of the Philosopher's Stone, and now I may continue unto infinity. So I have invulnerability of a certain nature, and most importantly, immortality. Though I am sure, with how resourceful mortals are, and the many magical means that exist, the many mystic means that exist in this world, there may be some way to slay me. But even if one could slay me, one wouldn't be able to do it.
でも今日誘ったのは私だし、なんか責任感じちゃうし、レンちょっと頼りないし。
Ah, Ren.
お前さりげなく失礼だな。
Ah, Ren. This man. I don't like him. She did have a point, to be fair. I wasn't the type of person people look to for help. Of course not. They would be putting themselves in the hands of a garbage being.
頼りがいのあるお前が俺に付き合って倒れたら困るだろ。だから。
私そんなにやわじゃないよ。
俺もそんなにやわじゃないよ。だいたい俺を気遣ってるなら不毛なやりとりに付き合わせるなよ。ただでさえ明日から学校行くのが億劫なのに。
あ、そうだった。ダメだよレン、サボっちゃ。
今日サボったやつに言われてもな。
Yeah, she skipped to come see you, you jerk.
私はいいの。ちゃんと毎日通ってたから1日くらい平気だよ。でもレンは入院して多分日数足りてないんだからね。留年しちゃうよ、怠けてると。一緒に卒業したいもんね。
Ah, Kasumi.
ね。
そうだな。
よし、だったら早く寝る。
だからさっきからそう言ってるだろ。
うるさいな。この不健康児は口答えするんじゃないの。
Ha! Kasumi threw some sheets on top of me. Surely there were less direct methods of getting someone into bed.
じゃあおやすみ。明日起こしに来るからね。
Look, Ren, it worked.
それはいいけど、おいかすみ。ちゃんと玄関から出ていけよ。
Doors are for people with no imagination.
おい。
Oh, is this a window situation? Is this a window situation? Are they neighbors?
それはちょっとめんどいなとか。
Ah, yes. A girl after my own heart. If something is the most efficient way, if it is the most efficient means of egress, why not go through the windows?
普通はその面倒なことが常識なんだよ。大体。
I gestured to the wall next to me and sighed.
いい加減大家に怒られるぞ。
Ah, they are!
隣同士
They
だからっ
are!
て。
Imagine! This is the power of the childhood friend attribute. She would be in deep shit if the landlord found out that she had knocked out a goddamn hole in the wall and turned it into some sort of corridor. Like this was the sort of thing people got kicked out for. Oh my god. A debuff at winning, perhaps, but a buff in quality. I can't believe it. It's not a window situation. This girl has the drive, the ambition, the power to do her own renovations. She made like what is basically a cat flap to get between two, like I guess apartments. A direct means of egress between the two rooms. Impressive. Powerful. Wonderful. I can't even remember if I've read this or not, because if I've read it aloud or not. I'm just gonna read it again. But oh, this is so good. Kasumi and I had moved into this apartment together when we enrolled in our current school. It took her less than a week to come up with this idea to construct this little side entrance. Oh my... Yes, basically married at this point. That's the power of the childhood friend.
一人暮らしの条件だったし、いいじゃない。この方が密にフォローできるんだから。
けどな、親もまさかここまでやってるとは思ってないだろ、絶対に。
そうかな。
そうだよ。
The power level is so high, there's no way they're going to top this.
頭固いな。だいたい事の発端はシロなんだし、私に言われても困っちゃうよ。
Huh, apparently, believe it or not, she wasn't lying. Kasumi, Shiro, and myself had all lived together in this apartment complex, all 3 rooms next to each other in a row. It happened late one night. Out of nowhere, Shiro broke down the wall separating our rooms and barreled in here with the hammer still in his hand, saying he suddenly got the urge to play me in a fighting game. How stupid could he get? Again! Everybody that Ren surrounds himself with is more interesting and more cool. Shiro is so much better. Like, I mean, come on. When you want to play a fighting game with someone, you want to play a fighting game with someone. You don't have time for doors.
で、何を土地狂ったか、お前も真似したんだよな。
But Ren, he complains.
私はハンマーなんて野蛮なことはしてないけどね。
She was barbaric enough to go down to the hardware store the next day and buy a power saw, some tops, and a mask at least. Oh man, can you imagine? If you got married to Kasumi, you'd probably build your own house together. So powerful. Anyway, as I had the bad fortune to live in between these 2 idiots, I ended up with holes on both sides of my room. Privacy? What's that? Kasumi and Shiro would often just cut through here to visit each other, and my room became a sort of natural gathering place in general. Yes, Kasumi and Shiro in the same room, that's what we want to see. These 2 amazing characters actually, like, hanging out instead of having to go through Ren.
せめてシロの穴だけでも塞がせろよ。
I mean, for turning yandere, I don't know. A bit of yandere is good, but not every childhood friend needs to be yandere. Kasumi possesses the childhood friend and tomboy aspects, which, you know, is a powerful combination. There was no what if. Shiro was never coming back, whether Kasumi knew it or not.
きっとまたみんな元通りになるんだから。私とレンとシロとでね。レン？
だな。
It's a 3 friend situation. This is a Sora, Riku, and Kairi situation.
じゃあおやすみ。
Kasumi smiled sweetly and returned to her room through the hole in the wall. Well, what else? How else is she gonna get there, Ren? Walk out into the corridor through your room and then walk back into hers? This is the much quicker way. I could tell by the complete lack of dust in my room that she had bothered to clean it while I was stuck in the hospital. Probably Shiro's too. Angel? I would never admit it out loud, but I did appreciate the consideration. At the same time, though, I couldn't help but wonder if I really deserved having her look after me like this. No, you don't. But you could be, Ren. You could become worthy of her if you gave a damn. Kasumi knew nothing. By all rights, right now we should have been... This line of thought would get me nowhere. So there's a bit of mystery here. There's a bit of mystery here, mortals. I decided right then and there to stop mulling over the past. What was done was done. It wasn't healthy to keep obsessing like this. There was no way the girl I saw at the museum could have actually been real. She was just a hallucination, meaningless clutter that was born from my unstable mental state. Sure, and I have an igloo to sell you. That was the only explanation. I laid down in bed. A good night's sleep would be sure to wash away the memory of today. I wouldn't remember a thing when I woke up the next morning, I was sure of it. I stared up at my own ceiling for the first time in 2 months. Amid familiar surroundings, I drifted off into sleep, gripped by a slight unease rather than a sense of comfort. And please never wake up again. Oh. Now then, let the curtains rise on tonight's grand guignol. 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my dear Zarathustra. I am but a humble jester, come to present you with an opera. Consider me naught more than a swindler, a charlatan. My name, I suppose Cagliostro shall suffice. Do allow me to regale you tonight with the tale of a girl I met while men still called me by that name. The tale of the fair princess of the guillotine. The tale of her origins, as well as how the two of us came to meet. I beg of you to forgive my brevity. It all came about as a result of simple bad luck, nothing more and nothing less. Humans are bound by their birth. The average man cannot hope to compete with an absolute brought about by sheer chance at birth, regardless of his foibles or virtues. 1 second. Sorry about that. I had to deal with the three-headed hound of hell, Cerberus himself. I had to leave this mortal shell for a second, assume an astral form, and entreat with the legendary hellhound. I hope the mortal shell didn't do anything weird while I was absent from it. But anyway. Chopped in the back of the neck. A chop in the back of the neck wouldn't paralyze me, Congo. Absolutely not. My story deals with just such circumstances. Unfortunately, there are many who fail to grasp the subtleties of these matters. Allow me to apologize for beginning by airing some tiresome grievances of mine. The less reasonable among us have a tendency to seek an explanation for anyone they perceive as breaking the mold, be they a mighty hero, a blithering madman, or a miserable victim. Did they reach their status through tireless effort? Perhaps because they possessed a rare resolve. Or could it be because of some traumatic event in their past? Preposterous assumptions, the lot of them. It's all nothing more than the self-projection on the part of the common man. An expression of the fanciful idea that they too could have turned out that way. That they too are capable of reaching the same level should they be granted the same opportunity. Such sentiments are little more than masturbation, pitiful attempts to drag the supernatural down to their level and reduce it to something they are capable of understanding. Miserable knaves, the lot of them. They are incapable of cherishing their fellow man without forcing themselves to believe that all others operate on the same logic as them. Such fools would be better off conversing with a mirror. Harsh words, Cagliostro, but fair. You will no doubt find tonight's story unpleasant, but I trust that your soul is not tainted enough to imitate the folly of lesser men. In this world there exist beings of utmost purity. Yes, I speak of her. Search the entire universe, and you shall find no peers. But is she better than Kasumi? That is the question, Cagliostro. From the moment of her birth, she was complete. She did not, and would not, never receive even the barest mite of influence from the vulgar outside world. The scar on her neck ever flagrant, her words pregnant only with hex. Fated to remain forlorn, doomed to never be loved. Even an existence such as mine could not compete with a being such as miraculously immaculate as her. For the first time, I laid eyes upon true beauty. I clutched a hand to my chest, overcome by the nature of her being. Ah, how wonderful was man to bring forth something so spectacular by mere chance. I knew immediately, on some primal level, that hers was not a state of being that others could hope to aspire to. One could devote his life to unraveling the mysteries of dusty grimoires, and never so much as set foot upon the mystic plane that was her dominion. She was absolute in her otherness. I must confess, I found myself envious of her. This is brevity? This is brevity, Cagliostro? This is brevity? Is it? I'm sure you scoff at the very notion, of course. I can say that meeting her was the one true moment of brilliance to be found amongst the miserable ordeal of my life. In a way, it represented a loss on my part, yet defeat has never tasted sweeter. I finally discovered a goal to strive toward amid the endless expanse of the wasteland that I had wandered aimlessly for so long. I shall kneel before you, my beloved queen. Ah, yes. I do believe that Cagliostro may be what some people have referred to as a simp. I shall devote my very being to you, to the task of leading your soul to salvation. That shall be my opera, the day of wrath that shall rend asunder the accursed ghetto that is this universe. Come now, 'tis time to take center stage, Zarathustra. No, Redman's voice in this belongs to Goldilocks. I'm pretty sure that Goldilocks is voiced by Redman. I know, somebody recommended this to me, and the prose in this is precisely up my alley, mortals. Precisely up the alley of a powerful being such as myself. Take her hand and lead her in dance. I would like nothing more than for you to dazzle me. What is this, a talent show, you foolish, foolish Cagliostro? If you wish for an endless waltz, then I'll give you just that. Suddenly, I heard the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Oh, no, this is white text, so it's probably just Ren. I found myself standing on a mysterious beach, bathed in the crimson hue of dusk. This was a place far removed from the hectic fervor of the city. I could hear nothing but the quiet murmur of the waves and the sporadic chirping of birds somewhere in the distance. The scenery around me possessed a fleeting beauty, one brought about by the setting sun as it melted into the contours of the distant sea. This was the sort of sight that would normally vanish in an instant, but somehow I knew that here it would persist eternally. This was a moment frozen in time. Ah! Freezing moments in time. Now that's a power I know well. Yes, they dance to my tune. I am a puppet master. I am the conductor, the grand conductor of the opera of the underworld. Half of the sun had already sunk beyond the horizon, but the remaining half would never budge. The waves continuing to roll in and out was surely governed by something other than the tidal force I was familiar with. Suddenly I understood. This was a dream. There wasn't a beach like this anywhere near Suwahara City. Hell, it didn't even really look like somewhere in Japan. I had set foot on foreign soil. Set foot on a temporal plane far removed from the present. It would seem that I understood the nature of this place on an instinctual level. By all means, I should have felt some sense of bewilderment, being confronted with so surreal a scene, but I simply found myself captivated by it. There was a certain nostalgic atmosphere about the place that spoke to me. No, maybe what really drew me in was the sense of stagnation. This was a world frozen in time, possessed of the beauty of an everlasting sunset. The very concept of the flow of time was meaningless here. It's Twilight Town. An eternal twilight decorated by a sun that would never dip below the horizon. This world existed on the border between day and night, its very existence a precarious reverie fallen between the cracks of reality. I felt truly at peace here, within this concentrated moment. I sat down on the beach, absently staring out at sea and listening to the waves. The beach is an excellent place to be, especially at sunset. I found myself overcome with a peculiar sense of déjà vu. Da 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 da. Even though I had never laid eyes on this place before, it was like I was already deeply familiar with it. Obviously, this was all just a dream, but it was a pleasant feeling nonetheless. Yes, the great drift. Knowing what you're dealing with in advance means you can handle anything it might throw your way. Foreknowledge makes it possible to avoid dangerous situations and prolong pleasant ones. Oh, right, your dumb philosophy, Ren. To make better, more meaningful decisions. What could bring about a greater sense of peace? Yes, my ideal world was knowing everything in advance. Going around in circles until the day you die. Was that your heart's desire? Yes, this is his ideal world. This is the world that Ren has wished for. A single instant repeating for all eternity. Nothing he cannot predict. Look at it. So beautiful, but so pathetic. That is the man you are, Ren. She cut across my line of vision at nearly the exact same time as I turned around. Is it Guillotine Girl? Yes, the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again. For the first time, I knew what it meant to have your breath taken away. The word that immediately came to mind was enchanting. I felt certain that anyone who came across this girl on this beach would be stunned in the same way I was. So, as you can see, she's got the scar. She's got the scar. It's Guillotine Girl. She was outfitted in a shabby, worn-out dress. No one could call her attire elegant, but on her it exuded a radiance that women of high society could never hope to attain with even their most extravagant formal wear. Her long hair emanated an auburn aura, lit up by the dull red glow of the setting sun, as she danced across the wet sand of the beach. The stark white ankles peeking out from the hem of her dress offered a sharp contrast to the warm colors of the world around her. She turned to face me, emerald eyes gleaming with a gentle light. I couldn't take my eyes off her. She was like a gemstone cut into human form. As I stared, she began to sing, a ghost of a smile playing across her face. I could only give myself unto her song, unto the sweet refrain brought forth by her heavenly voice. The words "L'enfant de la punition" suddenly flashed through my head. So this is our Guillotine Girl. It appears that she is a blonde type with green eyes. Good combination. I didn't know what these words meant, or why they came to me now. Her song was a melody unfamiliar to me. It's interesting that this game, I think this game seems to be using, it seems to be using all kinds of European languages. However, I felt certain that it was some form of prayer, perhaps a hymn, unbeknownst to all but her. The girl before me was utterly pure, removed from our base world. How could a melody spilling forth from the lips of a being so immaculate be anything but a prayer? Was it possible to listen to a song you had never heard before within a dream? I didn't know, but there was no sense in pondering such questions. She was beautiful, plain and simple. That was enough to make everything else seem... What's going on, Ren? Something felt vaguely out of place. Was I overlooking something important? The stirring of emotion I had felt up to that point dissolved. Listening with a clear head, the lyrics of her song began to form intelligible sentences. Oh, this is it. This is the make or break point. Yes, I would be quite thrown by a random language being flashed in my head. That would be quite concerning. The child of punishment, interesting. I had been a fool. Throughout Japan's history, twilight, the borderline between day and night, had been regarded as the time when the boundaries between the natural and the supernatural grew thin. There. I somehow butchered that, but let's move on. Twilight was when the inhuman walked among the living. All along, this girl had been mad. Yes! 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 It's not a pure type. It's not a pure type. She wants blood! Yes! Yes, the bloodlust. I can't tell if she's a vampire or not, but yes. This is an excellent mark for her. I was worried that they wouldn't be able to compete with Kasumi. But yes, yanderes were mentioned earlier, and we may be getting one. Oh yes! Oh yes! 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 Mortals! Oh, the crazy ones are excellent. Like I said, I have very wide tastes, very broad tastes, and I fall in love very easily. Kasumi was a strong start, and I'm so glad to see that they're following it up. She continued singing, the same smile as ever adorning her features. Her emerald eyes were as clear as the surface of a pristine lake, without a trace of malevolence to be found, which was precisely why the scene before me was so horrifying. Yes! Yes! The juxtaposition of a pure image and the words of madness. A childlike innocence. Oh! She possessed a childlike innocence in jarring contrast to the utter profanity of her accursed song. Yeah, the tomboy boogaloo-eed. The dance, you know, doing the boogaloo. But I didn't expect, I expected more focus on Kasumi, but we've jumped right onto... delicious. We've just met what I believe to be the second heroine. And she wants blood. She wants blood, everybody. Mortals, offer up your blood. Her song reverberated inside my head, splitting itself into seemingly endless echoes. As I stared at her, I caught a glimpse of the crimson band around her neck through her disheveled hair, unmistakably the work of a guillotine's blade. If she is a female Robespierre, like, is that the guillotine? We talked about the guillotine earlier in the... I wonder how far back this goes. No, it only goes back to the Cagliostro. But we talked about it, like the story talked about the guillotine previously, and I'm pretty sure somebody involved in the guillotine's use was, you know, they had their head cut off. So this might be it. This was the same girl I had met in the museum, the cursed girl who had met her end by the guillotine. L'enfant de la punition. The damned girl. Ah, so that's why he didn't know what it meant, but it meant the damned girl. She's damned. A perfection that is damned. A purity that is damned. A completeness that is damned. Mortals, this is interesting. Ah, yes! I was assaulted by a sudden brutal impact as if I'd been hit by a semi. My vision went black. Please tell me she cut off your head? L'enfant terrible, yes. In the next moment, I found myself in the midst of a turbulent crowd, gathered around gallows set up in the center of a plaza. A torrent of sheer delirium, fueled by fear and hatred, and a dark elation consumed everything. The scenery around me a little more than churning chaos. A deafening chorus filled my ears. Ah, yes, starting by executing Marie Antoinette. I see. I'm not too up to date with French history, alas. The history of the mortal world, there's so much to learn about it. Je vous la sang et sang. Donnons le sang de guillotine. I'm butchering French, but let's just keep going. Blood, 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 it wants blood. Shower the guillotine with drink. Pour guérir la sécheresse de la guillotine. Je vous le sang et sang. The frenzied crowd was singing the same song that I had heard only moments earlier. Back in the time period when public executions like this were commonplace, it must have been the hymn they offered before the guillotine. Cake is good. Mary Antoinette should have given some cake, I suppose, but the elites, the clergy, and the common man had come together, all for the simple purpose of seeing a criminal decapitated before their eyes, to see my head fly from my shoulders. Yes, I predicted this. I thought it was foolish for me to say it, because he immediately said that he found himself in the midst of a turbulent crowd, so I thought he was in the crowd. But I thought when this first showed up, that Ren was in the guillotine, and I'm so glad I was right. Yes, chop off his head. That's right. Don't ask me why, but the criminal strapped to the guillotine was none other than myself. Next to me, some sort of official was calling out to the crowd, speaking a language I didn't recognize. It would seem he was recruiting a volunteer to act as the executioner. Please let the girl be the one that kills me. It wasn't long before a man emerged from the crowd. He released the guillotine's blade, and my head... Oh, it's not the girl. Ah! Blood. Blood. Tumbled to the ground, bathed in the queer tones of the eternal dusk. My spine was severed in an instant, inducing ataxia, but my ability to feel pain had been lost, along with the connection between my brain and the rest of my body. I could do nothing but stare up at my headless body as it spewed forth blood. Delicious, mortals. Ah, my heart was still beating. I wanted nothing more than to extend a hand to my body, but that was impossible now. What an entrance, girl! What an entrance! All I could do was lie on the ground, listening to that abominable refrain. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's over, mortals. Well, I guess at least we'll get to see Kasumi at school, but I wanted more. I'm very interested to see more of that girl. I'm very interested to see more of her. I jolted out of bed, only to find out that it was already light outside. I immediately reached for my neck. It was, of course, still attached to the rest of my body. Shame. Let's save real quick. I don't want to change it from Kasumi's still a best, but... Actually, we've got a lot... No, we got to save all these slots because we don't know how many choices there are going to be. 48 is not nearly enough. So we're just going to save... But we're going to change the message to... Beautiful bloodlust. Yes. Now... Yes. A portable guillotine being used as a weapon is very interesting. I mean, scythes are the closest, are probably some of the closest you're going to get when it comes to fighting style, because, like, similarly with a scythe, the main thing is to put the blade behind your opponent and then pull. So it's kind of similar to the action of a guillotine. For a portable guillotine as a weapon, it'd be probably something you'd real quick have to snap around someone's neck or something like that, or set it up at 2 points as like a trap. Like a move in a fighting game. You would set up a guillotine, like one half of the guillotine at point A, and one part of the guillotine at point B, and then, slam them together. That could be a cool move. I should invent a technique like that. Mortals. I'll have to do some mystic training to see if I can come up with something like that. But that's a very interesting thing. Oh, oh wow, Congo. Yeah. It's a really cool idea. By all means. Yes, Kasumi now has tough competition. I still like Kasumi the most, but this girl is very good. I slumped down. Dream or not, that experience was no laughing matter. Yes, it is. I'll laugh right now. It was just in bad taste, and above all else... Kasumi! Look, Kasumi! In a school uniform that seems to let a little bit of the arm show there. Look at that. Some good stuff. Yes, it's, yes, I mean, yes, with Kasumi you're only going to get pummeled occasionally. for those of you mortals who do not want your head to get chopped off, you might have some problems with the new girl. Shoulder window, the shoulder window. I wasn't very happy about the fact that Kasumi, who snuck into my room like this on a daily basis, had just seen the whole thing. Huh, yeah, wow. Looking real lame, Ren.
大丈夫？やっぱりまだ怪我の具合が。
Yes, normally you want the tops of the shoulders and like maybe a little bit of the back, just kind of, you know, like with something like with a tube top or something like that. I think that's what it's called. But this is it just shows you a bit of the arm. It doesn't fully show you the shoulder. So it's kind of weird, but it's a school uniform, so one does not expect much in that category, so we'll take what we can get.
Yeah.
Who cut a hole in this boogers? Oh yeah, caught on a branch. I wouldn't have been released from the hospital if I hadn't made a full recovery, so this dream had nothing to do with my injuries. It was nice that Kasumi was so worried about me, but if I didn't make things clear now, she'd end up driving us both to ruin.
デリケートなんだよ、俺は。枕が変わってうまく寝つけなかっただけ。
Yeah, delicate. Imagine, you get your head cut off in a dream and you wake up like a weakling. Look at this. Ugh. What do you mean by oh, you hope that gal isn't future Kasumi? That would be weird. I'm sure she's a different heroine.
あと、人の寝顔をジロジロ見てる変態がいた
Though
せいだな、
obviously I
う
would
なされてたのは。
though obviously I would love Kasumi even if she got decapitated and wanted to kill me. Don't call her a pervert, you dumbass.
それ私のこと？
他に一体誰がいると？
うわ、何このお知らず。そんなこと言ってると
You making
もうご飯作ってあげ
meals,
ないよ。
you? This girl. Kasumi gave me an exaggerated glance, shaking the kitchen knife she had brought from her room back and forth. Yes! Yes, now is the time. Thrust it into his gut. End his miserable existence. No wonder I had had a nightmare. Who wouldn't if there was a crazy person holding a knife staring at them while they were asleep? Does this game know me or something? Because, it seems suspiciously in tune with my desires. At least, that was what I had tried to tell myself.
危なっかしいからしまえよそれ。俺の前でそんなもんちらつかせないでくれ。
それはあんたの部屋に包丁がないから悪いんで
He
しょ。
doesn't even have a kitchen knife in his
私がい
apartment?
ないとレトルトばっ
How
か
does
り
he
食べるくせに。
eat? Obviously only by the charity of Kasumi. What a fool!
少しはその辺感謝して多少の約束をくれたっていいじゃないの。
約束？
Yes, give us some side benefits. What was she going on about?
レンの寝顔かわいいんだな。
Ren, you're going to be like, oh, that's creepy. You fool! That's cute!
起きたら小生意気なんだけどね。
Yes, stop whining so much, Ren. I began to seriously consider wrapping her in a blanket and throwing her out the window. If you even consider that for 1 second more, Ren, I shall give you the pile driver phoenix fist. Don't even.
抱きしめて唇奪ってやろうかこの女。
Oh, she's doing narration for us. She's much better narration. Kasumi, I need you to replace Ren's mental voice because you're doing a way better job at it. Okay? Just you know, kind of slide in there, slide into his brain space.
図星？
Oh, she's got the cat smile. She's got the mischievous grin. It kind of looks a bit weird on her, but you know.
そんなわけあるかよ。とにかく朝飯なら勝手にキッチン使っていいから。
She's making it so obvious, man. She's making it so obvious.
はーい。なんかレンって意外に亭主関白臭いよね。
I can't deal with this man. He's the exact type that I'm bad at dealing with. Kasumi headed off into the kitchen, still waving that damn knife around. I really needed to look into closing up that hole in the wall. That said, her morning antics had done a good job of helping me forget about that horrible dream. I was grateful for that, at least. Then say it. If you're grateful for some stuff she does, then say it. Thank her once in a while, you ingrate. You ingrate. It was currently 7:20 a.m. Kasumi and I sat at the table, about to get started on rice, grilled fish, and miso soup that she had made. Truly a Japanese breakfast, if I had ever seen one. It was about 30 minutes from our apartment complex to the school, so right now we could afford to spend 10 minutes eating, 10 minutes cleaning up, and 10 minutes getting ready. So that's... 30 minutes from now would be 7:50, and then another 30 minutes, 8:20? Is that when school starts? Oh, the pile driver Phoenix Fist. Well, the thing is about the pile driver Phoenix Fist is that it's not a pile driver move. Rat. The thing about the pile driver Phoenix Fist is that it's not a pile driver. It has the soul of a pile driver, but it's just a punch. He doesn't deserve anything more than a punch. I'm not going to use a complex technique on him. But it is a pile driver enshrined within the soul of a phoenix, clenched tightly within my fist, that I then unleash with a punch. Kasumi took a sip of tea, washing down the rice that had been stuck in her mouth. Had anyone ever taught this girl the first thing about manners? You don't get to talk, she made you the food. He complains so much about everything. Exactly. Kongo, you understand my technique so well.
Oh.
Well, actually, the thing is, when I named it, back in the day, I kind of confused pile driver with pile bunker, which are two different things. But it's worked so far. Like I've modified it and edited it, and it works and it works well so far. So I'm keeping the name. If memory had served, it had been covered in blood and dust in addition to being ripped all over. Our uniforms were made from white cloth, so it would have been hard to miss.
クリーニングでよく片付いたな。新しいの買おうかと思ってたのに。
そう言うだろうと思って注文もしといたけど、なんか少し時間がかかるって言われたから、新品が来るまでちょっとみっともないけど、これで我慢しなさいね。何その顔。
いや、もしかしてこれ、お前が
Ren, you better compliment her. You better compliment her. Ren, you better compliment her. Ren, you better compliment her.
悪いかこの文句あるか？
文句は別にないけどさ。
Come on, man. Show yourself to be worth something. While Kasumi's cooking was more or less edible, her sewing skills left a lot to be desired. Ren! Compliment her. Compliment the woman.
まあ、ありがとう。あとは冬だし、
Okay,
ずっとコートでも着てりゃいいかな。
He thanked her. Even though he's thinking bad things about it, he thanked
授
her.
業中も？それって校則違反じゃない？
固いこと言うなよ。病み上がりなんだ、俺。
昨日は病人扱いするなって言ったくせに。
Kasumi shot me a glare, then proceeded to begin chowing down on the single tarako on her plate.
辛い。
It's spicy.
っていうかお前、それ二人で分けるんじゃないのかよ。何一人で丸ごとトライして。
やかましいわね。あんたには絶対やらない。これうちのお母さんがくれたんだからね。
Yeah, Ren doesn't deserve it anyway. And so she began nibbling on her tarako, without even using the rice to soften its taste. I'm not familiar with what tarako is, actually. There are many dishes that I'm not familiar with. But apparently it is quite spicy. Oh, weakness for spicy food. I can understand it. Kasumi. She looked like she was about to burst into
お
tears.
前、頭大丈夫か？
大きなお世話です。
Oh, hold on. We gotta go back.
お前、頭。
大きなお世話です。バカ。
Yes.
大きなお世話です。バカ。
Yes, call him a baka. She turned her whole body away from me in her chair. She apparently had no further intention of speaking with me. Not that I really gave a shit. It would have been nice if she could stop mumbling stuff like, so spicy, but so good, while acting like that, though. It was kind of creeping me out. You don't deserve her, you don't deserve her, you don't deserve her. Since Kasumi had retreated into her own little world, I found myself without anything to do while we ate breakfast. I decided to check out what was on the news, which had been playing in the background this whole time. Yet, I mean, she's got to be soon, considering that Ren is the most unkind, unsociable dick possible to her. There would be no cause for tsundere. Like, this is a realistic kind of tsundere. Like, there would be no cause for it if he was just, you know, less of a garbage human. Unfortunately, there wasn't much that caught my interest, mostly just the usual about the weather and whatnot. And for an average citizen like myself, even the sensational news about corrupt politicians and celebrities caught having affairs wasn't really that exciting or relevant. Too true! Too much of that stuff is on mortal news, and I'm never interested. So Ren, you're alright there. Since there was nothing interesting on TV, I decided to see if Kasumi had decided to stop acting like a child yet. But right when I was about to shift my focus back toward her...
され、死亡。
Whoa, hold the phone. What did they just say?
昨夜遅く、諏訪原市の公園で男性の他殺死体が発見
Tell
され、
me, please
同
tell
死刑
me.
は殺人事件として捜査を。
Please tell me. Newsperson. I need you to do this for me, newsperson. I need you to tell me that this male homicide victim had his head cut off. Wait, had there really been a homicide in Suwahara?
現在のところ、通り魔的なものであるとの見解がなされており、それというのも被害者の頸部が切断されるという猟奇的な犯行であ
Our
る
girl is around, she's up and around and she's walking around and she's killing people, yes! Yes! Oh, I heard about, oh yeah, the bread from yesterday, Titty Titan, that's excellent, that's excellent. I'm glad to hear about that the bread turned out great. But also, yes! Yes! Yes, mortals, yes!
凶器の断定はまだできていないとのことですが、おそらくは鋭利な
A
刃
sharp
物、
blade! She actually did it!
も
Did
しく
she
はそれ
actually?
に
The
対する
absolute mad
刃渡り
woman!
60
I
セン
think
チ
she
以上の
actually
刀剣
cut
であ
the
ると
head
いう
off
説
with a
が有
guillotine.
力視されています。なお、被害者の男性は諏訪原市の会社員生野健二さん24歳であり、
Yes, yes,
死因は
yes, yes, yes,
頸部の
yes,
切断による
yes, 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 yes. I stared transfixed at the news report as it elaborated on the details, but the sound of a plate shattering shook me out of my trance. Kasumi must have dropped it. Oh no, don't tell me that she knew Kenji Ikuno. One could hardly blame her for being surprised. Here we are eating breakfast as usual, and all of a sudden the news starts going on about the gruesome details of a homicide. Suwahara City Park, the site of the murder, was a place most residents were familiar with as well. So Kasumi's reaction was very normal. The details of the incident, however, were far from normal. They said that the cause of death was decapitation, so in other words, his head was cut off. If there were no other wounds on the body, then the act must have been carried out swiftly. Maybe the culprit got the guy as they were walking by each other, or snuck up on him from behind. Or they could have knocked the victim out first. I couldn't be sure of the exact details, but if the murder weapon was a sharp blade like the newscaster had said, it seems safe to say that the victim had been beheaded in one clean strike by a guillotine! By our guillotine girl! Guillotine girl! Yeah! Look, you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs. And if a couple of innocent mortals have to die for this girl's bloodlust to be satisfied, then it might all be worth it, depending on her quality. But so far she's very good. You'd need nigh superhuman strength in order to pull something like that off. The culprit would have to be some sort of giant bodybuilder, and a guy like that walking around with a katana or something would definitely attract attention. Yeah, it is easy to say when you're not one of the eggs, because none of us are the eggs. Not all characters in fiction have the same worth, have the same value. You can be forgiven for the morality is dependent on how much of a background character someone is, and what the creator's trying to do, what they're trying to say. There's a lot of stuff in Japanese media of antagonists that have done some terrible stuff getting forgiven later on, like forgiven completely. So I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happened here. Yet according to the newscaster, there were no reports of anyone suspicious in the area around the time of the murder. Yeah, Vegeta's a big example. So what? Had they set up a piano wire trap in advance or something? This guy is thinking an awful lot about our girl. He's going through how it could have happened. My hand shot to my neck. Here I was, trying to come up with some realistic scenario to explain the murder. More accurately, I was trying to come up with an explanation that didn't involve that, so he was thinking about that the entire time, or he's thinking about a girl. I was trying to avoid thinking about the implement that one couldn't help but associate with beheading. I had seen it myself at the museum. Hell, I had even had a dream involving it the night before. Oh, yes, yes. Guillotine girl. The guillotine is an excellent gimmick for guillotine girl. Oh, yes, yes. Cut. The guillotine that had stood so imposedly amid the execution grounds in my dream. I could still remember it severing my head in vivid detail. I had woken up to find that someone really had been decapitated. Was this just coincidence? Was it just something I could laugh off as not concerning me? After all, I had seen the same girl in both real life and my dream. It was already apparent that the boundary between the two was thinner than we thought. Who could prove that what had happened in a dream couldn't also occur in reality? In other words, my dream had been...
Ren! もう行こう。遅刻しちゃうよ。
Oh, you pulled him out of it, Kasumi. But that's fine, because we get to spend more time with you now. As long as Ren is never on his own and just something is going on involving one of the girls, I'm going to be happy. Kasumi was right. It wasn't healthy to keep going down this unrealistic line of thought.
着替えるから部屋戻っててくれ。
別に照れなくてもいいのに。
Oh, yeah.
うるさいな。それより。
はいはい。玄関使いでしょ。面倒だから嫌ですよ。とりあえず先に食器だけ片付けとくね。
She's so cute. Even our typical morning routine felt somehow strained. Well, yeah, because of the decapitation.
ほら、もたもたしてない。さっさと行く。
Alright, new BGM is playing. I just realized we've been going for an hour. The first of many, hopefully. So I'm going to real quick have a drink. Yes, to refuel. How different can a strained morning be from a normal one when you can only speak in quips? Well, Congo, I think it's more like they're... You understand, people have a normal routine. I'm gonna rotate myself real quick too. People have a normal routine. They have a normal routine, a dynamic with each other. And these two have this kind of comedy routine, kind of, almost. That, you know... Kasumi is kind of out there, and Ren has these kind of straight man reactions that are complaining and whinging. So what they've done is, they're doing the exact same thing, but, like, they're doing what they always do, but they're forcing it a bit, because of what's just happened. They're trying to regain that normality, deliberately. But unlike me, Kasumi wasn't the type to keep moping around forever. It was business as usual as she stood in front of the apartment, harassing me. Well, as we've discussed, Kasumi, Ren is a trash being. Yes, slap him right across the face. Get in there and... Did no one ever tell her that it was rude to make fun of other people's appearances?
そっちこそ少しはシャレっ気くらいつけろよな。いつも汗まみれでしないばっかりしてるから、男じゃなくて女にモテ。
Oh, Ren, you dumbass! Don't you see the appeal? Don't you see the appeal of her athleticism? Her bamboo sword? Don't you see the appeal? You can't, can you? You're blind. You're blind to the appeal of the tomboy. You fool! You are weak. Look at that. Full body. We got more to see of her uniform, though it's pretty much the same as what we saw earlier. Yes. Fight. It'll be just like with Shiro.
先に売ってきたのはお前だろうが。
Yes, Ren, your tomboy reps. Ren! I have some relevant reading that I need you to go through. I've got a whole list, an archive. You need to understand the appeal, the beauty.
何よ、昔はそれがいいとか言ってたような気がするのに。
apparently he once did have good taste. He did once tell her that he was okay with
気
it.
がするだけかよ。
I sure as hell never said that. I'll bet you dollars to donuts you did, Ren. At one point, you had a soul, a human soul, the soul of a man, Ren. At some point, you had it, and then you lost it.
大体あんただって女の子にモテ
I could never give a lecture on tomboys as good as Congo gave on dominant women. I don't feel I could. I'm not as good at lecturing or teaching or preparing educational materials. It would be interesting to do, but like I couldn't do such a lecture. I don't think. But I'll definitely preach about it.
なくても別にいい。特にお前には。
ちょっと何これほんと可愛くないですよ
Yes, he is just about the opposite of
だ
cute.
から可愛くなくていいんだよ。あと、これってなんだ
Yes, you are an
どこ
object.
Oh yes この撲石野郎
Oh yes. He's such a dumb. Brain cells were going to start dying if I continue this conversation. Yes, for you and me, if I have to listen to any more of your stupidity and ignorance. I didn't feel like being late for school the day after I got back from being in the hospital, so I urged Kasumi
ほ
along.
ら、行くぞ。
はーいで本当にコート着てきたんだねまだそんなに寒くないのに
今日は冷えるって言ってただろ。
そうだっけ
They did, but I thought better of bringing up the news again.
俺、寒がりだしな。
And I'd rather not people not see the patchwork mess I was wearing. Be proud of it. She spent time and effort and put care and love into fixing your uniform. Wear that with pride, okay? Wear it with pride. That's what you got to do. Even if you aren't fully satisfied with it, you would wear it with pride because that's what you've got to do, right? Right? You're with me on this, right, mortals? If your uniform gets destroyed and a girl fixes it up for you, it doesn't if you can wear it, it doesn't matter if there are like patches or something like that. You're still gonna wear it, right? Right? Yes, yes. I'm so glad that the mortals. I'm so glad that you mortals have the. Yes, you have the soul. You have the burning soul of true humans. I kept that last bit to myself. Yeah, damn right you did. Because if you say it, she would send you through a brick wall and you would deserve it. Yeah, love is the most important. Yes, love is the most important thing. If a girl, makes you a homemade lunch or fixes your uniform, the quality is irrelevant. If you are truly a man, Ren. We walked for a bit until we hit a crossroads. This junction was in the heart of the city, so you could say that all the roads converged here and then split off again. The city was split neatly into blocks by the main street crossing here, with the church and hospital on the side facing the mountains, and the park and amusement park on the side facing the sea. As long as you started from here, it was impossible to get lost. I figured one might expect this sort of thing from a city known as a tourist destination like Suwahara. No one would bother visiting if it was impossible to make your way around. Of course, last night there had been a murder at the park on the seafront side of Suwahara, favoured by tourists. Not exactly the sort of thing that's good for business. The police were probably already on the move looking for the killer, but they're not going to find our girl. They're not going to find her. They're not going to find Guillotine Girl. It would be best not to walk around at night for the next few weeks, in more ways than one.
レン
Kasumi suddenly called
そっ
out to me.
ち方向違うよ
は
そっちはその
Yes! Ren was unconsciously, instinctively walking towards the murder site. Because he wants to see Guillotine Girl again. He just doesn't know it. It's in his heart. Right, of course.
悪い。
The fastest way to reach school was to cut through the park, so I instinctively started walking in that direction. Oh, so it's a shortcut. Thank God Kasumi had caught me. I had no intention of approaching a murder scene of my own volition.
久しぶりなんで道忘れたかも。よければ手とかは引いてくれると助かる。
Oh, yes! Yes, now this is good, Ren. You've just kind of killed the mood a little bit, so what you're doing is you're offering the sacred handhold.
あのね
Excellent. Excellent. We'll make a man out of you
だから
net.
冗談言
We'll
ってる
make a
の
man out
本
of
当に
you
置い
yet.
てくからね
Seriously.
もう
No luck. I had tried playing it off to lighten the mood, but all I managed to do was piss her off. Well, damn it. You tried. That's better than you usually do, Ren. In the end, though, Kasumi made sure I was following her the whole way to school. I decided I should express my gratitude by offering her some important advice.
お前、先に教室入れ。
は？
だから、俺のことはもういいよ。気にしないで、ほら、教室。
Oh no. Oh no. If this is one of those chalk eraser, like blackboard eraser traps, I'm going to be very mad at you, Ren, for sending her in. If you're sending her in to protect her from something, like if you're sending her in first to protect her from something, that's good. But if you're going to have her spring a trap for you that was meant for you, you are scum.
あんた何言ってんの？
We shall see
わかんないかな。
which side of the coin of fate will land. Maybe I couldn't really complain about Kasumi being so open, but at the times I wish she was a little more perceptive. It didn't even occur to her on the way here. Sometimes I just wasn't sure about this girl, so it's not a chalkboard
今
eraser.
俺と一緒に教室入ると、お前変な目で見られるぞ。
なんで？
なんでも何も。
I was already enough of an outcast to begin with, and now here I was, coming back to school after spending 2 months in the hospital because I had gotten in a huge fight with a classmate. Oh, he is trying to protect her. Good, Ren. Very good. It wasn't hard to predict the sort of response I would get.
そんなのと仲良くして変な噂立てられたくなかったら、ここは当たらず触らず。
$5 says Kasumi doesn't care because Kasumi doesn't give a damn about what people think because Kasumi is the bomb. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Kasumi was the sort of person with a strong sense of justice, a rarity in this day and age. She's a superhero,
私そういう考
yes!
え大嫌い。ほらレン、一緒に行くよ。
She grabbed my arm and started dragging me with her.
頼む！
Yes. She might have managed to make a nice entrance, emphatically swinging the door open and all, but things didn't go so well after that.
何かなこれ。
お前のテンションに引いてるってのが多分3割。
The other 70% went without saying. Unfortunately for Kasumi, the world didn't care if one was in the right or not. Who cares about the world? Make right and wrong with your own 2 hands. My first day at school in 2 months was off to a stellar start. As I had expected, I didn't exactly blend into the classroom. I caught my classmates casting sideward glances at me, more than a few times. Kasumi. Alas, yes, Kasumi. Kasumi didn't know when to quit, so she just kept trying to get me involved with things, but I would rather she had just left me alone. It wasn't like I was getting off on the idea of being some aloof loner or whatever, but I wanted to take things easy for the time being, a form of rehab in a sense. It was only natural for people to be wary around someone who had just been involved in a violent incident, so I couldn't get angry at my peers. In fact, if they had started acting all friendly instead, it would feel more like they were afraid of me in some way, and that really wouldn't sit well with me. I had never had any friends except for Kasumi, Shiro, and Himuro in the first place. Nothing wrong with things staying the way they were. Ah, he resists change, he's stagnant. I don't think they would think that she tore the uniform apart. He's wearing a coat anyway, so they can't see her beautiful handiwork with the uniform. So Kasumi didn't need to keep up these futile efforts.
早く飯でも食ってこいよ。
だからレンも一緒に行くの。
I had the honor of being invited to lunch by my childhood friend, who just so happened to be a bit of a celebrity around school.
何が悲しくて一回も口聞いたことない女5人の集団に俺が混ざらなきゃならないんだよ。
I hate to admit it, but Ren makes a good point.
それは誤解を解くために。
やめとけよ、バカらしい。
A group of girls, hell if I could remember any of their names, stood behind Kasumi, gazing at me suspiciously.
あれ、友達だろ。だったら嫌がらせみたいなこと。
なんでよ。レンも私の友達じゃない。
Interesting.
そう言ってくれるのはありがたいんだけどな。
This is much less philosophically cut and dry than most of the talks between Ren and Kasumi. Was she trying to argue that a friend of a friend was a friend too, or something? Come on. Well,
とにか
sometimes,
く
yes.
こういうのは最初が肝心なの。あんたもこれを機にマイナスイメージを払拭して。
Blah, blah, blah. She just started going on with this stuff like she was straight out of some sort of after-school special. No, thank you.
ちょっとレン、聞いてるの？
Okay, I was seriously getting fed up here. Oh, Ren. Oh, Ren. You fool. To think that this would even be an option. Well, first, we shall save with the same beautiful bloodlust. And this will become, this will be our new slot, number 3. We have 2 options, mortals. We may try to persuade her, or run away. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, mortals. A man does not run. So we have only one option.
俺は別に周りの評判なんか気にしてないし。
私は気にするの？みんな何も知らないで勝手なことばっかり言ってんだから。悔しいのよ、そういうの。
Imagine trying to run away from Kasumi. Ridiculous.
だから。
Yes, grab the girl by the ahoge. Grab the girl by the ahoge, sweep her up, pull her towards you, go for the kiss, Ren. Do it. You know she wants you to. She straight up said it. Yes, I mustn't run away. I mustn't run away. No, don't snip the ahoge. Don't snip the ahoge. Don't you touch her ahoge. It's a charm point. Kasumi grabbed my face from both sides. Clearly I wasn't getting off that easily. The idea of trying to persuade her had probably been doomed from the start. And yet you must stand and fight anyway, Ren. You must stand. Even if you are fated to fall, you must stand. Kasumi alter. I mean, hey, if you could get both at the same time, then yeah. Kasumi alter is probably also very much quality.
な、俺はこれでも俺なりに。
何よ、なんか文句あるわけ？
Before I could respond with, of course I fucking do, my phone suddenly barged into the conversation with a beep.
嘘、レンにメールが来た。
Yeah, that is surprising.
じゃ悪いのかよ。ほら、
Imagine texting this trash being. What sort of reaction was that? I thought Kasumi was supposed to be sticking up for me, not treating me like some outcast herself. I shook her off and looked at my phone screen.
いや、悪いな、カスミ。先約があったのを忘れてた。
ちょっと待って
He
よ。
already had plans? With who? You know like 3 people.
飯はまた今度誘ってくれよ。
I slipped past her and offered some parting remarks as I entered the hallway. I cast a glance to the side, only to find Kasumi's friends still staring at me. They didn't need to conspicuously avert their eyes as soon as they had noticed I was looking at them. Jeez. See, it was just as I said. People's preconceived notions didn't go away that easily. And honestly, people weren't exactly mistaken in their perception of me, so trying to clear things up or whatever was a ridiculous idea to begin with. There was no need to expend a bunch of effort, only to end up making things awkward for everyone involved. Oh, if it's from her! If it's from her, that would be the best. The best. But I don't think it's from her. I don't think she owns a cell phone. Like I was trying to tell her earlier, I did try to be considerate in my own way, since Kasumi had problems understanding the nuance of delicate situations like this, so I wasn't happy with her trying to give me shit about it. So I'm going to assume this is like, I think it's Himuro? The last person that he knows. Congratulations on getting out of the hospital. School was lonely without you. How are you feeling? There's some things I'd like to talk to you about, so I'll be waiting on the roof. By the way, no one else is around. Just the 2 of us. Just the 2 of us. Just me and Fuji. Hurry on up, Himuro. Oh, is this... Okay. My all-seeing eye has gazed through the heavens, and it has arrived at a conclusion. Thus, I will make to you now a prediction that this may be the type of girl, that Himuro might be the type of girl who is cutesy and very emotive and active in texts and messages and stuff like that, but is more reserved and more calm and reserved and, you know, less off the wall when it is speaking in person. That kind of contrast. That's what I'm betting on. We shall see if my eye has been deceived. What was I supposed to say to this? Looked like she hadn't changed a bit. I wasn't sure whether I should heave a long sigh or start laughing. As a senior, surely she had something better to do than messing with her underclassmen. I really couldn't figure that part of her out. Like, true, I couldn't picture her getting stressed out over college entrance exams or job hunting, so maybe she took that sort of carefree approach did suit her. But let's just say that she took things too far. Well, anyway, the roof, huh? It would be a little rude to just turn down her offer, and besides, I was looking for a way to give Kasumi the slip anyway. Yes, you can. It's not a high school setting without the roof. I climbed up the stairs and threw open the door to the roof. There's the fence. This is where we fought Shiro. This is where Ren fought Shiro in a massive brawl. Yes, the fact that this is already an upperclassman already gives points, because you know it's even a little bit. It's an older girl, but will they? But it's not enough on itself. What is her draw? What is her appeal? We shall see. The third heroine. It was December. To put it simply, the roof was murderously cold at this time of year. Before I had taken my 2-month leave of absence, there were still plenty of students eating lunch up here every day, but obviously no one was crazy enough to... Oh yeah, I guess there was someone crazy enough to keep using the roof. I heaved a sigh as I searched for her. There she was, sitting on a bench by the fence and munching on a sandwich. Why did she pick the coldest spot on the entire roof to sit? Anyway, so let's see what she looks like. Start your engines.
Senpai.
I didn't get a response, so I went ahead and sat down. Ah! Excellent! Yes, I think I might be right. I think with that tiny soundbite, I think I might be right about this. But yes, look at this, look at this. Look at this. White hair, purple eyes, what a combo. That's a good combo. That's an excellent combo. Look at the length. It's just enough that it goes down to just kind of go past her neck. But it's not like overly long. And there's a little bit of it that just kind of, yeah, drapes across. And look at those bangs. Look at those bangs. And is up there, does she also have an ahoge? It might be possible. Look at this little, I just realized you can't see my cursor, but there's a little strand up there. There's a little strand up there that makes me think she might have an ahoge. Yes. And she's, oh, look at how cute she is eating that sandwich. Yes. Let's see. Quiet type? No. Stop that. I said ahoge. I had been sitting next to her for nearly 10 seconds now, but she hadn't even looked in my direction, let alone tried to strike up a conversation. Quiet type was my correction right on the money? She didn't fall asleep, right?
Senpai?
Yeah, listen to this.
Huh?
Listen to this.
寒い。凍った。温めて。
Yes, I was right! Precisely! This is some kudere. We're on that good kudere. Yes. Yes. I don't know the fine details about the differences between dandere and kudere and all that kind of stuff, and like my knowledge is weak. But this is some good quiet type. And like, what a way to start.
寒い。
It's cold.
凍った。
I'm freezing.
温めて。
Warm me up. Now this is the kind of stuff I can get behind. For a moment, I considered just getting up and leaving. This was Rei Himuro, the senior who happened to be one of my few friends.
それ、暖かそうね、藤井君。
Yes. Yes. Yes.
貸してくれると、私嬉しい。
Not quite on I'm not sure she's quite on Kasumi's level yet, but the quality is that I can jive to this. I can jive to this. So far, they haven't missed.
っていうか、むしろ貸せばか。
Woo! Woo! Ooh. Did she seriously just say, like, hand it over, bitch? Is that kusobaka? Like, is that the best translation for kusobaka? I'm into it. She wants the coat. This was about what you could expect from her.
正直、ちょっと甘く見てた。天気予報もなかなかやるね。それで藤井君、 私とても寒いんだけ
Yes,
ど
yes, 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 yes,
優
yes,
しさ
yes,
見
yes.
せてはくれない。
どうでしょうね。
For all her claims that she was freezing, she wasn't shivering one bit, and her expression seemed more or less normal. I couldn't be sure of her intent, but she was eyeing my coat. That stare of hers was colder than any weather. Yes, freeze me with your gaze!
ちゃんと後で返すなら。
This is an excellent senpai. Thanks to Kasumi's sewing job, my uniform underneath was looking more than a little fancy, but I didn't feel like getting into some sort of war of endurance. I stood up and took off my
なん
coat.
だったら二人で着る
Ah!
こ
Yes!
う仲良く肩寄せ合って。
See, this is the kind of stuff, yes, exactly. This is the kind of stuff that Ren doesn't deserve. Snuggling up together with a single coat.
遠慮しときますよ。
I made my stance clear and stuck the coat on her.
暖かい。
Look at
藤井
this.
君は優しいね。
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's the, oh yeah, she's wearing the coat. Yep. Haven't missed once.
そっちはどう？寒くない？
暖かいって言ったら嘘ですね。
じゃあ遠慮しないで。
She really wants him in the
帰
coat.
りなさい。
This is excellent. Himuro flapped the hem of the coat, gesturing for me to join her. Did she just want to screw with me like this all day long?
で、
Ren, you
俺と何を
ignorant,
話したいんです？
you ignorant playboy. You got two girls that are really going for you, and you're just not treating them well enough. You
さり
fool.
げなく無視するのね。まあいいけど。
She looks too fitting in a dark coat, like certain other folk. Do you mean the like Nazis that are gonna presumably pop up back at some point from the prologue? Because if so, I could see her wearing one of those. Oh man, I bet she looks great in a uniform, like a military uniform.
まずは退院おめでとう。
I'm
綾瀬
getting.
さん
I'm.
にはもう言われた。
This game flusters me so much, mortals. This game flusters me so much because it's high quality girls. This is the great works of mortals.
おかげさまで昨日しっかり。
じゃあデートした？
おかげさまでそこそこしっかり。
Yeah, she even set up the date.
そう。よかった。
What a girl. Exactly what part of that was good was completely lost on me. It would be, you dullard.
まあこれでも食べなさい。
Anyway, it isn't much, but here you go, eat up. Well, I'm pretty sure isn't the whole thing with school days that, like, there's two heroines and, like, if you go, like, with both, like, they're jealous of each other and, you know, murder happens. So, like, these two girls seem cool with each other. I have a feeling it would work out just fine. Also, you gotta go for it sometimes. G'day, Shinhiro. G'day. G'day, mate. We've just reached the third heroine, and ooh boy, some good stuff. She offered me an egg sandwich. What was I, a dog being rewarded for a trick? Listen, man, just take it. It's fine to be a dog sometimes.
しっかり食べないと大きくならない。苦労するよ、いろいろと。
Ah, she's looking out for him, so kind.
健全な精神は健全な体に宿るらしいし、早く真人間になりなさいね。
Oh, both concern and a light insult in the same package. This is excellent. She was really laying it on today. Apparently, I didn't even qualify as a real human being. Of course you don't, Ren. You're you. You have your terrible, terrible taste. You have your terrible taste, Ren. Stop that. Stop being so trash. Anyway. I mean, I saw the Cooper, the Cooper chart, but yeah, I'm not familiar with the works, with that whole universe. So I'll take the word of that chart and your words for it that that's the case. Sorry, but I felt confident that I was better at this whole human thing than she was, at least. No, you are not. She is perfect and you are trash.
何？
いや別に。
思ったことは言いなさいよ。そんなだから喧嘩になる。ユサ君ともどうせそうでしょ。食べてる？
一応。
I opened up the egg sandwich and gave a few bites, offering a flippant reply in the process.
話したいことってのはそれですか？
そうって言ったら帰っちゃう？
微妙ですね。
I knew that wasn't a great answer, but I gazed up at the sky. Why was everyone trying to lecture me like this as soon as I got out of the hospital? Was what I did really that worrying? No, your existence is the thing that's worrying. Like, okay, I was sure most people would consider my scuffle with Shiro to be far more than a mere fight, but it wasn't like I had been singled out for violence by a group or anything. I could understand people who I wasn't particularly friendly with going out of their way to avoid me, or getting an earful from Kasumi, but I never expected Himuro, of all people, to go at it too.
先輩に説教ってのは似合いませんね。そっち系は霞だけで足りてますよ。あいつが2人もいたらマジで胃に穴が開く。
Hell, the main reason I came up here was to get away from her bitching. Ren, I'll roundhouse kick you. I'll roundhouse kick you over that fence.
苦労人だね。
おかげさまでね。
I dropped my shoulders and sighed. Himuro resumed eating her sandwich as if nothing had ever happened. I guess that was about what I expected from Himuro. If I had to try to describe her, she was like a ghost. She possessed a certain indefinite nature, like she wasn't concerned with the events of the world around her. At the same time, she would occasionally act up, as seen earlier. The way she kind of kept her distance was similar to my own position on things, so I did get along with her better than I did Kasumi. That's why the two of us had managed to become friends. Well, that's rather adorable.
さっきのはちょっと綾瀬さんの
Yeah,
真似したみたい
exactly,
な。
exactly. It's
君
exactly.
めんど
It's
くさそうな
concern.
顔しながら
They
まん
value
ざらでも
him.
なさそうだ
This
し、
man does not. Okay, I'll tell you what the
そう
problem
いう
is.
のが好きなのかなって一度試してみたかったから。
It seems that this man does not value himself and thus doesn't understand that other people value him. Which I mean is like fair, but also not even going to at least try, huh, Ren? You fool. Not even going to try to understand. What you just witnessed. Okay. So she thought that he's always a little bit pleased to get scolded. So she thought she might give that a try as
で
well.
も似合わないならやめ
That's
ようか
very
ね。
interesting.
そんなに私
It's possible that Ren may be an M type,
そりゃあね、
which would
だ
fit
いぶ
given the heroines. How were you supposed to react when the person lecturing you seemed like they were talking to thin
で
air?、
本当のところは何のようです？まさか霞のモノマネしたかっただけでもないでしょう。いや、下手したらあり得るけど。
うん。まあ用ってほどじゃないんだけど、聞きたいことが一つだけ。
She cast me a sideward glance, her tone as flat as ever.
君とユサくん、どっちが勝ったの？
Oh, she wants to know who won.
結構話題になってるのよね。月額最強決定戦。今のところ64でユサくん有利。でも復学してきたのは君だけだから、そのあたり揺れてるね。
Who was the actual winner? It didn't actually tell us, I don't think. It didn't take long. It didn't take Himuro. I didn't take Himuro for the type to get in on fads like this. Wow, I misread that completely. Who won, me or Shiro? Well, if you took that to mean who was stronger, then
俺ですよ。
what? What?
本当に？
嘘ついてるとでも？
さあ。ただ、ユサくんに聞いても同じことを言いそうだから。
It's no goal, but it has its value. An occurrence for many who pursue great power, but often only once. Is it chance? The reaction of residual energies. Hold on. What is this? I need to be able to read this. Streamlabs. Or is it the power of kindness that the universe is returning? Perhaps it is worth dwelling on. Hold on. Let me read this again. Thank you for the donation. I'm pretty sure I removed it from the description this time, so I don't know how you got at it, but it's no gold, but it has its value. An occurrence for many who pursue great power, but often only once. Is it chance, the reaction of residual energies, or is it the power of kindness that the universe is returning? Perhaps it is worth dwelling on. My thanks, and I shall dwell on it. I can't let myself be flustered. We gotta focus. Yeah, he might have. No, scratch that. He definitely would have. Yes.
怖い顔。やだね。これだから男の子は。勝ったの負けたの。
Of course, it's
そう
important
いう
who
の
won
が
and
そ
who
んなに
lost.
大事。肩凝らないかな。プレッシャーだよ。
聞いてきたのは先輩でしょうに。
そうだけど。
I mean, she did ask. She did ask.
じゃあ質問を変えようか。
Oh, no, this is interesting.
ど
If
うし
he's
て
going
ユ
to
サ
tell
君
her
と
or
喧
not.
嘩したの？答えたくない？
そうですね。
It wasn't something I was willing to discuss with others. Himuro was the one who had found Shiro and me passed out up here and called an ambulance for us. So in that sense, I was indebted to her. But that didn't really apply to this.
まあ三角関係の
Love
もつれとか
triangle.
そういうお手軽いネタじゃないのは察するけどね。
That's an interesting
君と
thing
ユ
to
サ
mention.
君そんなジャンルのキャラじゃないし綾瀬さんモテそうに見えないし。
She didn't exactly mince words with that one. I figured it would be best not to try to argue though. Shiro and I weren't the type to get into fights for wholesome reasons like that. And indeed, Kasumi wasn't popular, at least not with us.
そんな君たちがなんでか友達だったのが不幸の始まりだったのかな。実は私前からこうなるような気がしてたよ。
Alas.
だから神様は性格悪いなって思ってた。うん。今度一発君の代わりに殴ってこうか。
Mortals.
遠慮しないで。
Mortals, this
善意だ
woman
から
is gonna punch God in the face for us. She has just gained a lot of points.
そりゃどうも。
Yes, 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 yes. One more God rejected. Not exactly the sort of thing someone who lived in a church should be saying. Oh, she lives in a church. Interesting. But I didn't exactly feel obligated to stop her. If she wanted to punch out Jesus, then she could be my guest, as long as I wasn't the one receiving divine punishment over it anyway. So this is... Oh yeah, I like this girl.
君に喧嘩なんて似合わないよ。怪我とかしたらみんな悲しむ。うちのシスターなんてきっとそっとするんじゃないかな。
シスター？
Did she mean the nun at the church? I had only met her a few times before, but she was really something else. To say that she had model-like proportions would be an understatement. To put it simply, someone like her working as a nun was a great loss to the world. I wouldn't mind giving Jesus a sucker punch or two myself over that one. That's the most, I think that's the most we've, seen for his interest in women. Which is surprising. So I wonder if that nun is going to be the fourth hero or
名
something.
前何でしたっけ？
シスターリザ。
Lisa.
青い瞳のボインボイン F カップ。
She doesn't mince words, this girl.
ちなみに私は B カップ。
Oh! While this important and very highly relevant information is displayed on the screen for all to see, I'm going to take a drink, so you can all just absorb this knowledge. Alright, you've read it, you've noted it down, you've taken your notes. Okay? We'll move on to the next slide. TMI. Are you serious, Ren? You fool. This is incredibly vital information to suddenly have access to. And you... Oh, you treat it like trash.
そのうち大きくなるかもしれない。
Oh, ambitious. I don't know what holy book you refer to. I don't know which holy book you're talking about. I kept quiet. There was no sense in crushing her dreams.
で、その F カップさんは元気ですか？
Oh, the devil. That'd be interesting. So how's Miss F
B
Cup
カッ
doing?
プは興味ないの？
Of course we're interested in B cups. You fool. Okay. Ren.
それはとりあえずノーコメ
Yeah,
ント。
yeah, of course you're not. But okay. A quick lecture, everybody, on cup size. And that is that one should care about all cups. Obviously. For they have different levels of appeal in different ways. Exactly. All cups deserve love. All cups deserve love. A to Z. I rolled up the wrapping paper for the egg sandwich I had been eating and tossed it into the pocket of the coat Himuro was wearing. Okay. I can actually answer this. As far as I'm aware, it's Japan. Like nuns and churches are typically connected to some variant of Christianity in Japan. I think that's the term for it. You know, so like the kind of, you know, the church and all that, the kind of stuff you get in other countries, in English-speaking countries a lot. And it's got its own level of popularity, which is why they have that kind of wedding. But they still have all the Shinto stuff. But they also have like fictionalized versions of it for stuff like fantasy. But they use a lot of the iconography from Christianity and Catholicism and all that kind of stuff for like the fantasy settings. So this is probably some sort of Christian church in Japan. That's typically what is meant by priest in this context. And, you know, nuns and stuff. So, not missing a beat, she proceeded to hand me a tomato sandwich. Oh, she's good. She's good on the draw. She's quick on the draw.
彼女、今寝込んでるよ。お見舞い来る？
風邪ですか?
Who's resting?
So
it's the F Cup Nun. I got so out of track with the conversation. She took out another sandwich. Where the hell was she keeping all of these sandwiches anyway? In the infinite sandwich pockets, sandwich gates of Babylon. And then, with the same unwavering blank expression on her face, she dropped a bombshell.
殺人事件見ちゃったから。
We're tying everything into the plot now, mortals. Yes, this is exactly what we need. Yes!
ニュース見てない？公園で殺人事件。首ばっさり。血がドバー。怖いね。私も食欲なくなるよ。
Yes! Yes! She said, happily chowing down on a tomato sandwich. Whatever, that wasn't the issue here.
見たって、つまり犯人を?
Well, that's the thing. The coat isn't hers, so she's somehow getting those pockets on like a sailor uniform, which is very impressive. Yes, this is how we're going to find out for sure that it was a guillotine.
死体を?
第一発見者。私もね。
She was there too. She nodded casually. If this was true, we were talking about some serious shit. This was the sort of thing that could traumatize someone for life. Yes! If you're weak!
おかげで私、一晩中警察で事情聴取。リザはあんなだから先に返しておいたけど、大丈夫かな？ちょっと心配。
それより、先輩は平気なのか？
私は寝不足なだけ。カツ丼くれるかなと思ったけど、あれってドラマの中だけなんだね。がっかりしたよ。どうしたの藤井君？変な顔して。
This is good. She was the weird one here. I mean, I'd always thought she was a little off, but...
もしかして、本当に話したかったのはそれなんですか？
どうかな？話の流れで思い出したから言ったんだけど、もしかしたらそうかもしれない。
treated as a suspect.
容疑者扱いされてショックだったし。ねえ私、愚痴っていいかな？
まあ、いいですけど。
A murder case. There were a few topics less suitable for mealtime. Honestly, it wasn't really something I wanted to hear about either. Unfortunately, I couldn't avoid feeling curious about the matter. I couldn't seem to rid myself of thoughts about that dream. I decided to go ahead and listen to what Himura had to say.
11時過ぎだったかな。あそこの夜景が好きだから、よくリザと見に行くの。いつもはカップルばっかりで、たまに時間とか出るんだけど、昨日はなぜか誰もいなくて。
I wonder why.
思えば嫌な感じがしてたんだよね。寒いのに生温かいっていうか、ちょっと変な雰囲気で。
The supernatural, the supernatural of the twilight of the supernatural. Something was happening there. Himuro began her story, an uncharacteristic hint of self-derision in her voice. The park she was talking about wasn't the sort of place housewives took their kids to. It was a seaside park that offered a view of the opposite shore and its various attractions, like the Sky High Tower, the amusement park, shopping mall, resort hotel, and so on. As such, it was generally utilized as a date spot, teeming with people late into the night. It would seem that this was not the case last night, however.
橋のたもとあるじゃない。ほら、よく君とユサ君がバイクで遊んでたところ。あそこって不意に暗くなるんだよね。地元の人間でもあまり知らないような場所。街の死角っていうのかな。最初に気づいたのはリサの方。彼女が言うにはスプレーかと思ったらしいよ。落書き結構多いから。
You can make graffiti out of blood.
でも
The problem is it gets it'll dry and become less red over time. So you're not going to get that. So you really only get that beautiful red with fresh blood. A wall dyed in red paint. A sticky, gelatinous torrent of foul-smelling.
私の第一印象はコルク抜いたばかりのシャンパンかな。
Oh.
線が外れちゃってるっていう
Oh, this girl
感
has
じ
some
で
excellent descriptions of decapitation. I bet she'd get along well with guillotine.
少し離れたところに転がってたよ。こう首って結構飛ぶんだね。それに血もいっぱい出るんだ。
Blood made up about 8 to 10% of a person's total weight. For an adult male, that would have meant about 5 to 6 liters. It was no stretch to say that they had come across a literal sea of blood. Well, a sea of 5 to 6 liters would be a pretty small sea.
よく失神とかしなかったですね。
I'm surprised you didn't.
女の方が血に耐性があるんだよ。
Are they? Are they really?
いざ
This
と
is
いう
interesting
時の
to
度
me.
胸もね。とにかくそのまま帰るわけにもいかないから警察に電話して家まで送ってもらおう。
任意同行を求められて朝まで事情聴取ですか。
そう。
Okay, so it's questionable. Questionable. I imagine there's not a lot of research on the
あんなことが
subject.
できるわけないのにさ。
She meant cleaving off someone's head in an instant like that.
日本刀かそういう感じの刃物なんじゃないかって。
A katana or similar blade.
そうらしいね。
Interesting.
だから今博物館を調べてるんじゃないの。何かなくなった展示品がありはしない。
Oh. Oh, was it the guillotine blade from the exhibit? I wonder if it's got blood on it. I wanted to laugh that idea off, but the circumstances made it difficult.
その推理ちょっと漫画的な気がしますけど。
でも同じ町にあれだけ凶器を置いてるところがあるんだし無視するわけにはいかないんじゃないのかな。そのあたり藤井君はどう思う？
どうって
何か思い当たることはなかったの？
Legendary magic sword.
藤井君？
いえ、特には。
そう、ちょっと残念。
As ever, her disinterested tone was at odds with her words. Himuro resumed eating. I simply looked up to the sky. A grisly decapitation. This was the sort of abnormal, gruesome event that would give you goosebumps just thinking about it. Anyone living in Suwahara must have been scared out of their wits. After all, murders this bizarre rarely ended with just one victim. For all we know, another body could turn up tonight. And I might have been involved.
みんな落ち着かない感じだね。きっとしばらく部活とかは中止になるよ。早く家に帰りなさいって。もし周りの子たちが藤井君を過剰に怖がってるような感じなら。
Ah, so that compounds it. The murder
そういう理
compounds
由も
it.
あるんだよ。
俺は別にそんなことはどう。
そうなの？じゃあどう
Ah,
して
she
元気
sees
ない
right
か
through
な？
him.
おかしいね。ああ、もしかして綾瀬さんと喧嘩でもした？
違い。
嘘ばっかり。
Uso Bakari. She threw the coat she had been wearing over my head.
ダメだよ。好きな子には優しくしないと。物騒なんだし。
Look at that.
君が守ってあげ
That
なく
is
ちゃ。
nearly the ideal hair length. Having the hair length be close to the it be close to the shoulders is the best. Look at that. Very nice. I can't wait to see her in casual wear. And she does have that little, not an ahoge. It's like an ahoge that's been flattened down. It's very nice design.
じゃあね、藤井くん。コートありがとう。あと、
And she's pretty
話
slender.
聞いてくれてありがとう。本当は、
Oh!
私も少し怖かったから、おかげで気が紛れたよ。
The blush of a coup d'irae. What a treasure. Himuro gave me a rare grin. She seemed just a little embarrassed. If she acted like this all the time, she'd establish a fan base in no time. But having it be so very occasional is exactly what gives it its power. It's the gap. Ren, it's the gap. Well, that aside.
俺の好きな女とか勝手に決めないでくれますか？俺は別にかすみなんか。
はい。それも嘘。とにかく、いい加減裏に回る癖を直しなさい。
Yeah, you do. You really
もう
do,
ユサ
man.
君はいないんだから。
Go for both. Go for broke.
じゃあね。
Become a legend. In the end, I really was just lectured the whole time. I was kind of miffed. It was cold as hell on the roof, but I lost the will to return to class, so I decided to just skip. Oh, so you did just break your promise to Kasumi not to skip. Your whole thing about not skipping. Apparently, I had fallen asleep at some point. I opened my eyes to say, "Will it be Guillotine Girl? Will it be Guillotine Girl? Will it be Guillotine Girl?"
おいおい。
Oh, it's just nighttime. I couldn't believe myself. It was already completely dark out. I was lucky I didn't get sick. Maybe it was true what they said about idiots not catching colds. I rose from the bench I had been lying on. Well, I mean, nighttime is exactly when Guillotine Girl would show up, so I'm feeling pretty hopeful about a fated encounter with her. I checked the time on my phone, 6:30 p.m. It wasn't terribly late, but seeing how it was winter, it was already pitch black outside. In the distance, I could see lights on in the school offices. The idea of being caught by a teacher wasn't appealing. I had had enough lectures for one day. He'll have to sneak out. I headed back to the classroom to pick up my stuff, only to find a lovely note from Kasumi taped to my desk that says, "You moron, go get held back here for all I care. Gah!" But she had no reason to be concerned. My grades were better than hers. Since this was a college prep school, they were willing to turn a blind eye to most things as long as you did well on the tests. Well, that's interesting. That's a nice system you operate under. Results. As long as you can get results. That said, the incident with Shiro might not have fallen under most things, but setting that aside, I tore the note off the desk, rolled it up, and launched it at the trash can. I totally sunk the free throw. I left the classroom after paying my respects to Kasumi's rancorous missive. I'd be a bit more angry at you destroying a note from Kasumi, but, I mean, you made it into a sick shot, so there. The school was little more than a little creepy at night. No wonder so many people reported ghost sightings during the summer months. I wasn't a fan of ghosts myself. If I had to say why, it was because they were immune to physical attacks. You could try punching them, kicking them, whacking them with a bat, whatever, and it wouldn't do a damn thing. Meanwhile, they were able to mess with us all they wanted. You could hardly call that playing fair. Surely I wasn't the only one who found that a bit unsophisticated. Now, hold on. Ren, are you telling me that you can't punch a ghost? You can't even punch a ghost. Pathetic, 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 pathetic. You are a weak mortal. You are a weak mortal if you cannot even punch a ghost. Are you kidding me? Ugh. Ugh. As I was walking down the hall, entertaining myself with silly ponderings on ghosts, something outside the window caught my eye.
Kendojo?
Ah, yes, foresight. So it could hit with normal type attacks. Yes, yes, yes. The lights were on. Himuro had said club activities would probably be suspended, which meant... Oh, could it be that Kasumi has been practicing, waiting for you?
Kasumi ka.
I couldn't think of any other explanation. Surely she wasn't trying to develop some new technique to take on the murderer on the loose, right? If she's a hero of justice, that might be what she's going for. Unfortunately, I couldn't just leave her here now that I knew. What Himuro had told me earlier was still on my mind too, I guess. Setting aside the issue of whether or not she really needed me escorting her, we took the same path back home anyway. I guess that makes sense. Men are afraid that they can't punch ghosts if they are weak. Yeah, exactly. You need Ghost Puncher. I found just the person I was expecting to find in the dojo, but...
これミスったかな?
You can't fight a murder scene, so you're helpless. So there's less fight in the... Okay. That's interesting. That's an interesting theory. That's an interesting theory. I had come here thinking we'd go through our usual routine, with me giving her a hard time and sidestepping her subsequent scolding. Kasumi, however, was clearly not in the playful mood right now. Look at it. I demand, mortals, that you look at it. Yes. This is it. This is it. Mortals, this is it. Yes, ooh, and dare I say, oh, ooh, oh. This is it. Mortals. Look at her. You can see her sweat. You can see the sweat on her neck. Look at that expression on her face. Look at how hard she's trying. This is a hero. Alright, we can, I understand that you are all mortals of culture, and so I understand that this is an apex. But we shall move on now. When it came to kendo, she didn't cut corners or make compromises. She handled her bamboo sword with a quiet dignity, with nary a trace of her usual rambunctious demeanor to be found. Staring at her steadfast expression, I found myself starting to understand why the younger girl swooned over her. Oh, only now do you see her appeal, Ren. Yes, join us. Come to this side. Yes, Congo, yes! It felt like it would be wrong, somehow, to call out to her, so I just leaned against the shoe rack and watched her practice. Yes! Yes! I get it, Congo. I always tend to self-insert, to regress myself back to teenage, in order to, make it all click. But I get it. I wasn't very familiar with kendo, but if memory served, that pose was the Seigan Kamae, one of the most basic techniques. She sure was diligent. Here was someone who placed in national tournaments, staying late in order to practice their fundamentals. Well, I guess that was probably part of why she was so strong. I had been watching her for a few minutes now. She had probably been practicing for much longer, of course, but her form hadn't wavered a bit. It called to mind the image of a Buddhist priest meditating. Was this what they called clearing one's mind? As I watched her, I suddenly wondered if she had some specific reason for going out of her way to maintain a steady presence of mind like this. I mean, that was kind of the idea of martial arts in general, but...
本当に強いやつは何もしなくたって強いんだよ。
The really strong ones are the guys who are strong without doing a damn thing. I recalled what Shiro had once said while watching one of Kasumi's matches.
最初から強いやつにはリハも稽古も必要ない。武道は弱いやつが強くなろうとする手段で、だから精神論が幅利かすのさ。礼に始まり、礼に終われって、そういう具合に。元が弱いから力に耐性ないんだろうな。自分を律するのが最優先で、それができなきゃ破綻する。哀れすぎるぜ。
This is an interesting philosophy, Shiro.
まあ仕方ないとは思うけど。
But don't look down on her hard work.
つまり、霞はそっち系だ。背伸びしてるあたり可愛いけど、生まれつきじゃないから無理してる。
Don't look down on her.
誰かさんとは違うのさ。
Don't look down on her.
まったく、なんでこんなことになったのかね。うさぎちゃんに夢見せたのはどこのドイツだ？
Don't look down on her!
レンちゃん。
Alright, Ren, now I do want you to punch Shiro. I still remember the grin on his face as he nudged me with his shoulder. In retrospect, maybe I should have decked him right then and there. Alright, we now want Ren to beat the shit out of Shiro.
お前、責任取ってやれよ。そもそもあんなことやったから。
Oh, give me a break. Where the hell did he get off trying to lecture me about this? Whose fault did he think it was anyway? It pissed me off hearing that sort of thing coming from the mouth of a risk-obsessed psychopath like him. He needed to realize he was nothing more than a fucking dumbass who liked complicating things for the hell of it. That was why I... Well, we've broken her concentration, so she's back to normal. But that was an excellent scene, and I'm glad I could witness it with you mortals.
Oh.
Yeah. Shit. What the hell was I doing?
どうしたの？っていうか、いつからいたの？
あ、悪い。ちょっと声かけづらくて。
I had to be out of my mind suddenly going on a trip down that particular memory line. I pulled my fist out of the shoe rack, my gaze wavering. This was beyond embarrassing. Wow, he punched an imaginary Shiro. Ren's starting to become a little more interesting. Just a bit.
その、一緒に帰ろうぜ。物騒だろう、一人だと。
どうしたのよ。変だよレン。珍しいよ。
He has started to see. He's beginning to believe. The appeal.
あんたがそんなこと言い出すなんて。
いや、夜道はおっかないから、お前に守ってもらおうかなと。
ほほ
Oh, you had to ruin it. You had to go and ruin it.
つまり、何？
Ah, Shiro,
あんた
Shiro
は
act,
自分が
Shiro
怖い
act.
から私にガードしてくれと？あんたが私を守るんじゃなく？
その通り。
Kasumi snapped.
このなんじゃ
He doesn't. This is a man without any shame. As a man. Yes, his humor is funny sometimes. It's nice sometimes. If only it was directed at someone not Kasumi.
あと今思い出した。あんた午後の授業サボったでしょ。どこ行ってたの？
屋上で寝てたんだけど。
は？屋上？信じらんない。何こいつ。ああ、呆れた。めまいがするよ。わかった。もういい。ちょっとそこで待ってなさい。着替えてくるから。
Kasumi stomped off into the changing room, and I could have sworn I heard the earth shake. She poked her head
覗
back
いたら
out.
奥義食らわすからね。
Okay, so Ren, I'm going to need you to peek here. And it has absolutely nothing to do with wanting to see her changing and everything to wanting to see her kendo techniques firsthand, to experience them firsthand. Do it, Ren, if you're a man. Bam! She slammed the door shut. Sigh. Well, I guess this had turned out more or less how I originally envisioned it. It seemed Kasumi was back to her usual self, if nothing else. Now I just needed to stop worrying about stuff in the past myself.
それじゃあお世話になりました。
Kasumi thanked the dojo, locked it, and then headed my way. I feel like Ren is holding a great combat power, that he might be stronger than Kasumi. But he's holding back for some reason. That's the kind of impression I get, considering he gave as good as he got against Shiro.
いや、せっかくだから、かすみが何か作ってくれよ。
Wow. Greedy.
でもそれだと遅くなるよ。
別にいい。どうも俺、他の料理が口に合わない。
Ren. Very nice.
そうなの？
そう。昼飯は適当だったし、腹減ってる。慣れないもん
Very
食いたく
smooth,
ない
Ren.
わ。
You're getting better at this.
だから、かすみの料理がいい。
Yeah, exactly. Shiro was calling him strong when he said that. But it's because that the weak become strong through martial arts, precisely because it's beautiful. I think that's probably why Ren holds himself back.
でも買い置きないし。
面倒か？だったら外食でが。
いや、そうじゃなくて、そのなんか照れるね。参ったな。そういう風に言われると、
Yeah, it's
下手なもの作れないっ
possible.
ていう
I
か。
get that kind of vibe. Went off the rails one time at some point. Although I feel like Shiro was involved with it too. Kasumi squirmed about for a bit, but soon collected herself.
だったら私頑張っちゃうよ。
頼むわ。
Man, oh. Thank God she was so simple-minded. Oi! Respect her. Afterwards, we picked up some groceries at the supermarket and headed home together. It couldn't have been much later than 7 p.m, but there were surprisingly few people still out and about on the streets. Her school uniform has the shoulder windows, her kendo uniform has thigh windows. Wait. Does it? Hold on. Okay, so we're gonna, real quick. We're just gonna save real quick, and then we're gonna load. And we're gonna skip forward. I think there's a skip. Alright. I completely missed the thigh windows. I can't believe myself. Oh. Okay. Yep. Kendo has the thigh windows, but her top extends right under them, so the skin isn't exposed and able to air out as easily. Oh, I see what you guys are talking about. I didn't notice that specific detail. That's interesting. That's good to see. And the thighs are an often underappreciated part of the body. So when I hear thigh windows, I go. All right, we're done. We've seen it. Moving back. So I thought this was going to be a Guillotine Girl event when we woke up at night, but it turned out to be a Kasumi event, and I'm not complaining because it was so cool, so gallant. You'd have to be crazy to want to go strolling about in a city where there had been a brutal murder the previous day. The smart thing to do would be to stay inside with your doors locked tight. Thinking about it this way, Kasumi and I were being pretty careless going out at night like this, even if we were together. Well, all you have to do is protect her, you Burke. What else would they say? Why does this feel like an excuse? Oh, maybe Ren becomes a sword for Kasumi to swing around. That would be cool. That would be cool. A kind of Soul Eater thing, man. More like I wish more stuff did that whole kind of transforming into weapon shtick, because like Soul Eater did it real well. I knew it! She's a hero of justice! He's worried about you, at least. Was she psychic or something? Because she's a hero of justice. She's a Seigi no Mikata. A superhero. Yeah! Yeah! Seigi no Mikata! Oh, yeah, Soul Eater's a great title once you... Yeah, I know how the backlog be, but Soul Eater, real great. I also particularly enjoyed... So I didn't watch Soul Eater when it was airing, but something that was more recent for me was Soul Eater Not. Soul Eater Not, which was kind of like... I guess not to everybody's taste, because it was more SOL focused. But it deals with the sentient weapons that don't want to fight and, you know, do that whole thing. And it was fun too. And also the main girl is a halberd, and I'm real into halberds, so good for her. No, Konko, we're not doing that. We're not doing that old tack. Oh no! How long has my desktop audio been muted? Ah, how long has that been the case? Did I accidentally do that? Oh no. Oh no, how long? How long? Oh no. No. How long? For like 2 minutes. It's only been muted at the intersection. Well, I'm glad I made that save. I don't know how it muted. I must have hit a hotkey or something. Okay.
やっぱりみんな怖いんだね。
だろうな。
Yeah, the voice acting is good, so I don't want you guys to miss any of it. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
先生もね、犯人が捕まるまでは各自まっすぐ帰りなさいって。
That was scuff. Alas, mortals, I'm not good with this technology.
なんで居残りなんかしてたんだよ。
それは なんかもう日課になっちゃってるもんだから、今更やめるのも半端だし。
This bastard! He was trying to keep our hero of justice line to himself! Oh no! He'll get his! How was that background anime character voice?
それにほら、もしかしたら犯人逮捕とかできるかもしれないし。
No, I want you guys to hear Kasumi's beautiful voice.
って何よその顔。もしかしてこいつバカだとか思ってるでしょ。
It's a treasure that needs to be shared.
お前な、そういうことは公僕に任せとけよ。なんで一女子高生が体張らなきゃならないんだよ。
そこはほら、私正義の味方だし。
That is the Seigi no Mikata. She is the Seigi no Mikata. Respect the Seigi no Mikata. Good for her.
前から思ってたけど、お前頭悪いよな。
Let's just listen to it again.
そこはほら、私正義の味方だし。
Yeah, she's a hero.
何？ちょっとあんた失礼よ。
That's hell she's walking into. That's why you've got to walk in there with her. That's why you got to walk in there with her.
とにかく正義感もほどほどにしとけよな。
The problem is lessened if it's if you walk into hell with her. It won't be a lonely path if that's the case. I didn't know what sort of person the murderer was, but it was probably safe to say that he was out of his mind if he was going around decapitating people. The average person would almost certainly struggle to maintain their cool when confronting a psychopath like that.
血まみれの凶器持ってニヤニヤ笑って、多分規制上げながら襲いかかってくるやつ相手に、お前の剣道がちゃんと発揮できるかどうか微妙だぞ。自信あるのか？
どうだろうね。確かにちょっと怖いかも。
だろ？
Most people have never had to fight for their lives, so it would be only natural to freeze up when thrust into a situation like that. Only experience or a natural predisposition for this sort of thing could help you there. Not that being experienced with or possessing a gift for life and death struggles would be a good thing, mind you.
とにかく物騒なこと考えるなよ。また稽古続けるなら俺も一緒に残るから。
やだね。
Of course he's
心配してくれ
worried.
てる
Oh,
の？
but like I guess he's a jerk most of the time, so.
心配だよ。俺一人で帰るのマジ怖いし。
Stop cloaking it. Just say you want to protect her. You know it's the case.
はあ、そうですか。いや、素直で結構だとは思うけどね。でもさ、だいぶ前の調子が戻ってきたね。入院したばっかりの頃はなんだか幽霊みたいになっちゃってたけど。
Like a ghost, eh?
だからね。
But could he be punched? Kasumi smiled softly, her expression feeling somehow mature.
今度何かあった時はちゃんと私に話してね。
Aww.
また前みたいに
Oh,
知らない
she
と
really
ころで
cares.
無茶しちゃダメだよ。約束。
She stuck out her pinky.
ほら。
If you do not take this, you are not a man!
お前俺の母さんじゃないんだからさ。
そんなようなものじゃない。私に守ってほしいんでしょね。
I wondered if it might not be better to just go along with
前
her.
処するよ。
よろしい。
Excellent. We now have a pinky promise. Kasumi grabbed my hand and forcibly intertwined our pinkies. Never thought I'd be engaging in a pinky swear at this age. I didn't want more stuff that I felt uncomfortable talking about to happen to myself. I was more than over that sort of things. Unfortunately, I always seem to have a bad luck of keeping these sorts of promises, so this pinky swear instead seemed ominous to me, like it was a portent of some misfortune to come. Well, just tell her about it then. I couldn't shake that feeling for the rest of the night. After eating dinner, I headed straight to bed, and as soon as I fell asleep, it began. Okay, so that kind of language makes me think we're about to see our girl again. Are you all ready for the crimson dream of the guillotine? Yes. Beautiful, beautiful. Indeed, the night was red. A beast lurked in the city. Most beasts were of a nocturnal nature, so it was only natural that the hunting of this one took place during the night. And thus the night was stained crimson, with fountains of blood, with dripping pieces of meat. with shattered bones, with the fading embers of life. Thus the beast satisfied its hunger, slaked its thirst in an endless cycle of limitless gluttony. It continued devouring its prey. However, there were also those that hunted such beasts, or perhaps it would be more accurate to describe this kind of phenomenon as mutual predation instead. A beast in the form of a young woman spoke, a grim expression on her face. Wait a second. Yeah, it does sound like Ren. Is this the redhead fire chick from the World War II prologue? She was one of the hunters, but she was fundamentally no different from her prey. Because, like, it sounds like her, but I'm not sure. Indeed, they were one and the same. They both have become beasts through the same obscene method, and took to the hunt for the same reasons. Two beasts of the same forest. If there was a difference to be found between them, it was her youth. But in this case, youth did not equate to inexperience. She had killed far more than the older beasts before her. Thus, she had no intention of pursuing her prey at the current time. For now, she would simply step back and observe the situation, waiting for her prey to build experience and mature. She yearned for the day her prey's fangs would grow sharp enough that she could no longer manage them. Let it be said that she was not overestimating her own strength. This was her earnest desire. The hunt would be but a mere farce if her prey was feeble enough to fall to her alone. After all, every one of the hunters was a monster. Forged in the flames of hell, her prey needed to be strong enough to hold its ground against all of them together. Are we her prey? Her words earlier did not speak of her prey's arrival. Her comrades, the hunters, had arrived instead, and thus she understood. The odds of the prey managing to reach their level were so low they might as well have been zero. There was no one to be seen in the area. Let's get a look at her. Now look at this. You want to talk about windows? This it's got like thigh windows for the skirt, this jacket, but also like opens up for the chest, and you can see a bit of midriff there. Like, wow, this is something. Yes, stomach. It's excellent. So. These you got these zippers. You got these zippers there. There's some zippers. And it looks like a bit of fur for the inner lining of the jacket. Yes, the red and white is quite nice. I quite like that. And there's some weird half belts on the hips. This is an interesting take on the long hair with the one bang, like this one part in front of the ear that just kind of goes in front of her. Yes. This is good. This is okay. Her comrades hadn't made their presence known through sight or sound, but she could feel them here. Even if one is asleep, he or she is likely to awaken if several people enter the room simply from sensing their presence. This was a similar phenomenon. The room that was Suwahara City suddenly felt very cramped. If we posited that the density of a normal person's existence was at a 1, then the density of the two who had just arrived was more than 1,000. It's over 1,000! There could be no doubt that these monsters had devoured more than 1,000 human souls. These were man-eaters, far beyond the mere level of any mere serial killer. They could no longer be called human in any sense of the word. But this was perhaps to be expected. It meant only that they had come prepared. They had made an effective use of the past 60 years, it would seem. She had no trouble telling exactly who had arrived. Who could forget such tainted, such utterly abominable souls as theirs? Okay, so she's just turned and we can see a new expression on her. Very nice, very nice. Oh, I just realized. Her skirt also has a zipper, and that one is unzipped. Next to her hand. It's very nice. Before the words, "these two are the absolute worst," could pass from her lips, the girl remembered that the descriptor, the absolute worst, applied to all of them just the same, and held her tongue. Ah, it's Shambhala. She's got nice eyes.
ようこそ。お待ちしていましたよ、お二人とも。
A man garbed in a priest's cassock offered his greetings.
本当にお久しぶりです。米中尉にマレウス准尉。
ようこそ。
月並みですが、相変わらずのようですね。
His voice was calm, even comforting. In contrast, the two beings receiving his greeting emitted a presence that could only be likened to that of a natural disaster. The sick stench of blood hung in the air. The pungent aroma of gunpowder filled the area. The entire world around them reeked with the rotten stench of murder. These were the odors of madness. These were the odors of calamity. These were the odors of demons. The beings gathering atop this bridge were, without exception, utterly removed from the constraints of normalcy. One of the two guests, a young man, sneered at the priest's words.
相変わらずってことは昔のまま進歩ねえって言いたいのかよクリストフ言葉選ばねえと死ぬぞてね
Huh, what did he say? Yeah, haven't changed at all. Interesting. So this is one of them. The man's language could hardly be called refined, but he spoke with a grin. The priest returned his own faint smile. The man's skin was fair, too fair, to the point of being inhumanly pale, as if he was cut from wax. However, he did not give off an aura of weakness or sickliness. Far from it, he possessed a certain limber poise, almost reminiscent of a python or other great reptile. In contrast...
ごきげんよう神父様。あなたは本当に変わってないわね。少し怠けすぎなんじゃないかしら。
Another redhead? With an ahoge? We'll keep an eye on this one. The sweet voice that resonated next belonged to a young woman every bit as charming as her voice would suggest. She looked completely unfit to this sinister place. In that sense, she could have been said to give off the strongest impression of any of the creatures gathered atop the bridge. She served as an excellent example of the adage that every rose had its thorns.
私はしばらく陰性していたものでしてね。まあ怠けているのは今に始まったことでもなし、一応それなりの理由もありますが、説明責任を求めますか？
I like how well, first off, they've got those neat little armbands that are different from the classic ones. But also the look at that priest off in the distance there with making that face. I feel like that's got to be glasses, right? That can't just be his eyes. That'd be too comedic. But yeah, nice uniforms. Nice uniforms, guys.
いらねえよ知ったながら堅苦しいのはやめようぜ俺が知りたいのは一つだけだ
Who is in
今シャン
Shambhala
バラ
right
には
now?
誰と誰が入ってる
Because we don't recognize any of these
レオン
ones.
ハルト、増年金と
Leonhardt?
バビロンにトバルカイン。そしてあ
Which
な
one
た
of
た
them is
ちの
Leonhardt? I
計
remember
6
hearing
名
about
ですよ
Leonhardt
米中
before. Ha! The
私
Seiso
はとシブ
squad,
イチの
yeah.
間ここを動けないものでしてね。
なぜ
年寄りが出しゃばるなと怒られたのですよ。
Yes, priests, monks, and Miko are always the strongest. Yes, this is true.
あ
They tend to be. The man's pale visage twisted in confusion. The girl, on the other hand, seemed to understand what the priest had meant.
クリストフ、あなたさっきレオンハルトって言ったわね。
Oh, right, Leonhardt is the
そ
new
れ
one,
はバルキュ
replacing
リアの抜け
Valkyria.
番かしら。
ええ、あなた方も面識はあるでしょう。あのお嬢さん、どうしてなかなか大したものになりましたよ。
へえ。
Yeah, these guys are actual Nazis from World War II Germany somehow. Some supernatural nature of it. The two of them broke out into broad smirks. Fascinating, most fascinating. A force to be reckoned with? Then by all
二人
means.
とも。
The priest, perhaps sensing the building uneasy atmosphere, continued with an authoritative
分かっ
tone.
ているとは思いますが、今黒煙卓に空きを作るわけにはいきません。
Ooh, something happened 11 years ago
11年前の
that
繰り返
shook
しで
things
す。
up.
たとえ新参でも未熟者でも黄色い劣等であろうとも彼女の存在はいるのですよ。わかりますね。
Oh, they were gonna try and, you know, have a piece of Leonhardt. Because all of these crazy sons of... All of these crazy... What am I, Era? I can't figure out a way to call these people absolute crazy insane without swearing. But... They're crazy. All of them are crazy and they all want to fight each other.
ええ、それはもう分かってるわよ当然じゃない。相変わらず心配性ね。 だからここはせっかく女同士なんだし、あの子のことは私に任せていただきません？
The emblem on their right shoulders? Okay, so they're wearing armbands that I think were marked with the swastika in World War II, but they've changed them out because they're not Nazis anymore, I guess. But like, it's some sort of like alchemical symbol. So it's not the swastika; it's some sort of like rune or something like that. It's very complex. It's much more complex. Oh yeah, it might be the obsidian table they talk about.
いいじゃねえか。
We'll find out in the future, I guess. We don't know a lot about them at the moment.
これで残ってるのはシュピーネだけだが、あいつはいつ来る？
彼はもうしばらくかかるでしょう。私が少々調べ物を頼んだのでね。
ん？何それ？気になるな。
おいマレウス、言ったろ。別にいいじゃねえか。大公殿が腹黒いことやっててくれりゃ、こっちもいろいろ手間が省ける。俺らは掃除をしてればいいのさ。
Oh, I'm pretty sure they're originally like they are German. Oh, Congo, we plan to. I mean, yes. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you could watch, but I probably will. I have no intentions of stopping anytime soon. This is DOVA-SYNDROME. This is a reading. We can just go. If anybody ever needs to drop out at any time, feel free. But I have 6. Like we've been going for 2.5 hours, and I have set aside nearly 6.
掃除っていうか、狩りでしょ？
We're just gonna
メルセデスの
go.
クソ野郎が代理をよこしているんじゃなかったかしら。
順位。副首領閣下に対する不敬な物言いはあまり感心しませんね。
Yes, thank you for coming. And possibly see you again, depending. The priest reproached the girl's choice of words, but his tone made it clear that he was doing it out of no more than mere formality. This Mercurius was clearly rather unpopular, but at the same time, it did not seem as if they were making light of him. Quite the opposite, in fact. They spoke of him with disgust, with even a hint of fear. This was a man so despised that even his comrades shunned his very existence.
ともあれ、副首領閣下は命役に従い、それを使わしているはずです。あなた方はまず彼を探してください。
We don't know how this ties into
そう難しいことで
everything
はないでしょ
yet,
う。
especially with Guillotine Girl.
レオンは？あの子は協力してくれないの？
というか、この件に関しては彼女に一任しています。まあ、新兵に経験を積ませるという
Actually,
意味で。
speaking of how long we're gonna go
顔を立てて
for,
や
I
ってく
need
ださい。
another drink if I'm to maintain my voice for this. 1 second. Drink over. DOVA-SYNDROME now.
なるほど。
了解。楽しくなりそうよ。
では、
The priest's tone shifted. The 2 new arrivals knew it was time to cease with the charades. The look in their eyes grew serious, grim. The very atmosphere around them took on a grave intensity. These were no mere thugs, no mad dogs of war lost in their own power. They were soldiers. The obsidian round table would tolerate no less. The priest spoke.
あらゆる悪も、あらゆる罪も、あらゆる鎖も汝を縛れず、あらゆる禁忌に意味はない。
Soldiers,
汝の
quite
神
powerful fighters.
汝の主が汝をこの地へ導きたもう。汝はその手に剣を取り、主の敵を滅ぼし尽くせ。息ある者は一人たりとも残さぬよう、生ある者は一人残らず捧げるよう。
Well, this is rather
男
hardcore.
を殺せ。
Not even I would so casually engage in such high-level destruction.
犬を殺し、牛馬を殺し、ロバを殺し、ヤギを殺せ。恐れてはならない。おののいてはならない。疑うことなどしてはならない。
Oh, also they're working for the devil. For those that weren't here, they seem to have made some sort of pact with the devil.
汝の主が全てを許す。
I'm pretty sure what they're trying to do is that, according to Goldilocks from the prologue, as far as I understand it, they're trying to break the chains of fate because the world is cyclical and everything just keeps looping forever, in eternity, and everything is bound by fate. So, like, everything is predetermined and destined and all that, and Goldilocks is trying to break out of it somehow. Unless that was all talk.
獣の層がを自負する者に誉れ高きその名を
Oh, we're
唱
about to
え
find their names.
ビルヘルム・エーレンブルグ
Wilhelm Ehrenberg. Well, you seem okay.
ルサルカ・マリーア・シュベーゲリン
Rusalka. Now that's she's one we'll keep an eye on, this Rusalka.
汝が名誉は忠誠なり。
我らが名誉は忠誠なり。
I mean, given that I think Goldilocks reincarnated as Shiro, and his assistant reincarnated as Ren, like those two guys, because they have the same hair colors. At least I think a Ren has black hair because he's on the cover, but I feel like that might be the case. So I think Shiro is like considering what he said in the fight. I think he does want to break the cycle.
清掃13騎士団黒煙卓第3位バレリア・トリファークリストフ・ローエングリーンの名においてここに汝らを祝福する。
The Longinus Dryzen Orden's Obsidian Round Table. What a mouthful. After a brief pause, the ceremony had drawn to a close. The three spoke in unison.
ジークハイル・ビクトリア
Sieg Heil Victoria! Oh, right, the demon. The devil, I see. That would be interesting. Yeah, I know, right? I know, his face is just quite something. Oh, what is this? Oh, let's have a look at this. Number 1 is Mephistopheles. So, Mephisto. I can't remember when, like Mephistopheles was mentioned in... I can't remember if he was one of the ones. Anyway, the point is, there are 13 of them from 1 to 13, and they are Mephistopheles, Tubal-Cain, Christoph Lohengrin, Kazi Klube, Leonhard August, Sonneckand, Gotz von Berlinken, Malleus Maleficarum, Samuel Zentor, Rot Spinne, Babylon Magdalene, Hrodvitnir, and Mercurius. And at the moment, only 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 11 are present in Shambhala. So I'm sure we'll meet the others in due course. I wonder which one is interesting. I wonder which one is Rusalka. These seem to be titles. D-L-D-O in Shambhala. Swastika 08. Chapter 1, L'Enfant de la Punition End. Oh, is this the end of Chapter 1? Yeah, Sieg Zion. Other story, Werewolf unlocked. Oh, that's a neat pun.
あなたは基地感というものを経験したことがあるだろうか。
That's Ren's voice, but not...
騎士ではなく基地。
That's Ren's voice, but it's not Ren.
すでに知っている感覚。それは五感六感に至るまでありとあらゆる感覚器官に訴えるもの。例えばこの風景は見たことがある、この酒は飲んだことがある、この匂いは嗅いだことがある、この音楽は聞いたことがある、この女は抱いたことがある。
I've betted this woman before. Jesus, man.
そしてこの感情は前にも抱いたことがある。
It's Ren Alter. I figured that Ren was reincarnated somehow.
錯覚、脳の誤認識が時に生み出すなかなか風情ある一種の錯覚。
An elusive kind of illusion that springs to life as the brain errs. Interesting.
あなたはそれを経験したことがあるだろうか。
I possess the all-seeing eye, of course.
例えば我々は以前も戦争に負けていたと。
Yep, that's Goldilocks. That's him right there. That's the guy behind him is the guy that I think Ren is currently.
さて、それはそうなってみなければわからない。そうなってみて、初めてそうだったと思うがゆえの基地感である。
So foreknowledge only applies in the retroactive? That's weird.
あなたのそれはただの予感だ。いや、破滅願望と言うべきか。この戦争、あなたは負けると思われるのか？
ああ、負けるだろ
う。なぜそう思われる獣殿？あなたはゲシュタポを掌握し、総統閣下の真熱き身。破竹の勢いで勝利を続ける我が軍の勇姿を知らぬわけではありますまい。
So they had this conversation while Germany was doing real well in the war.
ならば東王、K は長官殿や総統閣下が無双する戦南帝国とやらの完成を信じているのか？希代の賢人、空前にして絶後の魔術師、
So you can hear this is Redman's voice
世界の
actor.
真理に最も近いとさえ言われるヘルメス・トリスメギストス。
Hermes Trismegistus. That's very interesting.
K ほどの男があのような愚か者どもの絵図を肯定するか？私はそう思わない。
彼らだけなら確かに私も思わない。だが、この国にはあなたがいる。それを手にした者は必ず世界を支配すると言われた運命の槍の正統後継者。黄金の獣、破壊の君。あなたがここにいる以上、敗北などありえない。
The title, the Golden Beast, the Monarch of Destruction, de jure successor to the Lance of Fate, said to grant its wielder the prowess to lord over this universe. As long as you exist here, even the thought of defeat is the folly of the highest
だ
order.
が、彼らは私を殺すつもりだ。
ほう。
初耳だなどとは言えぬだろう。帝都にあって、K の知らぬことなどは、それこそ、微塵もありえまい。
あなたは死なれるおつもりか？
Another drink because they're talking.
事実としての生死はさじだ。彼らの中で、私と。
なるほど。確かに死者を、概念はどうあれ、生き返らせることなど不可能だ。私でさえそれはできない。死者は死んだ者ゆえに聖者へ反転させることなど不可能である。この法則は甘くない。女子供の夢物語はまさしく寝言と同義同列。
故に法則を曲げたければ夢物語を排除せよ。K の持論だったかな。
I'm just kind of focusing on this interesting conversation. I hope you're all reading along.
祈れば叶う。泣けば奇跡が舞い降りる。そのようなデウス・エクス・マキナ。私に言わせれば最も抱きすべき邪悪でしかない。もしかような法則が成り立つなら、我が祈りは宇宙開闢すら起こしただろう。万人に都合のいい幸せな夢などない。この世界は容赦なく、慈悲もなく、血と狂気でできている。故に我が意を通したければ、血と狂気に染まるのみ。
Ah, yes, blood and madness. Blood and madness. This world is made of blood and madness.
一人の聖者が欲しければ、その数千倍の死者を捧げよ。破壊より再生の方が難しい。誰しも何かを奪い合う世界においては、それもまた真理の一つ。しかし、いささか話がそれたか。あなたは自らの死を回避するつもりがないようだ。少なくとも長官殿や総統閣下にはそう思わせておきたいと見える。
メメントモリ。座右の銘でな。
Memento mori, yes.
人はいつか死ぬということを忘れてはならない。
I'm sure there might be a Deus Ex Machina or two ahead of us. But they're just currently discussing the concept of it in...
だがそれゆえに、あなたは生死を超越するにふさわしい。
Makes you the perfect soul to transcend life and death.
超越は K のルーンだったろう。私が司るのは
I think it,
破壊
interesting.
のみだ。
Is it that all the members of the Obsidian Round Table all have a rune? Do they all have a different rune, and the rune is like a word, and that they can do whatever that word is? So his is destruction, and Hermes or Ren's is transcendence.
法則を破壊するから超越できる。前言を修正しよう。破壊は再生よりもたやすいが、
Chunibyo,
再
this
生よ
is
りも
some
意義が
powerful stuff right now.
いや、
It's quite excellent.
元に戻す必要などそもそもない。
どういう意味かな。
繰り返すということは存外に苦痛であるという意味だ、獣殿。例えばそう、あなたといえども幼年期はあっただろう。
A very small fraction of this may be going over my head right now.
その自分、
We lack all the
一日
information.
がとても長く感じられはしなかったか。一年とは永遠と同義に値するものではなかったか。
Ah, yes, time seems to speed up as you get older. I know this phenomenon.
確かに子供であったなら世界は未知で溢れている。知らぬことが多い以上、学ぶべきことが膨大である以上、時はゆっくりと流れるだろう。
しかり、まさしくその通り。すなわち人の一生とは未知のものを学び、
I don't
基
have
地
a
のものへ
Chuni
と変え
diary.
る作業に他ならない。
I don't even keep a regular diary. I don't have any sort of. I don't tend to keep any sort of journal or something like that. I suppose I do keep records of some of my exploits and some of my moves and equipment, but no, I'm not particularly the kind of person that would write in a diary. I'm not so organized. I'm not that kind of organized person.
それがゆえにこう思う。毎夜毎夜同じ説教を繰り返す父、同じ料理を与える母、同じ笑顔しか浮かべぬ隣人、同じ声で泣く小鳥、究極、同じようにしか沈まぬ
A
太
sun
陽。
that knows but one way to sink below the horizon.
なんとつまらない。世界はこんなにも
I
退
thought
屈だ
that tedium was Ren's ideal. Why is Hermes against it?
これを老いと人は言う。一歩一歩着実に死へと向かって、だがそれでも年月とともに減っていくとはいうものの、未知を経験できるだけ幸せだ。生きているのだから人は。
つまり K は未知を経験できない者は生きていないと。
Oh, it's because he can't experience the unknown, thus he's not. This guy is the reverse of Ren. This is why Ren wants to know everything foreknowledge, because this guy has all the foreknowledge.
仮に、もし仮に生まれた時から未知を
So
排
he's
除さ
like
れ
the
た存
inverse.
在がいたとする。
He must have become Ren by like casting away his ability to see the future.
基地感。彼の性はすでに知っている世界ですでに知っている出来事だけを繰り返し繰り返し、なんという地獄の苦しみであることか。始まりから生きていないのだから死ぬこともできない。いな、死ねない。私はこの世界に生まれたと
Proof
いう
that you were
証
born
が
into the
欲し
world. I
い。
kind of get it.
苦しいほどに未知が欲しい。
Well, it seems you got your wish if you truly are Ren.
私はあなたにこの世界の残虐なる秘密を享受しようとしている。それを聞く勇気は終わりか。あなた以外の誰にも話そうとしなかった真理に最も
Why do I
近い
feel
と
like
や
this
ら
is
い
going
う
to
秘
turn
密を。
Goldilocks mad?
答える前に一つ。なぜ K はそれを私にだけ明かそうとする。
私があなたを畏敬申し上げているからだ、獣殿。あなたは強い、あなたは美しい、そしてあなたは恐ろしい。私の生とは呼べぬ人生にあってあなたほど地獄に近い人間は見たことがない。あなたを除け
So
ば
this is like an origin story.
あなたは私が知り得る中で最も悪魔に近い人間だ。
陳腐だな、カール。悪魔などという呼び名、珍しくもない。
究極に近くなるほど形容する言葉は陳腐になるもん。火を水のようだとは言いますまい。
Fire as water. Water in the fire. Why? Water in the fire. Why?
火は火のように、水は水のように、そしてあなたは悪魔のように。あなたは私を魔術師と言ったが、 あいにく好みはそのようなものではない。単純に言い表せるのは強き者のみ。私は弱くいい加減だ。常に本質が揺れ動き、名前だけでも幾百幾千と持っている。弱い、どうしようもなく脆い、それが私。あなたのごとき絶対とは比べるべくもない希少な存在。しかしだからこそ分かることもあるのです。答えをお聞かせ願いたい。
よかろう。K は私を絶対と言ったが、たった今私にもそう思うものができた。カール、我が友。私も K を畏敬している。 K の秘密に触れたいと願う。
Come on, give us the law.
それすらも基地官とやらの輪のうちなのか。
残念ながらそのようだ。そうなってみて初めてそうだったと思うがゆえの基地官である。口惜しい、呪わしい。あなたと出会い、あなたほどの地獄に触れてもまだ私は生きていない。このままでは死ねない。
なるほど、わかるぞ。その
Awfully empathetic, aren't you, Goldilocks?
ならばご理解いただけるか。あなたが破壊を司るなら。
面白い。すべてを壊すか。
そう。この国を、この世界を。
And so the two bros decided to get together and destroy the world.
天国も地獄も神も悪魔も三千大千世界のすべてを壊そう。壊したことがないものを見つけるまで。このゲットを超越するまで。それこそが。
Oh, a ghetto. Foreknowledge is ghetto. I think there's a pun somehow.
そういえば私と K は前にもこの話をしていた。
しかりしかり、100億回も繰り返した。
Yep, this is the cycle.
我々は未だこの牢獄に囚われている。故に彼がいるのですよ。
Who is him?
ザラトゥストラが。
Zarathustra. Wait, is Ren Zarathustra? I think Guillotine Girl called him Zarathustra. Interesting. Okay, so we've made it through to Chapter 2, Xenophobia. I'm not sure if we'll make it all the way to Chapter 3 by the end of this, but we're gonna go for it. The side of the coin scenario? How so? It's a cycle about flipping. It's a conversation about the cycle of fate, isn't it? And foreknowledge and all that stuff. How does the aren't metaphors with the coin typically about, you know, probability and luck and chance and all that kind of stuff? Suwahara City serial decapitation murder case death toll rises to 7. That's our girl. Hell yeah. We haven't seen her in a while. Let's go. On December 4, around 6:30 a.m., an employee of a diner located on Suwahara City Bypass discovered local salaryman Masayuki Shibuya, 28, and his friend and co-worker Mitsunori Oda, 28, collapsed in the diner parking lot. He notified the police. As both victims were decapitated, the Suwahara City Police Department has ruled this the work of the serial killer currently terrorizing Suwahara City. No, I want you... I'm not making like an argument against like whether or not it's relevant. I'm asking you to explain it to me because it sounds fascinating how you connected this to a side of the coin thing. The police have issued a statement expressing their continued intent to pursue the investigation. Additionally, it seems as if the killings so far have been initiated at random, as investigators have been unable to identify any shared traits amongst the victims. A modern-day Jack the Ripper, the shadow of fear covering Suwahara City. The ongoing Suwahara City serial murder case that started on December 1 has claimed 7 victims so far. A crime of this scale and level of depravity is unheard of in post-war Japan. Though the criminal's MO resembles that of the prototypical serial killer frequently seen in Western society, expert opinions remain divided, as the victim bodies show no signs of sexual mutilation. Chaos in the streets. Suwahara City shooting incident. On December 2, around 1 p.m., a scuffle broke out among several boys in Mariyamuchi, the city's largest downtown district. Officer Takao Ota was shot by one of the 31 was shot by one of the youth involved upon arriving at the scene. Officer Ota survived the incident, but is currently hospitalized. Criminal acts by juveniles have been on the rise in Suwahara City over the past few months. It would behoove the police to investigate the weapon employed in this incident and its means of acquisition. Oh yeah, flipping a coin and instead of hands or tails, it lands in a crack on its side, defying logic and fate. Like a real no game, no life thing. I myself can make that happen to coins. I myself can make that happen to coins whenever I flip them. I have that power. It didn't take me long to get my fill of news for the day. Everyone's talking about the murders. The teachers had given up on trying to teach today, abandoning most classes and telling us to study on our own. This provided the perfect opportunity for me to skip out on the roof, but the faculty was probably in the midst of a heated debate right about now. In other words, they were most likely discussing whether or not to close the school until the serial murder case blew over. It wasn't hard to imagine that they were getting complaints from parents left and right, and it's not like the students themselves felt much differently. Today we were looking at less than a 70% attendance rate. We were past the point where you could just ignore things and keep teaching classes. And of course, none of the students actually attending were interested in the whole self-study idea. The classrooms were little more than an offline stage for the sort of debates people were having about the subject on message boards. Ah yes, an offline meet, as they say. Considering how many people were getting fed up with the whole thing and just heading home entirely, I was a model student by comparison. You jammed a bunch of teenagers on edge into a box all day like this, and something was going to give eventually. I really would have preferred to hit the road myself before any trouble arose, but I'd never hear the end of it from Kasumi, so I decided to just escape to the roof instead. Though to be honest, there was another more pressing reason I had for wanting to be alone. I sighed and slunk down against the water tower. I had been having the same dream every night now, the same developments every time, culminating in my decapitation by a guillotine, and every time I woke up from it, there had been a report of a new murder in the city. Oh hell yeah, guillotine girl doing the work! I still couldn't figure out who that girl was. Even though we'd never had anything resembling a conversation, I couldn't get those plaintive eyes and that song of hers out of my head. The guillotine, the girl, my decapitated head rolling on the ground, bloody bodies with the heads severed. I couldn't help feeling that this was some sort of vicious cycle, with my dreams invading reality, and reality in turn affecting my dreams, growing worse by the day. Why was this happening? I could think of 3 hypotheses that seemed plausible. 1. It was all just a coincidence. Random noise that only seemed to be forming a pattern. This was the most realistic answer. 2. I had psychic powers and my dreams were prophetic. I could predict the deaths of those around me. Such people did not exist according to my knowledge. 3. The sort of cliche plot you see in mystery novels and they're like, oh, he's gonna say that he's the killer. In other words, the murderer. Yep, I knew it. I figured that. I banged my head against the water tower in an attempt to stave off that line of thought. It is a dark place for your brain to be, indeed. Murder was by definition a destructive act. There was nothing to be gained from going around killing other people. I tried to force myself to think about it from a rational standpoint. All that had happened was a few strangers dying, right? I wasn't the sort of guy to get worked up over something so trivial. My thoughts threatened to get away from me and spiral into an endless pit unless I kept repeating that with enough conviction to piss even myself off. I couldn't afford to be concerned with the morality of my outlook on the situation. Continuing to fret about things would just dig me into a deeper hole. If I wanted to convince myself that I was a normal person, then ignoring all this shit was my best course of action. Not that a normal person would react like that to the current situation, of course. Suddenly the bell rang, interrupting my little reverie. It seemed that 4th period had already ended. I would sleep pretty peacefully if I could get decapitated by a guillotine girl every time. I would sleep like a baby. If the faculty ended up deciding to close the school after all, the day's classes would likely end now. There would probably be a school-wide broadcast soon enough. Oh! Misclick. Sorry about that. Everything's good. Sure enough, a voice emerged from the intercom about 5 minutes later. The contents of the broadcast, however, were not what I had expected. I couldn't believe my ears at first, but I suppose it was an understandable position. Adults really had it rough. I mean, you wouldn't make... yeah, most wouldn't wake up. If it's only a dream. He's only getting decapitated in his dream. His neck is still fine. Another 5 minutes passed. I lay down on the ground and stretched out. So wait, what did they announce? What did they announce? Come on. Much like the school broadcast, I had expected this to occur, but not to play out exactly in the way it did.
私前々から思ってたんだけど、あんた学校嫌いでしょ。
I shall let this speak for itself. You have 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We move on. You know, I've been thinking of this for a while, but you hate school, don't you? Okay. White, blue. Kasumi stared down at me with an exasperated look on her face. They're common
藤井
choices
君が
as
嫌
far
い
as
な
I'm
の
aware.
は面倒なこと小言とかそういうの全般
Well, actually, if I could have your attention for a second, the real important thing is the skin indentation of the thigh highs right there. Just you know, something to note. The little bit of indentation where the thigh highs meet the the bare skin. That. Anyway. But what got me was that Himuro was there with her, her tongue as pointed as ever. I looked up at the two of them, scratching my head. Well then.
青白
Oh hey, apparently Ren has the same brain as Not Lolly.
あ
見えてるぞ角度的に
Yes, he is at the perfect angle. Oh. What a brave thing to do. I zoomed in with my phone's camera, driven by a sense of duty.
何してんのよこのド変態
Himuro had the ladylike decency to conceal herself, but Kasumi gave me even more of an eyeful as she launched a kick directly at my face, which I dodged
寝てる
neatly.
やつの前で仁王立ちなんかする方が悪いんだよ
Something to watch out for while wearing a skirt.
だからってあんた
She kept mumbling unintelligibly. I could only make out a few words here and there, like you didn't need to report on the colors, but it was vital information, Kasumi.
これあげるから機嫌直しなさい青色さんい
Ah, Aoiro-san, Miss Blue.
やその
キャラメル1個で買収されるなよ安い青色だな
Wow. The blue nickname, is that gonna stick? Because if so, that's hilarious.
失礼ね安くなんかないもん
Oh man, the double entendres.
こら藤井君もからかわない青色さんも落ち着いてその先輩嫌がらせですか
I would say that she's succeeding, to be honest.
何のことかな藤井君
さあとりあえず空のように広い心を持ってほしいんですけどね
青色だしね
そうですね
Wow. Wow. This is quite impressive. They have an excellent banter going back and forth.
まそんなどうでもいいことは置いといて
どうでもいいことラメ入りとかスケスケとか秘密の小窓付きとかだったらどうでもよくないかもしれないけど
Now this is a woman with some culture on her. Maybe they wouldn't be so meaningless if they were see-through, featured some lame, I think that's how it's called, or had an easy access window built in. What an interesting take on it. Rhea is somebody to watch out for.
受けが欲しかったらもっと精進しなさいね
Yes, you do have to think big to win big. Himuro laid her hand on Kasumi's shoulder. A fascinating method of resolving the situation, to be sure, but effective in the sense that it made the other party feel like washing their hands of the whole thing.
もういいなんだか疲れてきた体張らなきゃ人気者になれないよなんで私がパンツの種類で人気取らなきゃならないんですかあとそこの盗撮魔今すぐデータを抹消しなさい怖いね
Oh,
おっかないですね
now this is a good routine. This is a good dynamic. I could see that this would only end up going in circles, so I decided to let Kasumi off the hook for now. For what? After that, Kasumi confiscated my phone and deleted all the data on it in a record 2 to 3 minutes.
さっきの放送休校はないって言ってたけど
Wow, so she just deleted all of it? I mean, I guess someone like Ren wouldn't have any good information on it anyway. Any good data. I couldn't imagine the students were all too pleased with the broadcast earlier. That was probably the reason why Kasumi and Himuro came up here looking for me
まさ
too.
か一緒に講義しに行こうとか言わないよな
So they're not closing the school.
言わないわよ先生がそう決めたんだし反抗なんかしませんです
She could at least try looking like she meant
私
it.
はただあんたが午後の授業もサボらないよう見張りに来ただけ
先輩も
私はご飯を食べに来ただけ
An infinite supply of sandwiches. Where exactly did that pocket lead, anyway? To paradise! To Eden! That is where it leads. To the endless supply of sandwiches, a haul of treasures.
食べる？
くれるなら。
綾瀬さんは？じゃあ私も。
Kasumi and I each took sandwiches from Himuro. Our smiles were just a bit strained.
仲良し3人組。
The three amigos! Excellent. Now that was a fanciful interpretation. But lovely. But
けど
lovely.
なんでまたこの状況で休校しないんだろうな。どう思う？
子供じゃないんだしってことじゃない？これが原因で引きこもりが増えても困るだろうし。
We sat in a row on the bench and discussed current events while eating. Himuro and Kasumi were sitting on either side of me, boxing me in. How'd we end up in this arrangement exactly? Well, you see, you're a harem protagonist, it seems. Something like that. You're something like that. You're a visual novel protagonist. So you're gonna get into these kinds of situations, Ren. It's simply how it works.
でもこれで生徒から犠牲者が出たらきっとただじゃ済まない。
So is that it? All the thing was they're not closing the school. Like, is that it?
例えば？
責任問題。学園長の首もバッサリ。
I thought for sure, given all the weight given to it, that there would have been something more. Himuro made a neck-chopping
土曜
gesture.
日に生徒が殺された大学。あそこは休校になったらしいよ。身近に誰か一人でも犠牲が出ないと日本人は目が覚めないようになってるのかな。
ああ、そういや先輩、クォーターだっけ？
Third generation Japanese. Interesting.
おじいちゃんがドイツ人。
Oh,
会ったことないけど。
oh. Whoever said that she would look good in one of those coats, her grandfather is German, so she's probably related to the Super Saiyan, to the Super Saiyan Nazis, the super powerful Nazis, the supernatural Nazis. Himuro nodded while munching on her sandwich. She wasn't the type to let her emotion show through, but maybe she was feeling a bit of righteous indignation herself.
ちょっと
んだよ。
何かフォローしなさいよ。日本人がアホみたいに言われてるじゃない。
いや、だって俺も同感だし。
The Japanese are idiots, Ren agrees. Adults might have had their own set of problems to deal with, but sometimes you had to call a spade a spade.
だいたい
It's
こ
not
こ以
just
外
our
の
school
のんき
that's...
すぎ。
Ooh, okay.
コンビニとか深夜営業のお店とか普通に開いてるし。危機
For
感なさ
somebody
す
who
ぎだ
can't,
よ。
like, for somebody of her
So
character
many.
type, Rhea has a pretty good, like, handle on things, like, good grasp,
さあ、どうで
good
しょう
perception.
ね。警察頑張ってるみたいですけど。
What were they supposed to do? Declare martial law? It wasn't like terrorists were prowling around. Would that have even been illegal? Maybe it was just me being ignorant, but stuff like this made you realize how grey of a country Japan
藤
could
井
be.
君聞いてる？
一応。
じゃあどう思う？ちゃんと答えて。
ああ、おおむね同感なんですけど。
I was seriously uncomfortable with answering that while Kasumi was glaring daggers at me from the opposite
おい
side.、
何よ。
文句あるならお前が言えよ。俺パスな。
ずるいよ。
どっちが？
何話してるの？
いや、別に。
It was no fun being leaned in on from both sides at once. Nope. All I wanted to do was eat my lunch in peace. You got these two beautiful women here, but you're more concerned about your lunch. You fool. You fool. You fool. You absolute idiot. I don't like you one bit for this. Anyway. I couldn't handle a close-up of two hysterical women, so I leaned backward,
だか
but...
らね、日本人は平和ボケしすぎだと思わない。
This guy.
ほら、ちゃんと言い返して。
As did Kasumi, I could only lean back even further.
ねえ、何をこそこそ言ってるの？なんでもないです。ね、レン。
The both of them just kept moving in, and I just kept leaning further and further back, and then I heard it, an unpleasant
あの
creaking.
さ、
何？
受け身取ろうな。
は？
Oh, his sense of humor is quite okay sometimes. I'd almost rather not explain, but you see, the bench we were sitting on was not affixed to the ground, so if one were to lean back on it like I had been... Oof. It was only natural that the entire damn thing would tip over.
痛い。でも、ちょっと幸せ。あんた何どさくさ紛れに抱きついてんですか？腕枕、
Aww.
ちょっと
It's not. It's a wholesome kind of landing.
ああ、もう、お前うるさいよ。
Damn, she was loud. I looked up at the sky, hoping to find some sort of solace. Ah, such a pretty day.
そろそろ5次元目が始まるね。
End of lunch break. So they're holding afternoon classes.
授業が終わったら、綾瀬さんは今日も
The bell signifying the end of lunch break rang shortly afterwards. The faculty had decided to actually hold afternoon classes, so it probably would have been bad if I didn't go. Himuro mimed holding a bamboo
そう
sword.
ですね。休校しないんだったら、私の日課を奪う権利なんかないですよ。ほどほどにした方がいいと、私は思うで。藤井君も付き合うの？当然。
It seemed my feelings on the matter were irrelevant.
あ
They
んまり
are.
遅くなるのは勘弁だぞ。
素振りくらいにしとくから。なんだったら、レアさんも付き合います？私はいい。夜道は怖いし。それに、今日はお客が来
Oh,
る
a
日だから。
guest. Interesting. There's going to be a guest coming to the church. I wonder if it's related to the whole Germans thing.
お客？教会にですか？
じゃあね。
Because that one dude is a priest. Himuro made her leave on that note. Kasumi and I turned to
教
look at each other.
室戻るか。
Guess we should head back to
そうだね。
class. Yep. So here I was, looking at 2 more hours of classes for the day. Wow, 2 hours. And on top of that, I had to stick around for this kendo freaks practice afterwards. Man, what a day this would be. Ren, stop your
お
bitching.
世話になりました。
Stop your bitching. Stop it. Yeah, 2 hours is nothing. We've been live, looks like I've been live for 3, so I've been streaming for 3, so that, like, it's already more than you've had to wait. Though that is enjoyable time spent with friends and not time spent in lessons, so I guess. It's not really the same thing. But anyway, Ren is a whiner. After school, Kasumi did practice swings until she was drenched with sweat. No mean feat, given the temperature. As she left, she made sure to give her thanks to the dojo as usual. I couldn't help but be impressed that she could keep this routine up day after day.
お前飽きたりしないわけ？
飽きないよ。楽しいもん。
Huh. Shrugging, I handed her a chilled canned coffee.
ありがとう。
Just so you know, I wasn't trying to harass her or anything. Kasumi was absolutely incapable of consuming anything hot, even during the winter months. Ah, I get it. I was just having hot tea myself. I can kind of get it. A chilled drink is always nice, even if it's cold. Although I personally love some hot cocoa or something like that. But like a cold chocolate milk will get you a good deal of the way.
でも暗くなる前にやめてくれて助かったよ。そろそろ教師連中に目つけられてるかもしれないし。
Very wise. Ah, but Twilight is the time in which
そんなに真面目だっけ？
the supernatural can come out and play. Ah, yeah, a cold cider always hits the spot. Cider is one of the few alcoholic beverages that I enjoy drinking. Cider is the good stuff. I guess it's because it's so similar to apple juice, which itself is very delicious.
煩わしいのが嫌いなだけ。
Yeah, I always
それに
enjoy
先輩も言って
having
た
a nice
ろ？
cider.
生徒から犠牲者が出たら責任問題になるってな。お前と一緒に朝のニュースとか出たくないし、そのせいで学園長の一家が路頭に迷うのもなんか嫌だし。
It's just fermented apple juice. Well, I don't know the whole production process of alcohol for anything. So I don't know what to say. Like okay, it is. That's interesting, but so it's literally just, so I guess it's just apple juice, but they let it sit for longer, something like that.
稽古もいいけど、これからは状況をわきま
I'm
えて
better
ほ
at
どほど
drinking
にし
it
と
than
けよ
learning
な。
about it.
それは、そんなこと言われなくても分かってるけど。
Don't bully her. Don't
ただ
bully her, Ren.
体動かしてた方が楽なのよ。嫌なこと考えなくて済むっていうか。
Oh, apple wine. Oh, yeah. So like how they make wine from grapes. Which is interesting because I'm not much of a wine person. But like, I love grape flavor. But some cider is really delicious. I wonder if they make well, then again, maybe I don't know what... Because grape flavor, the artificial flavoring they have in like grape flavored juice and stuff like that is quite different from like what grapes actually taste like when you eat them. So I don't know. I did understand that line of thinking. I was here watching her for much the same reason. I was fine with the idea of doing something to take her mind off things. It would just be an issue if that resulted in putting her in a dangerous situation. Of course, the idea of me trying to lecture Kasumi was a bit ridiculous.
とりあえずさっきも言ったがほど
Berry
ほどに
ciders.
な
That would be interesting to try at some point. I mostly stick with apple. I ended up simply repeating what Himuro had said earlier. Let's go. Come on. Come on, Kasumi. Let's go. The sun still hadn't set. It didn't qualify as nighttime just yet. I wasn't aware of any statistics saying the murders only struck when it was dark out, but I felt a vague sense of ease just from knowing that the sun was still up. Was this just because I was one of those complacent Japanese that had grown accustomed to a world without violence? Or did I have some reason to feel this way? It was probably the latter. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I felt confident that there would be no murders as long as I wasn't dreaming. I found myself thinking that maybe I should just try not sleeping and see what happened. Here I was, acting all unstable again. My thoughts kept heading in ridiculous directions. Kasumi was walking alongside me. We were ostensibly having some sort of conversation, but I couldn't tell you for the life of me what we were actually saying. I just wasn't there. If Kasumi did end up getting killed, how would I react? Would I cry? Would I get angry? Would I seek revenge? Would I be able to accept her loss in the first place? We were talking about someone I had known since childhood, someone so close that we were more like siblings than anything. Would I be able to just write her off and move on with my life? Of course you of course you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't. What the? No. Of course not. You'd be mad. You'd be really mad. Yeah, of course you get cry. Of course you cry. Of course you get angry. Of course you seek revenge. I forced myself to stop heading down that line of thought. There was no point in worrying about Kasumi dying. Not even a serial killer would be able to take her out so easily. Right as I was thinking that...
なんだあれ
Oh no. Diagonally across from us, on the sidewalk on the opposite side of the crosswalk, was a rather strange sight
路
indeed.
上パフォーマンスじゃないよね。
Kasumi had noticed too. A man, probably a foreigner, was making a bit of a scene. His uncomfortably long blonde hair stuck out like a sore thumb even from this distance. He was attempting to ask something from every single person coming down the street, but none of them would so much as give him the time of day, and instead of taking the hint, he just kept trying to engage them. It was painful to watch.
やだ、寄らないでよ、変態バッチーン。
待ってくださいお嬢さんお願いですから私の話をってズッガーン
気安く触らないでよ、この強姦魔。やだ、なんでまたついてくるの？
They're way too good at this comedy routine. They should perform on a stage.
ドガンズガバキバキガッシャーン
みたいな感じ？
多分
Sheesh.
今のあれ絶対痛いよ。
Wait, they shoved his head in a garbage can? What kind of Japanese
頭
person?
から突っ込んでるけど。
I want to see this. I want to see how this brave Japanese person that shoved the head of a foreign tourist into a garbage can. Like what? Like what? Who does that?
タフなやつだな
It seemed as if everyone had had enough of the spectacle. The surrounding onlookers started to leave. Soon enough, the foreigner was left standing there all by his lonesome self. Compared with the fact that the guy was built like a twig, it seemed like a gust of wind was going to blow him away any second. The whole situation made me want to feel sorry for the guy, but his treatment was understandable. He picked the wrong time to try and get people's attention. Everyone was on edge from the serial murders. No way they were going to be willing to sit there and chat with a suspicious-looking foreigner on the side of the road. Honestly, it was surprising no one had called the police on him. Who knows what he wanted to accomplish, but it clearly wasn't happening. His best option was to get out of here before the cops did show up.
Hey, mister!
Ah, yes! Ren, you did not account for the Kasumi factor. Hold your goddamned horses.
Come on! じゃあ、失礼。
The best...
ねえ、英語で敬語
The
って
best
いうか、
VN section you ever played is the
どうする
one in
の？
Digimon Cyber Sleuth. The Digimon Cyber Sleuth translation, having played through some of it, seems abysmal, so I don't know how that could be. Is come on considered rude? Hey, how do you talk to her? Okay. Ah, she's always so caring. Her ego reps. Play more VNs, not lolly. Visual novels are in an age in which people don't read so much, visual novels are basically books. Read some good VNs, and there's VN-esque games like Ace Attorney and stuff like that, Zero Escape, that I highly recommend.
知るかよてかお前何やってんだよ
何ってあの人かわいそうじゃない。それに
I'll never forgive the Japanese.
またそれかよ。
What a patriot. What a patriot. Look at her Japanese pride.
Come here.
Whatever, I was done trying to babysit her. He must have heard Kasumi's love call because the foreigner straightened up and began looking around the area. Our eyes met. I mean, okay, that's the thing. With the world formula, here's what happens. There are two types of Digimon games. There are the world games, which are like the racing sims, and then there are the more standard RPGs. And sometimes the world game, like the ones that are more standard RPGs, where it's just about, you know, leveling up and stuff like that, those sometimes get called world. Like Digimon World Dawn and Digimon World Dusk on the DS aren't Digimon World games. They're not that in Japan, but they are called that in English. It's quite ridiculous.
大丈夫かあの外国人。
But I've never been good at like stuff like raising sims. So like even though I'm a fan of Digimon, I've never played like a proper Digimon World game. We didn't have it on the PlayStation 1. My childhood Digimon game was Digimon World Dawn, which was more of a dungeon crawling RPG. He started staggering our way, his feet unsteady but his path certain. He must have failed to take notice of the crosswalk and traffic lights as he cut right across the street, drivers honking and cursing at him the entire way. The guy didn't seem to be the sharpest tool in the shed. I was prepared to grab Kasumi's arm and run if things got sketchy. The blonde foreigner had finally made his way over to us.
Oh.
It's the priest! It's the priest! It's the priest, and he's got to be the visitor that's going to the church today, and he's the priest from that met with the Nazis. And he has made contact not just with us, but also more importantly with Kasumi, and that's not a good thing. The guy was huge, at least 190 centimeters if I had to guess, but like I said, he was scrawny as a twig, so despite him towering over me, he didn't give off an intimidating presence or anything. Yeah, strange danger, holy danger. We're in big trouble.
Do you have the trouble? In that case, shall we service? で、よかったっけ?
大体は。
Kasumi tried to communicate with shaky English. Unfortunately for her, her efforts were likely
もしかして、氷室先輩とこのお客さん?
Yes, protect Tomboy at all costs, even if it costs you an arm, a leg, everything. Protect the Tomboy. Service.
Do you have the trouble? In that case, shall we service?
Yes, everybody wants Kasumi to service them.
神父だろ?
A cassock and a rosary. You didn't get much more priest-like than that. If this was the guy Himuro had mentioned during lunch break, then...
日本語わかる?
そちらのお嬢さんのお心遣いが嬉しくて
I knew it, he
言い出し
can
そびれ
speak
てしまいました
Japanese.
が申し訳ありません。私はむしろ英語の方が苦手なんです。
Ah,
いえ、わからないというわけではないんですがね。
my theory was correct. The priest responded in fluent Japanese, prompting Kasumi's eyes to widen.
そうなんですか? やだ.
It's fine, Kasumi. Kasumi, you sounded fine. Didn't she sound fine, everyone? She sounded fine, right? Right?
いえいえ、あなたの優しさには感謝していますよ。相変わらずこの国の方々はお優しい。
He smiled the sort of smile you'd see in a priest textbook. Kasumi's face went beet red, though I couldn't see what she had to be embarrassed about.
いえ、そんな。でも、大丈夫です
He
か?
was taking some punches?
なんか殴られたりしてましたけど。
Weird.
あれは私が悪いのですよ。どうも
Oh,
宗
he
教
was
の勧
mistaken
誘と
for
間
a
違えられ
religious
たらしい。
recruitment agent.
こちらの配慮が足りなかった。
いやでも、殴られた方が悪いっていうのは。
Who would want to sign his petition? Not me.
大丈夫です。私、ああいうのは慣れてますから。
What a troubled existence you must lead if you're used to that sort of thing.
は
慣れてるね。
I almost asked him if he was some sort of masochist, but I decided not to in front of Kasumi. Besides, you had to be a masochist on some level to end up as a religious practitioner.
で、神父さん、お名前は？
Interesting, because I'm pretty sure Kotamine Kirei is a hard S, I think.
このお優しいお嬢さんが綾瀬かすみで、俺は藤井蓮、氷室先輩のつまり後輩なんだけど。
ああ、そうでしたね。申し訳ありません。トリファー、マラリ
Valeria
アトリファーと
Trifa.
言います。ご推察の通り神父なのですが。
道がわからなくて迷ったと。
お恥ずかしい話ですが、その通りです。
Unfortunately,
どうも
he's
私
in
の土地
league
勘な
with
ど
the villains, and
すで
that
にな
means
くなっていたよう
that
でして。
yeah. So evidence with the evidence of Himuro possibly getting wrapped up in this whole Nazi business is getting more and more likely. Sad to say. Father Trifa scratched his cheek with a defeated smile. Judging from our conversation so far, this was the sort of guy who wouldn't harm a fly. Kasumi seemed to share my impression.
土地勘って前にもこの町に来たことがあるんですか？
ええ、随分と昔ですが、あの頃とはだいぶ様変わりしていて驚きましたよ。
Sadomasochistic priest. How
漠
could
然とした記憶だけじゃ役に立たなかったようですね。
そりゃここはそういう町だし。
it is that kind of city.
だったら私たちが教会までお連れしますよ。ね、レ
Yes, he's the boss of this church.
ン。ね。
I knew all too well that nothing could stop Kasumi once her engine got fired up.
オーケー、了解。
Yes, 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 yes. Yokai. Yokai.
おお、それは本当ですか？
Roger.
もちろんですよ。
Of course.
ああ、なんと
Oh, yes,
いう
yes,
慈
yes,
悲、
yes, 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 yes.
なんという愛。この巡り合わせこそ主のお導きに違いない。
As a matter of fact, my
Ojo-san.
good man,
もしあなたは
she
天使
does
様で
indeed
は？
happen to be an angel. That is a complete and confirmed fact. Kasumi is an angel. How astute of you to have spotted it. I know you're probably evil, but you've got good perceptions. Kasumi is an angel.
ないない、それ絶対ない。
Father Trifa was beside himself with gratitude, but yeah, if Kasumi was an angel, then I was the supreme god of the multiverse. It's confirmed! Ren just confirmed it. He's the supreme god of the multiverse. He's just confirmed it because Kasumi is an angel.
いやもう冗談抜きで泣きそうだったとこなんですよ。私の同僚にも女性はいますが、
I mean,
みんなとても怖い人たちばかりでしてね。
Kasumi can be terrifying.
優しいのが
Kasumi's got
一番
power.
です。
Not the same kind, but like...
いや、それほどでも。
ないなら照れるなよ、気色悪い。
うるさいわね、さっきから。何か文句があるとでも。で、なるほどなる。あんた、もしかして焼いてるでしょ。
Okay, I'm jealous, but Ren probably isn't. Come again?
わかるよ、その気持ち。でもね、いつも何考えてるかわからない男より、こうストレートに気持ちを伝えてくれる人の方が嬉しい
I
っていう
repeat,
か、
terrifying women are indeed some of the best
信
types
用
of
できる
women.
っていうの
That's
か
why I
な。
like the fact that Kasumi can beat you to death with a kendo stick. Every heroine so far has had some aspect of them that could be considered dangerous, which is nice, even if it's muted.
とにかく男の嫉妬はみっともないからやめようね。でもたまにだったらそれも結構嬉しいぞ。
What was she getting so happy about? Well, whatever.
神父さん、教会に行くんだろ。連れてってやるから早く行こう。
Let's rock. Let's see this church of yours.
ですが、そちらはよろしいんでしょうか？
Next to me, Kasumi, smiling from ear to ear, persisted with her nonsense. As I couldn't even understand 10% of what she was saying, I concluded it to have been some sort of alien language.
たまに電波受信する病気なんだよ。
Arify shows
放
up.
置してればすぐ治るから。
Kasumi
気
starts
にしない
speaking
で
in
さ
an
っさと
alien
行こう。
language. This conspiracy runs deep. Runs real deep, lads. Ah, yes, isn't, yes. Isn't there four, there were four aspects of it, Titty Titan. There were four reasons people like dominant women. And one of them was being challenged, and another one was being endangered. Ha, radio waves.
いやしかし女性を置き去りに
大丈夫。こいついろんな意味で。
だからね、私思うに焼きもち焼かないやつは可愛くないっていうか張り合いがないっていうか。
She's put as much thought into this as speaking of Congo's lecture. She's putting as much thought into this as Congo put into his lecture of dominant women.
なんて言ったらいいのかな。
I like being able to think deep about stuff like that.
つまり。
Yeah, I was right to dub her a complete idiot all those years ago. Screw off, Ren. Yeah, protection and being stepped on. As such, I figured there'd be no objections to just leaving her here. Yeah, except that it's, you know, there's a serial killer around. And, you know, it's about to hit dusk, and, like, twilight is the time in which the supernatural is a thing, and, like, what the hell are you doing, Ren? You should never let this girl out of your sight for a moment. Either way, after all that, we ended up heading towards the church. Incidentally, Kasumi was so pissed at being left behind that she shot a nigh unbearable torrent of complaints at me, but the conversation was annoying, so its details hardly mattered. More importantly, Father Treva did seem a bit too laid back. The meek atmosphere exuding from his whole being was truly befitting of a priest. He was the kind of person you couldn't help but want to tease, but also the type that women and children were easily fond of. Though he seemed irresolute to guys like me, it was probably not enough to come off as unpleasant. With his well-ordained but not excessively gaudy appearance, meek tone, and somewhat unreliable impression, the image was perfect. Had it not been for the recent serial killings, he would have been treated much better. I wouldn't say we were close or anything, but I could sense a kind of natural virtue from him. In other words, to be frank, I had a decent enough impression of the man, despite having just met him. It seems I like Father Treva. It was rare for me to say that so bluntly. Considering how even I was feeling that way, Kasumi seemed to have taken a liking to him as well, naturally. This is bad because, as we know, he's evil. It then hit me that the depression we were feeling up until we met the priest had long since dispersed. He managed to get rid of the pressure in my heart without any confessions or sermons, so he must have been quite the clergyman. Don't be taken in! While I busied myself with such thoughts, occasionally stealing a glance or two at the priest, we ended up arriving at our destination.
ここでいいんでしょ?
This was the only church in town. I didn't really know its official name, but Himuro lived there.
レアさん、いるかな?
そりゃいるだろう。お客が来るから早く帰る。神父さんは先輩の身内なんだろ?
身内というほどでもないですが、少なくとも私は彼女テレジアのことをよく知っていますよ。かれこれ10年ぶりくらいになりますかね。
テレジア?
何それ?
Hearing that unfamiliar name prompted both me and Kasumi to tilt our heads in confusion. Teresia? Rhea? Is it a shortening?
ああ、失礼。今のは彼女の洗礼名です。テレジア。彼女の誕生は私を含めた大勢にとって希望そのものでしたから。その感謝を込めてお送りした名前なんです。
No way, she can't be Leonhardt. That wouldn't make any sense.
ってことは、神父様がレアさんの名付け親?
そうなりますかね。彼女にとっては迷惑千万だったかもしれませんが。
She's getting more and more mixed up with this, oh no.
そんなことないと思いますけど。でもだったら今の名前は。
そうですね。便宜上日本語向きに変えたものです。
そっか。ね、なんかいいこと聞いちゃったね。どうしたの?
いや。
Something felt a bit off. Looking at the priest, he seemed to be in his early 30s at most. Could he really have become Himuro's godfather? He had to be no more than a child at the time.
しかし、こうしてここに来ると思い出してしまいますね。私とリザ。
Ooh.
ここのシスターですが。
A tomboy, eh? Are you talking about Lisa the nun?
一緒になってテレジアの世話をしたものです。なかなか彼女はおてんばでしてね。まだ立ち上がれもしないうちから、ちょっと目を離すとすぐどこかへ行ってしまうような女の子でした。私たちが必死になって探してみれば、マリア様の下で気持ちよさそうに寝ていたりとか。いや、全く手を焼きましたよ。
Something's weird here. I'm getting distracted by the plot.
そうなんですか。
Nun tomboy,
なんか想像できない
tomboys
ですね。
are pretty rare. More tomboy nuns, please. I'll take Japan. Give me a piping hot, fresh serving of tomboy nuns. Come on. The mortals demand it.
ほう。だったら今のテレジアは立派な女性になったんでしょうね。そのあたりどうなんですか、藤井さん。
I have yet to read Tsukihime, so I don't know if Seal's a tomboy or not. I probably just butchered her name then, but I have no idea. I have no way of knowing how anyone in Tsukihime their name is pronounced. Kasumi and the priest continued talking cheerfully, not paying the slightest attention to my puzzled look.
グレて悪い子になっちゃったりしたってことは。
She's a rad girl. Ha! Got him.
いえ、そんなことはないですから。ちょっとあんた、神父様を不安にさせちゃダメじゃない。
He didn't say anything. I got scolded. Well, he did look like a worrywart. In that sense, maybe he was older than he looked. Foreigners' ages were hard to tell from a glance
ちょっ
anyway.
と変わってるっちゃ変わってるけど、いい人ですよ。面白いし。あれで結構コアなファンとかついてるみたいで。
devoted fan base. Sound like a lie.
一応人気者の部類には入るんじゃないかと。だから心配しなくても大丈夫。いや、むしろ心配するだけ無駄みたいな。
What happened? That's weird. That's, YouTube says I'm live and I didn't get anything from Streamlabs. Is everyone okay? Was there a hiccup? Yeah, but I want to hear from both Ilska Zornig and Titty Titan. Okay, we're back. YouTube, you dare! You wish me to cast you into the fiery abyss! You mock me, YouTube. And I shall remember that. Okay, so we hiccuped, but we're fine now. Okay. I hope you guys didn't miss anything. This is just what we... You know, Rhea's a good girl. She's got divided fan base. She's a bit of an oddball. If Susan-sama wishes to challenge me, she shall find me not easy prey. She shall find a serpent with its fangs bared. Alright, but now... We gotta... Get on with the...
そうですか。それを聞いて安心しました。
Otherwise, we're never going to get close to the end of
彼女には
chapter 2 in the
親にも似た
amount
感
of
情を
time
持
we
ってい
have.
るものでしてね。きっと将来は美人さんになるだろうと信じて疑いませんでしたが。
It's interesting. We haven't even seen.
そうですか、そうですか。
I don't even know who the
テレ
fourth
ジアは
hero
やっ
is
ぱり
yet.
人
I
気
know
者になりましたか。
there's four routes, but I don't think we've seen a fourth girl. It might actually end up being Lisa the nun. If so, yes. Famous, yeah, as the 1/4 German, 3/4 Japanese girl with a few screws loose who lived in a church. Though even the most moderate of people would have agreed that she qualified as a beauty, she would probably receive the title of the true Miss Suki no Sawa on that aspect alone.
なあ、表ミス。
はい。
According to the results of the popularity contest carried out each year by the boys of the school, this girl was the public Miss Suki no Sawa, while Himuro was the secret one. Personally, I thought they all needed glasses, but none of that really mattered now. So, literally all of the boys of the school that they go to have great taste except Ren. Makes sense. They get it.
とにかくここ
Yeah,
ま
Ren
で
is a
来たんだし、
contrarian. Everybody's
話し
talking
込
about
んで
how
な
they
いで
like
さっさ
these
と中
girls.
に
And
入ろう
no,
ぜ。
no, I don't.
愛しのテレジアに早く会いたいだろ、神父さんも。
Shinpu-san?
ええ、それはもう当然です。まだ幼かった彼女を残してここを去るとき、身も世もなく泣かれましてね。私も一緒になって泣いたんですが、結局リサから叩き出されてしまいましたよ。あなたの目はなんだか危ないとか。
I bet he does have.
そんな失礼極ま
Has
る
he
理由で
opened
で
his
す。
eyes yet this entire time?
全く。あの方は
Does he have
私を何だ
dangerous
と思って
eyes?
や
Is
がるん
that
で
the
しょうか
is
ね
that。the thing? Does he have scary eyes?
よりによって10年以上もメキシコの辺境に飛ばされるとはさすがに予想しませんでしたよ。しかしですね、こうして帰ってきた以上は
Wow.
もう彼女の好きにはさせません。今後はこの私が
This
責任を
guy
持っ
is
て。
quite the doting father type.
テレジアをお風呂に入れてあげましょうとか。
Oh no!
どうせそんなことを考えていらっしゃるんでしょ。
Oh no,
あな
he's
た
that
は
type. Is he that type?
もちろんです。
He's that type! Oh no!
え
I told you guys he was a villain. I told you he was a villain. A female voice interrupted Father Trifa out of nowhere, prompting the priest to completely
お
freeze
かえり
up.
なさい、神父バレリア。相変わらず愉快なお話を熱造するのがお好きですね。なかなか楽しませていただきましたよ。
This, everybody. Welcome to the nun. As you can see, she has both the aspects of Megane and a beauty mark, which is quite the interesting combination. And again, quite the perfect length of blue hair. Look at yes, look at the Fs. Look at the F cups. Look at the Fs. But also, not only is this Ara just look at that thigh. Look at that over there in the bottom left. Look at that. You see that? I'm not imagining that, am I? And yeah, that hip to waist ratio. Those hips, they do not lie. Simple. Simple, but quality. Lovely pale shade of blue hair. Let's see what color her eyes are. Unless she's also the eyes always closed type. Lord have mercy. Yeah. Yes. Lord have mercy on us all. Yeah, Trifa, we don't care about you. Do your comedy bit.
あら、どうなされたんですか、神父様。お顔の色が優れませんね。よければお薬を差し上げますけど。
Yep. So.
結構です。いや、本当に。
あら、どう
あら
なされた。
タイプ。Some people get sick of the ara types. Some people get sick of ara aras. I'll never get sick of ara aras.
よければお薬を差し上げますけど。
それでつかぬことを伺いますが、一体どのあたりから私の話を。
Oh man, dynamite.
そうですね。
I really hope this is the fourth
結局
hero.
リザから叩き出されてしまいましたのあたりでしょうか。まったく人聞きの悪いことを言わないでくださいませんか。私はただレアの身の安全を憂慮しただけなんですけど。
Possibly. That's what I'm getting from it so far. What do you mean the girl from the night? Because that would be the second. So far, the four girls we have seen are Kasumi and Rhea, and then also the girl with the decapitation scar, and now Lisa is the fourth girl we've seen. So like, even if the order's a bit jumbled up. Oh, you think the fourth is the? Oh, right. I forgot about her because she appeared in because we haven't seen her yet. We have, but Ren hasn't. Alright, I don't know. I'd much rather it was Lisa. I would much rather that Lisa was the heroine. She probably won't be because Japan desires to keep me from having older women roots.
ねえ、あのシスターって
I've
あん
learned
な
to make
感
my
じの
peace
人だ
with
ったっ
it.
け。
多分こっちの方が素なんだろう。
Himuro said she was resting, but Sister Lisa came off lively, if anything, and her F-cups were more than I ever could have imagined. Damn right, Ren.
ですから残念ながら神父様、レアとお風呂は諦めてくださいまし
Looting a
ね。
nun is sacrilege? Then I will delve into the pits of sin and endure the fires of hell. I will commit the most sacrilegious acts. I will bathe in sin. I care not what commandments I break. Worth it.
それにそもそも
私別に泣いたりしてない。
Oh,
泣いたのは 私にお風呂を断られたそっちの
Oh,
方だ
Rhea has the biting wit. Titty Titan, I'm right there with you. We shall stand against the flames of hell together, against the judgment of the heavens itself. We will stand united as one, mortals. I'm right there with you. But look at that. Rhea in casuals. Very nice jacket. Very nice scarf. Love the little connection between the two bits of the jacket. Suits her style very well. Yep. The thigh gap. Thigh gap's a justice. Simple as.
そんなことはないでしょう、テレジア。
ああ、ちょっと待って。つまりこの人が追い出されたのは、それまで一緒に風呂入ってた先輩に断られたのが原因だと。
ああ、なるほど。よく聞くタイプの話だね。ご愁傷様。
Of course, like justice. I already like of course you would. Justice.
女の子は大人になるのが早いんですよ。神父バレリア。
ということだから、いつまでも恥ずかしいことをやってないで早く中に入りなさい。藤井君と綾瀬さんも一緒にどう？私たちもいいんで。
もちろん。手のかかる人のおもりで大変だったでしょ。
Oh yeah, free dinner.
夕食の用意もできてるわよ。
どうする？レイ。
別に断る理由もないけど。
あなた方は揃いも揃って、なぜ男の純情を分かってくださらないのですか？
Trifa, I'll not knock you. But I'll never understand you. Be gone.
藤井さん、あなたなら私の気持ちを理解していただけますよね。
Be gone, you villainous fiend.
以前はお嫁さんになるとまで言ってく
There
れ
is
た
no
ママ娘から
understanding here for you.
手のひら返したように冷たくされるこの切なさが。
Yes. Thigh gaps are arches of pure justice. Come on, man.
いや、別に俺娘と風呂入りたいとか思わないし。
Besides, it wasn't even like I even had a daughter to begin with. Or a wife.
おお、なんたる無知、なんたる罪。
Somebody give this man a
この
pipe to
哀れな
smoke,
少年を
seriously.
許したまえ。彼は何も分かっていないだけなのです。
You're not gonna make me out to be the crazy one here.
遠慮しないで。ぶっ飛ばしていいから。
Oh, can we? Excellent. There's been not enough punching going on in this visual
右
novel.
の方を撃たれたら左の方を差し出すのが好きな人よ。
Had it not been for the recent serial killings, he would have been treated much better. I wouldn't say we were close or anything, but I could sense a kind of natural virtue from him. Seems like I needed glasses too. I told you not to get suckered in. I couldn't help feeling somewhat depressed by this sudden revelation. Oh man. And so, after we took them up on their offer for dinner and stayed around to chat once we finished eating...
いつの間にかすっかり遅くなっちゃったな。
I suddenly realized that it was just before 9. It wasn't particularly late for me, but it probably was for the church. Somebody buy this... Oh, yeah.
じゃあ、私たちそろそろおいとましますから。もう帰るの？もっとゆっくりしてけばいいのに。
これ以上厚かましいのもなんなんで、神父さんもこのありさまだし。
Is he suffering? Likely due to some prior misfortune or other, Father Trifa gulped down his wine and was now passed out in a heap.
情けない人。泣きながら寝ちゃってるね。
本当にいつまで経っても子供で困る
What a
わ。
pathetic scum. Of course, he's secretly hiding his power level, unfortunately. We already know this, in fact. The female brigade showed no mercy. Imagine showing mercy to that man.
藤井君も綾瀬さんも今日はいろいろと
Yeah,
ごめん
imagine
なさい
passing
ね。
out on wine.
今後は彼もここで暮らすようになるからまた迷惑をかけるかもしれないけれど。
I don't know if, this is, I don't know if this is impressive or not, because I have no way of judging my tolerance, but I've drinking, I think the most I've drunk was, an entire bottle of vodka over a night. And, I didn't pass out from that, so...
いえ、 そんな迷惑なんかしてないですよ。
Yeah, weak.
私面白い人好きですから。
Weak, mortals, weak. He's weak.
あんまり甘くすると一緒にお風呂入ってくれとか言い出すよ。
それはさすがにちょっと嫌かも。
Take a bath with Ren instead. Oh wait, he's too much of a coward.
だってよかったね、藤井君。
I wasn't really sure what she meant by glad, but I decided to nonchalantly change the topic. She ships the two of you, this is obvious. Why are you so unperceptive when it comes to this?
でもなんでまた神父さんはこっちに戻ってきたんですか？確かメキシコの辺境に飛ばされたとか言ってたけど。
Oh no, I got drunk. I said I didn't pass out. All I said is that I didn't pass out. I got plenty. I got drunk. It's just I've never been drunk enough that I just stop. Like I usually decide to sleep and then I go sleep. I don't just go. Phew. And I typically don't have hangovers either. They're a mortal thing.
それはつまりいろいろあって。
Yeah, I can't drink stuff like beer or something like that. I don't like the taste. Taste is important.
最近はこの辺りも物
Oh,
騒
look
で
at
しょ。
Lisa's eyes.
正直
They're a
女
lovely
の
shade
二
of
人住まい
purple.
っていうのも怖かったから。
なるほど。
Ah, yes. Himuro and Sister Lisa both witnessed the body of the first victim directly. No matter how stout-hearted, or rather disconnected they may have been, it was only natural to be scared by something like that. This might sound sacrilegious, but just because they lived in a church didn't mean that God would protect them. God, if you're not going to protect that beautiful nun, what is even the point in being a god, huh? 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 You want to come down here so we can have a fist fight about it? I'll take you on any time, anywhere. I'll rage against the heavens.
こんな人でもいれば何かの役に立つかなと思ったのよ。
でもガードにしちゃちょっと頼りない気がし。
じゃあ藤井君が泊まり込んで私たちを守ってくれるの？
Take the offer. Take the offer. Take the offer and take a bath with the nun.
あら、いいわねそれ。そうしてくれると私も嬉しかったり
And
す
Ren
る
is
んだ
going
け
to
ど。
pass on this because Ren is an idiot. Way to put me on the spot.
何よその顔。
お前こそなんだその顔。
Seriously, what was up with that really dirty look? Sister Lisa chuckled to herself as she watched Kasumi and I exchange a silent glare.
ごめんなさい。
Damn it.
冗談だから本気にしないで。藤井君
Damn
は
it, damn it,
綾瀬さん
damn
の
it,
専属
damn
ガー
it.
ドなんだっけ？
別にそんなこと
Mission
はないで
failed,
す
we'll
け
get
ど
him
ね。
next time.
またまた照れない照れない。
I wasn't embarrassed though.
お前もな、そこで黙るなよ、うさんくさ
She's
い。
into you, you fool. Just be a couple of. If you're not gonna take out like any of your chances, then what respect can we possibly have for you, Ren?
うさんくさい。
はいはい、もうそういうの見飽きたからそれ以上はよそでやって。藤井君も彼女単純なんだからからかわないの。
単純ってもしかして私のことバカだと
You
思
can
っ
be a
てない
bit.
です
You
か？
can, Kasumi, at times you can be a little airheaded, but that's a cute and charming quality.
きっと気のせい。
お前が短気なだけなんだよ。
Heaving a sigh, I looked to Father Trifa. Unlike everyone else, he was flat out on the floor.
このざまじゃ寝室まで運ぶの大変でしょ。俺がやるんで部屋を教えてください。
あら、本当に？ごめんなさい。助かるわ。
構いませんよ。悪いけどかすみ、先に出て待っててくれ。
わかった。
じゃあ礼拝堂で待ってるから。
The girls then left the room. After seeing them off, I proceeded to carry the drunk Father Trifa on my back. Wow, he was a lot heavier than I thought. He may have been thin, but it seemed like his height corresponded to his weight. Wow, as it does, as opposed to when your weight does not correspond to your height. This would have been really hard on Himuro and Sister Lisa.
たく、 聖職者が酔っ払うなよ。
I decided not to think about what would happen if you throw up on me or something. As I voiced a few grumbles with him on my back, Sister Lisa opened the door for me.
こっちよ藤井君、ついてきて。
But man, no matter how many times I visited this place, I never ceased to be amazed by just how huge of a church it was.
本当にありがとう。助かっちゃった。
Yes, excellent. Some one-on-one. I took a breather after climbing a staircase at the end of a long hall up to the third floor, then tossed Father Trifa into his room. Talk about hard labor. They probably changed him out of his clothes, but I was in no mood to stay and watch that, instead deciding to make a hasty exit. Besides, Kasumi and Himuro must have grown tired waiting for me by now.
藤井さん、私、あなたとは仲良くなれそうな気がしますよ。
You could walk that entire
ぜ
time?
ひ遊びに。
もう目が覚めたんですか、神父バレリア。
I quite like this pose. I quite like this pose over here on the left there. It's very nice. The way one of her bangs is now on the left side of her eye because of her angle. It's quite alluring.
当然ですよ。私、酔うのも冷めるのも早いって。あなたも知ってるじゃないですか。
まだ説得力に欠けますね。どうぞお休みになってくだ
Roundhouse
さ
kick him
い。
back into his room.
あまり聞き分けがないようですと、ベッドに縛り付けてしまいますよ。
That's not a punishment, though. God damn it. Father Trifa's alcohol flushed face went white as a wax model in the blink of an eye. So he is also weak.
いい子ですから、おとなしく寝てください。
いや、それだけはご勘弁を。
I suppose so.
藤井さん、見てないで助けてくださいよ。
ごめんなさいね藤井君。もうちょっとだけ待っててちょうだい。
ああ、神よ、なぜ我を見捨てたも。
Sister Lisa took Father Trifa back into his room as the latter let out a scream, like he was being dragged to the depths of hell. Good. I found it hard to keep up with them, so I just stood there slack-jawed for a while. Eventually, Sister Lisa came back out.
お待たせしちゃったわね藤井君。まったくあの人ったら本
I
当
bet you
に
she
全然
actually
変わら
tied
な
him
いん
to
だ
the
か
bed
ら
or something.
困ったものだわ。
Despite what she had just said, Sister Lisa didn't look bothered at all. Rather, she felt like a mother dealing with a problem child.
神父さんとは長い付き合いなんですか？
ええ、私の一番古い友人の一人なの。あんな感じでちょっと困った人だけど、いいところもちゃんとあるのよ。
Nope, nope. I don't even. Oh man. Yeah, suffocated him to sleep. But the luck of it though, that like he doesn't deserve such a thing. Ugh. Sister Lisa Brenner, produced a warm smile. To Himuro, she was like a friend, a sister, and a mother, all in one. I was apparently not what you'd call a sociable guy, but this woman was an exception. Seeing her smile alone, resembling that of the Virgin Mary, helped me cheer her up. Come on, man. Make her a heroine. None? In like her 30s or so? Come on. Don't deny me this. Don't deny me this, Japan. Thinking about how Father Trifa was paralyzed by that exact smile, I couldn't help but feel pity for him.
まあどう見ても悪者には見えない感じの人ですね。先輩もああ言ってるけど、なんだかんだで神父さんのことが好きなんでしょ？
Yeah, F for the Fs.
そうね。彼女はあれで照れ屋だから、きっと恥ずかしがってるのよ。それにね。
Sister Lisa beckoned me with a smile. What was she up
彼
to?
女、もうすぐ誕生日なの。
Oh, it's her birthday
バレリア、
soon. We should plan. We should
神
plan.
父様を呼び戻したの
We gotta get her a
は
gift.
そういう理由からなのよ。
へえ。
Her birthday. I didn't know that. Huh.
いつなんです
12月25日。
Wow.
クリスマスよ
Her。birthday is on
覚えておいてね。
Christmas. Wait a second. Isn't you know whose birthday also on Christmas? It couldn't possibly be, could it? Surely not. Surely not, right?
わかりました。
It's just a coincidence that she happens to share a birthday with, you know. But wow, to think she was born on that day, huh? A girl born on Christmas living in a church. God must really have been looking after her. Then again, maybe he retracted that kindness after hearing her say she'd graciously punched Jesus.
よかったらその日は一緒に彼女を祝ってくれると嬉しいんだけど。
いいですよ。かすみにも言っときます。
本当？ありがとう、藤井君。
She then tugged on my sleeve, making me realize she was almost as tall as me. Bringing her face close to mine, she... Wait, hold on. Did she just... What did she just do?
感謝の気持ちよ。だからあまり深く考えないで。
What did she just fucking do? Come on, man. Game, don't tease me like this. I scratched my still wet cheek. Well, that did leave me a bit surprised, but... Come on! Japan! If you're going to give me anything, for all you've done to me, for all the suffering I've endured, give me this.
じゃあそういうことにします。
Give me the nun.
こり
You
ゃ
can't
リ
give
ア
me a
の
kiss
綾
on
瀬
the
さん
cheek
も
and then
大
just,
変ね。
you know. God, please let her be an option. She's not going to be, is she? My luck, with my luck. She might have said that with a wry smile, but I was still quite happy about Sister Lisa's frank expression of thanks, and I wasn't as blind to what was going around me as she might have thought. I was just not very expressive with my emotions.
それじゃ俺帰りますから。
ええ、よければ下まで送りましょうか。
遠慮しときますよ。さっきので俺ちょっと舞い上がってますから。
My existence is suffering, but I'll suffer with it. I'll suffer through it together with you mortals.
まあ
Carmine Chama. It was quite an out-of-character line for me to drop, but I said stupid things because I happened to recall something stupid.
まあ
Though that said, it doesn't look like Sister Lisa was all that disappointed, judging from her reaction.
硬いのか柔らかいのかよくわからない子ね。
Assuming she meant that as a compliment. After parting with Sister Lisa, I started walking down the empty hallway. I had thought about this earlier, but this church really was huge. It had put a school or a hotel to shame. I wasn't sure if the architectural style was Gothic or Romanesque or whatever, but from a bird's eye view, the building apparently had the shape of a cross, a rather orthodox structure, if I was being frank. It was simply way too much space for 3 people. It must have been hell to clean, not to mention the lonely with all these empty rooms. I wondered how Sister Lisa and Himuro felt about that. It was better when it was just the 2 of them, but I didn't think Father Trifa would be much help. In fact, a place this huge would normally have at least 10 or 20 nuns, although in that case they probably wouldn't have allowed a man in. Feeling a bit giddy, I shook my head. Maybe carrying around the completely wasted Father Trifa made me a little drunk as well. Kasumi and Himuro were probably waiting for me at the chapel. I didn't know what they'd say if I kept them waiting for too long, so I decided to get a move on. Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. That said, I was a guy, and thus full of adventurous spirit in my own way. Surely 5 or 10 minutes of conducting my exploration wouldn't hurt anyone. I figured they'd allow me to wander around so long as I didn't go peeking into any of the rooms. That's your adventurous spirit? It's fine, but it's a bit weak. We're going to save. I didn't know about God, but Himuro and Sister Lisa probably wouldn't get mad. We're going to do another save. We haven't saved in a while. Yes, that seems good. And so I decided to explore around a bit. Still, I wasn't expecting to stumble upon anything amazing. After walking around as much as I could, I went back down the stairs. I'd already kind of figured, but this church really was shaped like a cross. Bringing up my mental map of the church as I walked, I realized that the altar located in the upper part of the Latin cross was right below me. In other words, this was the tip, and I reached the end of my little one-man excursion. I was about to turn around and head there when...
あれ藤井さんじゃないですか。
The hell? You're supposed to be drunk and in your room and tied to your bed. What the hell are you doing here, you dumb priest? Why the hell did this guy just have to just appear out
ど
of
うしまし
nowhere?
た。あなたは礼拝堂に行かれたもの。
いや、
He addressed me in a neutral tone, yet I still found myself somewhat taken aback. True, I've been wandering around for a while, but it should have been physically and chronologically impossible for him to cut me off.
忍者屋敷ですかこの。
えあ、これはすみません。驚かせてしまいましたか。
He's evil!
どうやってこんなところに？
秘密の抜け道です。
What? This place really was a trick house, wasn't it?
教会とは 大概そういう作りになっているん
Are
ですよ。
churches in general built with
知り
strict
ませんでした
passages?
か？
That's quite fascinating, if so.
はあ、それはともかく復活早いね。シスターからどうやって逃げてき
I
たわけ？
wanted one more one-on-one time with the sister, not with this guy.
まあ彼女は生真面目な人ですからね。騙すのはそう難しくないんですよ。水が欲しいとか言って、そ
You
の隙
trickster
に。
you.
でもまだ逃げ回ってる最中ですから黙っていてくださいね。今見つかったら私半殺しにされちゃいますから。
Being beaten half to death by Sister Lisa. That would be nigh heaven.
俺はいいけど、神父が嘘ついたらダメなんじゃ。
ですからご内密にお願いしますよ。シスターにも。
Keeping secrets from God. What a priest. What a
で、
terrible priest.
藤井さんはこんなところで一体何を？
なんていうか迷ったみたいで。
I lied on instinct, even though I didn't really need to. By the time I regretted my actions, it was already
本
too
当は
late.
礼拝堂に行きたかったんだけど、こんなところに出てきちゃって。
構いませんよ。しかしあなたも。
Father Trifa produced a beaming smile, seemingly happy to have met a kindred spirit of sorts. Not exactly the best thing to find camaraderie over, but there was no way I could tell him the truth at this point.
あのさ、
You're
神父さ
done
ん。
messed up.
はい。礼拝堂まで。
いや、その前に一つ質問。
I glanced over at the door Father Trifa
こ
had
の
emerged
教会っ
from.
て他にも抜け道みたいなのがあったり？
は？そんなことに興味がおありなんですか？
多少は。
If there were, I figured it'd be cool to have him show
確
me.
かに他にもいくつかありますが、そう楽しいものではないですよ。そもそも脱出口の類ですから。
Escape.
人気ですしね。
Escape. I see. Religious persecution, stuff like that.
脱出って何から？
敵です。
From enemies, yes. The way he answered right away bothered me a bit. What enemies?
なんというかですね。教会というのは古来から籠城場所に使われることが多いので、その名残ですよ。半ば建築様式の一環になっていると言いますか。
We're at 4 hours, and I have no drink left. Let's see how far we can go.
ともかく期限が期限ですから、あまり雰囲気のいいものじゃありません。幽霊とか出そうですよ。平気ですか？
All
幽
you
霊。
have, it's simple. All you have to do to deal with a ghost is to punch it. You punch it
苦
instead.
手。
うん。でしたらここらで探検はやめておきなさい。元気がいいのは結構ですが、古い建物には時に良くないものも混じります。
はい。
He must have seen through my lies somehow. I figured he wasn't a priest just for
さ
show.
あ、それでは行きましょう。あまり女性を待たせるのも悪いですしね。
Despite having said that, there was something oddly disconcerting about the way Father Trifa carried himself, almost like he was trying to flee from here. Weird.
どうもごちそうさまでした。
それじゃあ気をつけて帰ってね。
After once again thanking her for the dinner, Kasumi and I decided to leave.
二人ともこの辺りの夜道は暗いから明るいところまで送らせてくれないかしら。
シスター。それはもしかして私？
そうですよ。どうやら元気が有り余っていらっしゃるようです。
しかしですね、私などがいたところで
Yeah, he'll just get
何の役にも立たないと思うのですが。
縦代わりくらいなら十分果たせるんじゃないかしら。
A human shield. Father Trifa turned pale enough that I was expecting him to faint in a second. But yeah, reap what you... Despite having said something quite ominous, Sister Lisa's lips curled into a wide smile. Father Trifa turned pale enough that I was expecting him to faint any second. But well, you reap what you sow and all that
一
jazz.
応男手なら足りてるから気を使わなくてもいいですよ。そんなに遠いわけでもないし。それに神父さんが盾になるのは先輩とシスターのためなんでしょ？
そうです。その通り。それに私、実は長旅の疲労が残念だな。悲しいな。やっぱり旅費をケチって安い飛行機に乗ったのがまずかったのかな。シートがどうにも小さくて、こう体をずっと丸めてたから節々が痛いんですよ。
じじくさいね。
実際皆さんよりは年ですからね。
The priest spoke in a pitiable tone while purposely wiping his eyes. Sister Lisa merely heaved an exasperated sigh.
腰痛とか二日酔いとか気をつけて。先輩は風呂とか着替えとか気をつけて。シスターは胃腸薬と頭痛薬を欠かさずに。俺たちは幽霊と殺人犯に気をつけて帰りますから。さようなら。
That was a pretty good farewell.
また明日。
バイバイ。
これからもレアと仲良くしてやってね。
Excellent. Sister Lisa's motherly, well, she was Himuro's mother figure, but still, yes, motherly. Remark prompted an awkward smile from me as I gave a light nod and turned to leave.
藤井さん、すみません、言い忘れていたことがありまして、少しだけよろしいでしょうか。
Okay, he once wanted something from Ren. I turned around to face the priest after he called out to me.
申し訳ありませんが、綾瀬さん、彼をしばらくお借りしてもよろしいでしょうか。時間は取らせませんので。
私がいたらダメなんですか？
Secret guy talk, what will they say?
そういうわけではないですが、いえ、そういうことになるんですかね。ご理解いただけると助かります。
なんかそこはかとない疎外感を
It's
覚え
probably
ます
something you don't
よ。
want to hear about anyway, Kasumi.
男同士の話ってことだろ。
Kasumi still didn't look satisfied, so I placed a hand on her shoulder and jerked my
ちょっ
chin.
と先で待っててくれ。すぐ終わるから。
いいけど、エッチな話じゃないでしょうね。
そんなの知るかよ。
どうなんですか？
綾瀬さん、私は一応神父ですよ。
Imagine being a priest and being talked to like this.
女の子と一緒にお風呂入るのが好きな神父様。
ですね、何か誤
Come
解を
on,
なされて
cut
い
with
る
the
ようです
comedy
が
and get to the what I hope will be a serious discussion of
もう
plot.
いいから。お前もいちいち絡んなよ。
We have gone too long without seeing Guillotine Girl, I'll be honest. As Kasumi was getting too loud for comfort, I waved my hand to shoo her
じゃ
off.
あ、なるべく早く済ましてよ。私だって怖いんだからね。
分かってるよ。目の届く範囲にいればいいだ。
Convinced at long last, Kasumi trotted off to about 10 meters away. Now then, what did the priest want to
手
discuss?
短に頼むよ。知ってると思うけど、あいつすごい短気だから。
ええ、分かっています。ありがとう。それで話というのは他でもない、あなたと綾瀬さんのことなんですが、お二人とも生まれはこの町で？
違うけど。
They weren't
それは
born in
何？
here? They weren't born in this city? I didn't know that. I found myself taken aback by his unexpected question. Why did he go out of his way to ask me
俺も
that?
かすみも今の学校に入学するときこっち
So
に
they
越して
didn't
きた
come
口
from
だけ
here?
ど。
But this is Shambhala, and isn't he interesting?
そうですか。いや、失礼。どうやら今あまり良くないことが町で起きていると聞いたので、もしもこの町の生まれでないのならと。
Father Trifa weaved his words in an unclear voice, his expression turning sour. In other
田
words,
舎に帰った方がいいんじゃないかって。勘弁してよ。
ですが、
ごめん、ちょっと待って。
well, great. I scratched my head, trying to choose my words carefully.
学校が休校してるわけじゃないんだし、そんなことできないよ。俺ただでさえ日数足りてないんだから。心配してくれるのはありがたいけど、これでも一応用心はしてるんだし。
一応とはどの程度で？失礼ながら認識が甘いように思われますが。
食い下がるね。
We are being a bit careless walking home like this at night, but I mean, I'm sure Ren could save Kasumi if he needed to. I felt a bit surprised. Why was he so
先輩
worried?
も休校にならない件で怒ってたけど、そんなに危ないと思うならそっちこそって話だろ。俺たちの心配なんかしてないで。
それは私は神に仕える身ですから。
十字架で追い払えるのは吸血鬼だけなんじゃなかったっけ？
I doubted that being a priest or a clergyman would ward off the killer's blade. In fact, it would only make him a more likely target. But as we've discussed earlier, priests and nuns and clergymen and stuff like that, they tend to be more powerful fighters.
心配するなとは言わないけど、他人のことばかり気にしてると自分がおろそかになるんじゃない？俺でもそっちの心配もしてるんだから。
In short, having someone else excessively worry about you only made you concerned about them. Putting yourself first was of the utmost importance. I got the feeling the world wouldn't be functioning so well if it were any other way. Everything would likely end up one-sided and incomplete. Upon hearing my admittedly rude remarks, Father Trifa made a troubled expression, his lips forming a gentle smile.
参りましたね。私の古い友人にもあなたと同じようなことを言った人がいましたよ。彼は臆病な私にとって憧れの対象でしたが、残念なことにそういう人ほど創生しやすい。生きる速度が私のようなものとは違うんでしょうね。おかげでよく置いてけぼりを食らいます。ですから
ちょっとストップ。やめてくれよ、そういうの。
That was some ill-omened stuff. He sounded like an old geezer. Seriously, what made Father Trifa and Kasumi think that I was the kind of guy who'd die young? I mean, I did try to be a pacifist and everything. You nearly beat Shiro half to death.
だいたい俺は自分を第一に考えてるって言ってるのに。
そういう人ほどいざという時に事故を顧みないものなんですよ。危険な局面に置いて逃げること、または誰かに助けてもらうことを良しとしない。美観の問題ですが、あなたはそういう人のように見受けられます。違いますか？
Sure, I was guilty of that, but...
結局その話っていうのはそういうこと？悪いけど説教ならミサの時にしてくれよ。なんだったら顔出すから。
いえ、そうではなく、私はただ。
ちょっとレーン、いつまで話してんのよ。
あ
あ。And there it was.
ってわけで、なんか短気なやつが怒鳴ってるから、その話はまた今度。神父さんも俺の心配してる暇があったら、シスターにいじめられないように気をつけなよ。それじゃ。
The atmosphere was getting quite stiff, so Kasumi's short temper was honestly a blessing in disguise. Father Trifa was quite the oddball, but he certainly liked preaching. No wonder he was a priest. Either way, dealing with people like that had never been my forte. However...
藤井さん、最後に一つ。あなたは先ほど、田舎に帰らないとおっしゃった。それ。
Will your parents not worry? Parents? What were those?
心配も何もあったことないよ。俺が赤ん坊の頃に死んだって聞いてる。
What are parents? Of course not. I've never even met them. I heard they died when I was a baby.
そうですか。これは申し訳ない。
いや。
Parents or not, I just couldn't find it in me to feel sad over the deaths of complete strangers whose faces I'd never even seen. I wasn't a cold-hearted, unfeeling bastard or anything. Rather, I figured it had more to do with human psychology.
会いたいと思いますか？もしそれを叶える方法があるとしたら。
What is this?
質問が増えてるよ、神父さん。
I met his question with a bit of smile. How typical of a clergyman. Wanting to be reunited with the dead.
そんな気持ちの悪いこと思わないし願わない。そういうのを望むやつは頭がおかしい。
Yeah, oh no, 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 indeed. Oh no, 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 no. Driven mad by love, thinking too lightly of death, I saw no beauty in that line of thinking. In fact, I found it extremely repulsive. People once lost could never be brought back, and that was exactly why we treasured them. So whatever came back had no value whatsoever. It was no different from equating human life to trash.
墓から這い出てくるのは何であれゾンビだよ。親でも友達でも恋人でも、そんな気持ち悪いものには変えられないし、変えちゃいけない。俺はそう思うけど。
Ah, his eyes! His eyes are scary. His eyes are real scary. I knew his eyes he was going to have scary eyes. I told you guys he would have scary eyes, and he did, mortals. He did. He has the sharp eyes.
なるほど。
He has eyes, perhaps even more fearsome than mine.
確かに、あなたのおっしゃる通りかもしれませんね。重ねて失礼。それではまた、ミサに来ていただけるのでしたら、続きはその時に。
Let's leave.
わかったよ。
Let's get out of here. Well, I considered him a nice enough guy and everything, but talking to him just made me feel uneasy, feel all uneasy inside. Man, I really was terrible at dealing with these kind of people. Yeah, I can't believe Ren is a corpse auntie. Like,
さて、
how could anyone be a corpse auntie? Corpse can't have aunties. There's no way. Corpse is too much of a genuinely earnest person to have somebody that doesn't like him. Like, I mean, imagine not liking Corpse. What sort of fool wouldn't like it? It doesn't make any sense. Father Trifa breathed a light sigh and, wearing a troubled expression, watched the young man walk off into the distance. What did I say about this guy being evil? He had only intended to make some small talk, but it appeared he'd gotten caught up in the conversation. The lights in the chapel were already out, indicating that Lisa and Theresia had likely returned to their own rooms. They were treating him rather coldly, but not much could be done about that. For now, that was indeed the more convenient way for things to be.
しかしまあ、正直肝を冷やしましたね。ただの釜かけだったのですが、まったくこれは。
The priest's troubled smile widened to a masochistic grin as he reflected back on that prior conversation. His shoulders wouldn't cease trembling. Indeed, the departed could never return to life, nor should the living wish for it to happen. The dead would return to the earth, the living would mourn and pray. Most would no doubt label that as common sense, but the world was an intricate web of masks and the true intentions lurking behind them. Two forms of common sense, one rooted in morals, the other birthed by sentimental arguments, would clash from time to time. In this case, which side would be the minority in the simplest sense? Let us assume our friend had died. Certainly neither we nor the deceased must have wished for this outcome. Then what had to be done? Even as we suffered from nightmares each and every day, even as the lamentations of the dead tormented us to the point of insanity, could one still cling to morals in spite of that? Yes, for instance, what about merely thinking it? A convenient delusion, a cliched miracle. One could consider it infantile or ridicule it as stupid, yet even as they label it as sacrilegious, blasphemous, or taboo beyond belief. Didn't most people wish for their loved ones to come back?
あなたはどう思いますか?
Leonhardt. Accompanied by the howl of the wind, the girl approached the priest from behind. It appeared she'd witnessed the whole thing from beginning to end. She had no presence at all, but the two of them likely maintained an unspoken bond. Father Trifa showed no particular sign of being surprised at all.
どうとはつまり彼の意見に対してですか？
ええ。何かしら感じるところがありましたかね？
別に何も。思想は個人の自由です。
Interesting.
つまり気分は害していないとおっしゃる。怖いですね。冗談ですよ。ともかく私としては助かりました。あなたが抑えてくれたのはもとよりカインに聞かれなかっただけでも良好です。あれは
であれば不用意な発言は控えていただきたいと思います。あなたは少し昔からいたずらが過ぎる。
確かにこれは宦官の至りですね。以後気をつけるといたしましょう。
What a mysterious conversation. Trifa sounded a lenient chuckle while readjusting his glasses. Sighing, the girl proceeded to give him a sidelong glance.
無礼を承知で言わせてもらえば軽挙妄動ではないでしょうか。中の彼女たちにしてもそういつまでも騙されてはくれないでしょう。ただでさえあなたの魂は巨大すぎます。本来ならもういくらか場が整うまでシャンバラに入るべきではなかったと思います。
それは前にも言ったでしょう。副資料閣下の砲術は私ごときの侵入でひび割れるほど脆い代物ではありませんよ。まあ勇み足だったのは認めますがね。我々には過去があります。若いあなたにはわからないかもしれませんが、少しはそれを信じなさい。
過去？もしかして神のですか？
いいえ、私の神はもういません。
It's the divine protection of
という
the
指摘
devil.
もあるでしょうね。
How delicious.
とりあえず今そんなことはどうでもいい。
How utterly delicious and
ただやる
depraved
べきことを
mortals.
やるべき時に。リザとテレジアにはまた嫌われてしまうでしょうが、これも務め。なればやむなしといったところでしょう。私の言いたいことはわかりますね。
はい。
結構。でしたらば行きなさい。現場の判断はあなた
This
に
is a
任せ
great
ま
use
す
of
が、
the organ.
ベイとマレウスがやりすぎるようなら止めるように。あの少年、どうもきな臭い。うまく言えませんが、何か良くないものがついている。まあ、このシャンバラはおかしな人間が生まれやすいし、集まりやすい。当たり外れはともかくとして、網にかかれば試すことにもなるでしょう。結果、何が釣れるかはわかりませんが。
What is Shambhala?
それ次第で臨機応変。了解しました、ゲート。
頼みましたよ。あなたには期待している。
Following a light nod, the girl turned to leave. However, in sharp contrast with her otherwise courteous demeanor, the way she carried herself appeared to suggest a clearly rebellious will. What, is she going to rip off a mask and reveal her persona? Merely exchanging words with the man seemed to make her sick. Well, thank you, Aripi. I'm glad that people are getting a lot out of my playing the narrator. This, the voice acting in this is so excellent, I can't hope to even close compare. But I do have a certain love for the flair of theater and dramatic readings.
やれやれ、どうも嫌われていますね。
But that too felt only natural. I feel like this is the one type of stream where I could just do this and like to an audience of 0. A complete audience of 0 for the entire stream. While the priest's heart bled at the notion of receiving the young maiden's distaste, he had no time to waste on bettering their relations. For indeed he had many a task to attend to, desires to fulfill, goals to achieve, a craving that burned bright in his chest, never to be extinguished. A sentiment so unlike him, both as a man of God as well as one in his position, and yet...
残念ながら、私は俗物なのですよ。ネモアンテモルテムベアトゥス。そんなざれ言、かけらも信じられないのでね。
Nemo ante mortem beatus. Only after death can one find happiness. Interesting. Indeed, he had many a task to attend to, for in order to realize those fairy tales of the young and fair, at least one demon was required to labor tirelessly in the background, away from prying eyes. Time was of the essence, for those devils in human skin would soon return. In order to prepare for the coming of that day, the priest would take all the measures he deemed necessary. And so, tonight's opera would no doubt turn out to be one worthy of remembrance.
でもさ、あの神父様素敵だよね。お父さんみたいな感じがして。
Kasumi was filling my ears with that nonsense during our way back to the apartment and wouldn't stop even after we arrived, so they got home safely. That's good.
ちょっと頼りないし変人っぽいけど、なんか愛を感じるじゃない？私結構羨ましいな。
You're too kind, Kasumi. You're too kind to people who don't deserve it. First Ren, now the priest. Kasumi envying others and even calling someone a father? You didn't hear that every day. She lost her own father. As for me, I didn't have parents. So we kind of had this unspoken agreement not to bring the topic up, which is why I guess that's why parents have not been pretty much mentioned in this visual novel up until I got asked about them. And the parents? What are those? Oh hey Shinoxil, how you doing? Yes, we're still going, and I hope to go for some while yet. But this is the category in which I can just go. But my voice is probably going to start dying at some point. I have no idea. For this mortal shell, I know not the limits. I know not the limits that it has. But I'm excited to test them. Yeah, parents, what are those? What are those? That was a chilling moment. What were those again? I found myself at a loss for words.
いいんじゃないか。仲良さそうで。
だよね。
Why am I so? I couldn't get the angry expression before at all, but now it seems to be happening a lot more often. I'm still bad at manipulating the emotions of this, the expressions of this mortal shell. Have you ever I suppose if you mortals have ever been like you know, you don't smile a lot, and so when you do, it kind of hurts to do so. It felt a bit odd seeing Kasumi smile as if she was talking about herself. Or maybe I was the jerk for being this perplexed by it. Despite having no blood relation whatsoever, Himuro, Sister Lisa, and Father Trifa seemed like a genuine family, which was a wonderful thing, all things considered. No wonder Kasumi admired them. I was the weird one here. Yeah, because you don't make any emotions with your face all day, so it just kind of... Because you're not interacting with people. I've got no... I think I'm a lot better with that now. I was the weird one here.
何？
Yeah.
どうかした？
After reassuring her that I was just fine, I began to change my mind. This definitely didn't come up all that often, but if Kasumi wanted to discuss the topic, there was really no reason for me to object. After all, just like I told Father Trifa, I didn't feel a thing for my parents.
お前はホームシックにでもかかったのか？
Homesick?
ちょっとね。レンはどう？うちのお母さんに会いたい？
Her mother.
あの人、俺を女装させようとするから苦手だ。
What the metric? I mean, fair enough.
そういや、そうだったね。
So wait, he sent it. So earlier. So okay. So they live in these apartments. But when she brought all that stuff to it. Like, she bought him like naughty magazines and stuff for at the hospital, and then he went and had them all sent to her home. But he had them sent to her mother's place in their hometown instead of like her apartment. I'm only just now realizing that was even more of a dick move. Oh, Yokodon. The dream. The dream of so many. The Oyakodon. The noble goal. I had no parents, no relatives either. I was taken in by a friend of my dad's, Kasumi's father, and so I'd been freeloading off the Ayase family ever since. So that's how they're childhood friends. In that sense, Kasumi and I were more like a brother and his older sister than childhood friends. She insisted it was the other way around, but after some serious consideration, I concluded I didn't need an older sister like that. Besides, my birthday came before hers. As for financial troubles, I'd been told that I had nothing to worry about thanks to my family's inheritance. With the exception of the minimum amount for living expenses, I could more or less use it as I saw fit. I was grateful to her family, Kasumi included in quote.
でね、私らが小さい時、一度お父さんがレンを正式な養子にしようとしたことがあるんだって。でもそれ、お母さんが大反対して、結局お流れになっちゃったらしいんだ。
Was it because the mom wanted to go for the Oyakodon?
なんでと思う?
That's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
Bit of a ridiculous line of thought, but hey. The realm of logic means nothing to us mortals. We shall dive through the insanity.
No.
Smiling, Kasumi drew her face closer to mine, contrary to what I was expecting her to say, though.
そんなことしたら、かすみとレンが結婚できなくなっちゃうでしょ?
Yes. Boom. She dropped that bomb so hard I could almost literally hear it. Wait.
確か三親等以内の血族じゃない限り養子だろうがなんだろうが OK じゃなかったか?
そうなの? 詳しいんだね。
Ren looked that up?
調べたの?
Why was Ren looking at non-blood related, like, adopted siblings? Don't tell me he's into that. Oh, did he look it up so he could marry Kasumi? What was with that ungodly, wicked smile?
どうしてレンはそんなに詳しかったりするのかな?
常識の範疇.
It's not.
本当に? 私とお母さんは知らなかったよ。ねえ、なんでかな?
そういう漫画とか結構あるだろ?
So he is into that kind of stuff in fiction.
ねえ、あんまり漫画読まないじゃん。
No, he doesn't. Imagine not reading manga that much. There's so many good ones. Kasumi began to sidle up to me like a slug. It was more off-putting than scary, honestly.
私たち、実は言い名付けだったのよ。
What?
ねえ。ねえねえ。
Are they? Did they make the childhood promise? I gave her a karate chop on instinct.
言ったよね、あた。いきなり何してくれんのよ。
不気味な動きで近寄ってこないでくれ、知女。
Sheviant? That's a weird one. That's a weird one indeed. Ah, my face. It seems like so elastic. Hold on. Oh well. We shall simply press on. Ren, Rhine, Ron. Ah, stop making that face. Stop making that face. Stop making that face. Hold on. There we are. Well, that shattered her world. Sheviant, a woman who sexually harasses a man.
地上の愛と平和を守るため。
Well, yeah, my face is going crazy here. Hold on. Well, maybe I could get a drink with the loading screen anyway. Hold on. I'll be right back. We'll take a short break. We'll take like a 5-minute break. I might come back before 5 minutes, but I will not. I'll not read on for 5 minutes. So starting now. The 31 past. Go. I gotta get me a better loading screen, mortals. It's not quite up to snuff. But then, little of my operation is quite up to snuff. We're still on break until 36 past. Yes, good morning, Bunzel-chan. Good morning. Yes, everybody, I hope everybody has taken this 5-minute break as a good chance to get some hydration. Although, like, I assume people have been getting up and leaving and coming back, like, throughout the stream. There's no reason to sit through it all, because we've been going for 4.5 hours. I don't think, like, man, if anyone has been here since the beginning, the props. But anyway, to discuss. I mean, although I suppose some people might still not be. I don't mind. I'm still going to talk. The childhood friend buff isn't that strong, is it? Now, Irippy, this is such an important thing. Irippy, this is such an important thing. The childhood friend status is an incredible buff, but it is often a sign of, well, often it's a curse. It can be a curse, and that can be a tragedy. But the childhood friend type is a powerful type indeed. It's a powerful aspect to have, an attribute. Endurance training to match Carmine. Well, it's good to have endurance. I know Congo can go for like 9 hours or something like that. So this is a relatively tame upper limit. But because this is and this is more than I usually go, but this is a visual novel, so I really just wanted to hammer away at it, because this is going to take many, many sessions. And we've got lots of time today. Sheviant, ever brave and defiant, protector of love and peace. So we're not... Oh, we've hit 12:36 on my thing. So we're going to wait for just a second. And I'm going to have one more drink. And then we're going to go. I seem to be facing... Yeah, not... something like that. There we are. Yes. But yes, welcome mortals to any who, have, missed the start of the stream, which at this point has been many hours ago. Welcome to Dice Irae with Carmine Fleckathon. It's a read-along. And hello to everyone who is here and such, and thank you to everyone who's been here and such, and all that stuff and things like that. We've already hit 12:37, so we're going to continue.
お前頭大丈夫か?
うさい！おでこ触るな！熱なんかない！っていうかあれでしょ！あんた照れてるからいつもそんなことばっか言うんでしょ！ガキ！
ロボトミー手術を受けてくれ、バカスミ。
Don't call her Bakasumi, you... Man, at some point Ren's gonna have to start not being a jerk to Kasumi, at least on her route, surely.
ちょっと！それ子供の時に禁句してしたあだ名じゃない！この
レンタン！
レンタン！
萌えキャラみたいに呼ぶな。
Ah, Rentan, he's like a mascot.
レンタンはどうしてそんなに素直じゃないかな？
Yeah, you shouldn't have brought up nicknames.
君はどうしてそんなにおまぬけなんだ？
One stupid exchange after another, pointless conversation after pointless conversation, a worthless daily existence, cheap like garbage. A series of ever unchanging, mundane events, the kind you'd have a hard time even remembering the next day. Why did I never reflect upon that day, that instant, more deeply? I was careless. I didn't take it seriously. I thought that I understood, that nothing lasted forever, that something being finite meant that its end could come at any time. That irreplaceably precious garbage of a daily life Ren Fuji wished to protect to the point of parting ways with his best friend came to an end that night. Well, I'm sorry for your loss, Ren, but it looks like we're going to progress the plot, so... Now then, let the curtains rise on tonight's grand guignol. At first I couldn't understand what was going on. What happened to me? I was in my room just a few moments ago, so why was I suddenly all alone in a place like this? I glanced around my surroundings, the chaos in my mind never once subsiding. I was outside, no question about that. Was this some kind of a prank? I didn't get so drunk that my memories blanked out, did I? That couldn't have been the case. How did this happen? I didn't know. It wasn't that difficult to recall everything that had happened up until this point. I left the church, went home, took a bath, and went to bed. I might have had a chat with Kasumi too, but it probably wasn't anything important knowing her. Nothing that would help me here at any rate. The last thing I remembered was going to bed, and that was the important bit. It meant that this was all a dream, not reality. A dream? But even if I assumed that to be true, there was still something I couldn't quite explain. Why wasn't this that dream? Over the past few days, I've been having the exact same dream of that twilight shore, that nightmare at the guillotine. True, if I never had that dream ever again, I could count myself lucky, but the sudden change still left me feeling like something was off. The moon loomed high above, showering me with frozen blue light. I was alone, like a dancer in the spotlight. This was strange. This was strange. Something felt off. Though I was conscious, I couldn't perceive anything. It was a vague, floating feeling, like I was nothing more than an eyeball. That could be attributed to the nature of dreams, though. I couldn't control myself properly. Although I could detect a dull pain hammering away at my brain, I still felt out of it to the point of wanting to throw up. I would have been hard-pressed to call it a very comfortable feeling. In other words, this really was yet another dream. The details of it might have changed, but it remained just as unpleasant as before. I began to stagger as I felt a sense of intoxication wash over me. Actually, perhaps it would be better to say I was already walking. I certainly wasn't doing it consciously, and the sensation of my feet pressing against the earth felt incredibly vague. All I had left was my vision, and this faint, dull headache, and... was this a heartbeat? It sounded like it was coming from far off, but I could definitely hear someone's heartbeat. It wasn't mine. For some reason, that was all I knew, as well as the fact that it was slowly yet steadily getting closer. A sharp burning pain flared up in my neck. The word pain didn't even begin to describe it. It felt like I was being strangled by a string of molten hot barbed wire, and as the pain grew more intense, so did the heartbeat draw closer and closer. A never-ceasing sound, the sensation of another heartbeat in the back of my head. What the hell was this? I was getting strangled. I couldn't breathe. The pain was only growing more and more intense. Succumbing to strangulation was all too easy. I could feel that thing biting into the flesh of my neck. It was trying to twist my neck. It was all too incomprehensible. What did I do to deserve this? Could it be that I was about to become the 8th victim? The abrupt pain, akin to having my very bones scraped off, made me let out a violent howl of agony. I wasn't bleeding, but I could tell that my neck and torso were held together by nothing more than one last bone. Creak, creak, I heard my bones being whittled down little by little. The other heartbeat in my skull, I could feel it being activated. I found myself assailed by a feeling of discomfort unlike any I'd ever experienced before. Almost like I was a second skin being shed by another creature while I still lived. What? An ever so brief whisper echoed in my ears. I couldn't make out what it was saying, not a word. I'd already passed my threshold of pain and was being driven into a situation where all I wanted to do was writhe on the ground. I was in no condition to properly make out some ever-audible noise of a voice. As the creaking in my neck grew ever more intense, my vision was abruptly cut off with the grace of a sudden blackout. A sound echoed across the darkness I found myself freshly enveloped by. Hurry, 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 hurry. The sound drilling into my skull began to merge with the noise, gradually transforming into something I could make out as human speech. A familiar requiem I'd heard somewhere before. Dies irae, dies illa solvet seclum in favilla, teste David cum Sibylla. Sibylla. Well, that's Latin, but what does it mean? Quantos tremo est futurus, quando judex est venturus, sumpta stricte is it chunta? Is it kunta? I think it's cuncta stricte discusurus. Yes, a title drop. We truly were dies irae. Tuba mirum spargens sonum per sepulchra regionum coget omnes ante thronum. Mors stupebit et natura cum resurget creatura judicanti responsura. I can't chant. I can't do a chant. Liber scriptus prophetur in quo totem continetur unde mundus judicator. See? I can't chant. Judex ego cum sedebit, quid latet apparebit, nil in ultim remanebit. Quid sum mise tunc dicturus, quem patronem rogaturus, cum vix justus sit securus. Rex tremende majestatis, qui salvando salvas gratis, salva me fons pietatis. Recordare Jesus P, quod sum cosa tue vie, ne me perdas illa die. Quere There's too much of it, but we're gonna get through. Hold on, I need a drink. I need to drink to do this. Alright. Okay, mortals. Let's do this from the top. Oh, I'm crashing and burning out here, but I shall do it anyway. Yeah, my boldness is all you can applaud. Recordare Jesus pie, quod sum cosa tue vie, ne me perdas illa die. Quorens me sedisti lassos, redemisti crucem passus, tantos labor non sit casus. Juste judex ultionis, donum fac remissiones, ante diem rationis. Ingemisco tanquam reus culpa rubet vultus meus supplicante pace Deus, qui Mariam absolvisti et latronum exodisti mihi quoque spemdedisti. Precious miei non sunt digne, sed tu bonus fac benigne, ne pereni crema igne. Inter ovas locum presta, et abhodes me sequestra, statu ens in parte dextra. Confutatis maledictus, flamininus acribis addictus, voce me flammis acribus. Sorry, from the start of that line. Confutatis maledictus, flammis acribis addictus, voca me cum benedictus. Oro suplex et acclinas, cor contritum quasi chinas, gere cura me finas. Ugh. Apologize for butchering that. Now we move on. We move from our impromptu Latin session to the actual dramatic reading. My skull was split, my head severed. The string of unintelligible words that poured forth from within jolted through my mind, robbing it of sanity. To oppose the racing stream of my pain, I let go of the hand known as the axis of reason, desperately clinging to me. And thus my head was severed. The world had turned inside out. There was no pain, no nausea. That feeling of intoxication began to fade, as all my senses, sight and hearing included, were completely restored. Huh? As everything from the neck up had been replaced, it would only be natural for the previous head's discomfort to vanish as well. Myriad sensations, all strange, sharpened to the limit, and although there was a distinct sense of aloofness and ambiguity in its operation, the head had the body under control. Uh-oh. Its movements remained stiff, a sway of the ego perhaps, yet Ren Fuji's influence was already but an insignificant speck of dust, hardly even worth viewing as a problem. This is bad! Ren has been decapitated and somebody has replaced his head. It would soon grow accustomed to it. It knew him better than anyone, guaranteeing utmost affinity. The two of them were as caduceus, two in one, two sides of the same coin. yin and yang. Don't tell me he has an alter ego. Ah, how truly romantic. What would man call this, if not the red string of fate itself? The head began to cackle, its body staggering onwards with the unsteady step of a sleepwalker. Where to? That hardly needed to be said. To its prey. The hunter cared not who ended up slaughtered. It could have even been a cat or a dog for all it cared. So long as the prey had blood, life, and was worthy to be cut down, the hunter did not discriminate. All it needed was a victim large enough to be fit for a massacre to help satisfy these welling destructive urges. Had there been a zoo nearby, an elephant or a giraffe would likely have sufficed. However, that was not the case. As such, it needed to hunt for something else. Something that hardly needed to be explained. Indeed! Humans. A voice came pouring out.
よければ公園の外までご一緒させてもらえませんか?
Oh no.
怖くて
Startled, a woman in her mid-20s turned around. Her gaudy makeup and suit left quite the impression, pointing towards a career in perhaps the nighttime entertainment business. The head continued to speak.
友達とはぐれちゃって電話したら入り口で待ってるから早く来いって言われました。
What voice is this? If this is Ren, like, I guess it's a different voice because it's a different head, but that's not Ren's voice actor. It produced a smile, all to calm itself, to coax, to persuade its preferred target. In times like this, presenting a soft, kind, and gentle expression worked as the most effective cover. The woman made a troubled smile, but ultimately agreed to the head's request. Despite voicing a grumble or two, her voice ran with a hint of relief. She was probably frightened. Ah, what an idiot. Just as the head formulated that thought, not even the assailant themselves could tell or remember which direction it came from. All they saw was the lightning-fast swoop of the blade, its afterimage burned into their eyes. The woman was decapitated, her head sent flying into the air. So it wasn't a guillotine used. It was just a regular blade. Or it might have been the blade of a guillotine, but it wasn't the rest of the mechanism. Ah, you gotta love these kinds of effects in VNs. It didn't end there. Her torso was sliced into 5 pieces before the head even hit the ground. It's more than a decapitation now? She displayed not a shred of resistance. The act seemed a magic trick of sorts, but one that could never be undone. Maybe this is a different person. The woman's body split into pieces, her various parts scattering like falling Jenga blocks. The freshly severed head fell on the still spinning hand with a thump, the same somewhat stiff smile eternally frozen on its lips. It then bounced into the air one more time. Yo, it's a game, Aripi. It's a game! Yeah, Tamara, we're still live. Of course we're still live. Before being sliced in two, right down the middle, the woman's face split open, scattering blood and brain as it burst like cheap fireworks. Good morning, Tamara. Good morning. Welcome. Yeah, what a waste of good blood. Should be drinking that stuff. Delicious. I love the distortion effects that they're using on this. A fierce cackle reverberated in the area, piercing the very heavens. Its spine creaked, perhaps due to joy, dread, or a mix of both. The creeping sensation of a myriad crawling worms shook its jaw, never once stopping. The hunter's fits of laughter failed to cease, a multitude of thoughts diffusing throughout its head. A feeling akin to the taste of cheap drugs, a gut-wrenching wave of chaotic, psychedelic tension, wonderful beyond description. It felt so good, everything from the head up switched on its own. Whoosh. 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 The world flashed like a strobe light at the neck-breakingly fast switch. To get a clear idea of what that felt like, one simply had to take a roller coaster, a freefall, and whatever they called that spinning coffee cup ride thing, and put them all together. So what's going on here? Everything from the head up switched on its own. The thrill of murder, the joy of robbing one of life, the intoxication of absolute carnage seeping into the very core of the hunter's being. The lamps and garbage cans within 10 meters had split apart, much like the woman. Met with its own sheer over-enthusiasm, the hunter laughed. As such, it yearned to play a while long. Alas, you mustn't. It would appear that they have caught wind of this. The world shut down with a click, not unlike death, like that woman from a moment before whose very existence was denied and expunged, like that dream of being beheaded by a guillotine, that exact same sensation. Ah, so this was yet another dream. Sleep, do not awaken, you must not. Wake up. Now then, the beasts approach. Retreat or advance, make your choice. And so, after God knows how much time, I finally came to my senses, only to find myself gazing up at the moon. The round, perfectly circular shape of the moon, like a hole bored into the sky. The cold night air sent a shiver down my spine, feeling almost like it came pouring out from that very hole. Where was I? And what was I doing all here, all by myself? I'm gonna have another drink. Well, we process the fact that Ren has now, at least his body, has murdered somebody. I didn't really know, nor did I remember anything, for that matter. All I recall was falling on my arse and spacing out like some idiot. Right, I had a dream. I couldn't recall all the details, but I knew it was quite the unpleasant, ominous, and terrifying, or perhaps enjoyable dream. Definitely not enjoyable, Ren, unless you're an abnormal type. At least, that was what it felt like. Why had I been staring at the moon this whole time without budging my eyes on my body? How odd of me to fixate on that. It wasn't like I really wanted to look at the moon, but it seemed to attract me precisely because I didn't want to see that. The moon was simply a convenient distraction. Almost as if I was unconsciously clinging to it, trying to escape my surroundings. Why was something like that here? I didn't want to think about why this wet, sticky liquid on the ground was there, so he's right in front of the corpse that was just killed. I finally looked down. My gaze fell upon a sea of blood, as well as chunks of meat and excrement that seemed like they were chucked out of a bucket. Remains of a human body lay scattered as far as the eye could see, mutilated beyond recognition. Arms severed at the elbow, legs still standing up from the shins down, a torso cut into round slices with its intestines spilling out like spaghetti. And just as I'd feared, the body itself had nothing from the neck up. A woman's head, cleaved vertically, floated in the middle of that puddle of blood, facing the ground, eyes fixed on me in a glare. White bone, pink entrails, yellow fat, red muscles, grey brain, dull eyes, light brown hair, the putrid stench of blood and death lingering about those grisly remains, even emitting steam in the cold night air, violated my nasal cavities with merciless intensity. What was all this doing here? I felt like a complete fucking idiot for only thinking about this now. I could remember, though only partially, what this body used to look like, the kind of face it made, as well as how she was killed. I vomited with enough force to make me feel like my innards were being turned inside out. The smell of vomit mixed in with the stench of blood. My stomach cramped under the wintry moonlight, no doubt a result of the blood that looked nearly like a veil of crimson mist. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't a dream. This cold head, this cold, this head, this stench, these images, they were all... I felt completely shocked, more by the action I took rather than the abrupt voice that prompted me to do it. Just how many meters did I jump back despite being on all fours? Hi, Wilhelm! A man I'd never seen before greeted me with a jovial smile. If he was standing where I'd been until a moment ago, it meant that I must have jumped back about 10 meters back. Ren has stopped holding back, but at what cost? The man spoke up in a calm voice, paying no heed to the mutilated corpse by his feet. He clearly harbored not a shred of respect for the dead, casually trampling on the woman's sliced face like it was no more than an empty can. Seeing that, a difficult to describe chill rushed through my entire body. The beast's approach. Didn't someone say that moments before I regained consciousness? So Ren's having a bit of a tough time at the moment, a bit of a psychotic episode. Give him your support, everybody, because he's in a bad place right now. He needs some help. He needs some help. This was bad, really bad. Nerve cells all throughout my body began to sound their equivalent of an emergency siren, blowing clean away all trivial bafflements that came with seeing a dead body, killing someone, or wondering what I was even doing here in the first place. Before me towered a colossal threat. It would have been simple to identify it as a beast of prey. No, a better way to describe it would be an otherworldly kind of pressure, the dread of some mysterious inhuman abomination. Such an abruptly materialized source of pure wickedness evicted all potential thoughts from my mind. This guy was not normal. He was not human.
Yo, なんか言えよガキ。こっちは気使って
Wow.
猿用の言葉
Is
で
he talking
話
about
してや
using
ってるんだ
Japanese?
ぜ。
Wow. Screw you, mate.
口聞けねえってわけでもねえだろうが。
The man took a step towards me. Oh, Ren and Guillotine Girl against the world? I'd be down for that. The emergency alarm in my mind proceeded to kick it up a notch. It was a hunch similar to base instinct. It was telling me to run. Good reaction. Fight or flight? Flight. Otherwise I would be devoured. My body moved unconsciously. I jumped back just as fast as I did earlier. No, even faster than that, with the intention of getting out of here right away. However... It's Rusalka, everybody! You'll remember Rusalka, right, from earlier? If you don't, she seems to be some sort of, well, I mean, may have been alive during World War II or not, may have made a contract with Satan. We don't know all the details. But look at her, she's adorable. And she's probably going to kill us. That attempt was blocked by a woman standing behind me. This was getting ridiculous. I poured all I had into fleeing this vicious sink-or-swim situation. Even if there were any obstacles, I had enough force to mow down pretty much anything in my path. So why? Ooh, she's got nice gloves. Oh, and look at that. She's actually got much better shoulder windows than on her outfit. I didn't notice before, but she's got really good shoulder windows. Unlike the school uniforms, because you can see more of the, you know, the upper bit. It's a much better look. Yeah, she's a cutie patootie, indeed. Rusalka love. Why couldn't I break through this fragile-looking woman? How the hell was she holding me down with arms that should have honestly broken like a frail twigs the moment I hit her? Bit of an error there with the localization. All she did was place her hand lightly upon my chest, yet that alone rendered me completely paralyzed. Yeah, really nice shoulder windows. Yeah, they are really nice shoulder windows. Look at them. Look at that. You can get behind that, surely. I felt an unbelievably heavy pressure. Almost like there were over 100 people packed beneath her skin. Oh! So, Wilhelm is Bay, which would mean that she's... Mariam or something like that? There was one that was mentioned along with Bay. Nahzera? Nahzera? Interesting, Rusalka. What ability is that? I could personally defeat it, no problem, but Ren seems to be having some trouble with it. I don't know what kind of girl uses other girls to test run things. I have no idea what you're on about with that. Smirking, the pale man shifted his gaze to look at me, his scoff ridiculing my pointless attempt at trying to escape him. A hopelessly terrifying sense of sheer inhumanity, abnormality to the point of being laughable. These two were just like that. They killed people without any display of humanity, devouring others to escalate themselves to a position transcending mankind. Oh! So we are Zarathustra. Does that mean that we're actually... Yeah, Mercurius is... So that would have been... Yeah, interesting. So apparently So does that mean that like we get a seat on the table? Because that'd be nice if we get a seat on the obsidian round table or whatever. Yeah, Rusalka is Malleus. Rusalka is Malleus. Cute Malleus.
そうね。鉄は熱いうちに、なんだっけ、この国のことわざだったような気がするけど。
More drink. I really need to drink. My voice is reaching its limit, but we will not succumb. My thoughts were reduced to a jumble just by having them near me. I felt like I could pass out any second now. I could smell an unnaturally dense mixture of blood, death, and decay. I was this close to losing it. Simply being in the center of their attention was going to crush me if this kept going. Anyway, I had to do something. Even if my body was paralyzed, I needed to at least speak up so I could free myself from their grip. I can do more than talk. I can sing! But,
普通の人間なら気絶するくらいのことはしてるつもりなんだけどな。
Anyway.
意識があるだけじゃなくて、口も聞けるか。これはいよいよたまんないね。
Of course I can talk.
ゾクゾクしてきちゃうよ。
Humans can talk. Leaving my chest, the woman's fingers slid up to my neck. Ooh. Rusalka, you're getting a bit frisky.
あれ、あなたがやったのかな？
She referred to the mutilated corpse of the woman lying scattered on the pavement, asking me if I was
雑
responsible.
で荒いし綺麗じゃないよね。少なくとも私の知ってるあいつの趣味じゃないようだけど。
So she did know Mercurius.
メルクリウスの生物が何だったのか。私たちの誰一人
Oh,
として
is
知ら
honor
ない
the
の
term for
よ。
like their runes,
だ
their
から
powers,
あ
stuff
れ
like
だけじ
that?
ゃ特定できない。
Interesting.
あなた、あいつの代理なの？
もしそうなら、野郎の生異物もこれと似たようなもんなのか。
What the hell were those guys talking about? It all sounded like gibberish to me. Besides,
知らない。
Shiranai. Did I really kill someone here? There was a body right in front of me. I retained memories of the moment of her death. But was that really me? I was neither trying to flee from reality nor attempting to shift the blame. Rather, I just...
燃えない。殺しなんか。
I believe him. I saw it. I did. But I couldn't say for certain I was the one who did it when I gave that answer. Yeah, they're very funny. Maniacal laughter poured out of the two, like water from a broken faucet. Their sneers like a lump of malice. An aggregation of discord that threatened to drive one mad, to destroy one's sanity just by listening. Its sheer wretchedness made me sick. Theirs was no laugh of any ordinary human. That much I could attest to with certainty.
そうかそうか、お前違うか。そうだよな。あ、そうだろうとも。面白い。
The man walked right up to me, his shoulders still trembling from laughter. His eyes betrayed no sense of laughter, though. I got goosebumps all over.
めんどくせえな。体に効くかよ。
He's gonna punch. His simple... Oh, no, it was a kick. My all-seeing eyes doesn't seem to be working quite so well at the moment. His simple kick to the stomach sent me flying like a piece of cardboard. What the hell? That seemingly light kick nearly killed me. I must have broken half my ribs. Oh, no, no. Again.
それでもう一度聞くんだけどよ。
He stomped on my left shoulder right as I attempted to sit up, causing my joints to break with a creaking
生
sound.
物はなんだ。てめえはどこでメルクリウスのクソとつながってる。
Yeah, high schooler has sleeping-walking episode, wakes up, gets kicked by SS cosplayer. We've all been there. My vision flickered from the pain. I couldn't even scream. By contrast, the man's voice remained endlessly frivolous. Actually, I think they were the SS in the context of this.
実際拷問は得意じゃねえんだ。俺が相手してるうちに剥がねえと、お前あっちのバカ女に本格的なの食らわされっつ。
Oh yes, yes, please, Rusalka, torture me.
ちょっと失礼ね。バカって何よ。
Look at that. Oh, look at that. You can see a little bit of her legs there. Very nice. And as before, as with all the women in this game, it seems good hip to waist ratio and all that. Ha, mini size. That's a little rude. Okay.
いいわよ。じゃあ手伝ってあげないんだから。
Also, I like her cute ahoge and how her, how her hair is just the length of her, like it goes all the way down to her hips, but she's got these two little bangs in front. Well, actually, no, it kind of does at the back, but she's kind of like leaning forward, so I don't know.
頭さえ残ってれば最悪なんとかなるんだしさ。
So long as you look, okay, got it. So here's the thing, she's got so it goes down to about her chest when she's not leaning forward. Look at that. It's cool that they have a leaning forward, doing that cutesy leaning forward pose sprite. That's very nice.
だそうだぜ。
Yeah, so they're just going to decapitate me. Excellent. It broke, or perhaps it was dislocated. I couldn't move my left arm from the shoulder down. I grabbed the man's ankle with my right hand out of pure reflex. I attempted pouring as much strength into my grip as possible, but he wasn't budging an inch. Seriously? The man lifted me up into the air using only his leg, then connected it into a spin kick without missing a beat. That's impressive. So he lifted Ren with like one leg, and then immediately like slammed that leg onto the ground, and before Ren like dropped a bit, twisted and did a spin kick with the other leg. That's how I'm seeing it in my mind. That's very impressive. It was enough to send me flying 7 or 8 meters to the fence overlooking the water. This was no laughing matter. He was seriously going to kill me if this kept up. I had to do something to get away. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get if you never skip that day. Hey, whatever works. His tone mocked me, like he had just read my mind. He was right though. That wouldn't do me any good. No. Then what else was I to... He really doesn't know anything. Wilhelm, don't kill him. He really doesn't know anything. The man's kick crashed into the iron fence beside me, bending its bars in the process. I remained silent, but what else was I going to do? How was I supposed to reply when I had no answer to give him? Was I going to die here, crushed without rhyme or reason in a situation beyond my comprehension? I didn't want that. No way I was going to accept an outcome like that. I felt it meaningless to explain and justify myself to an opponent I couldn't reason with. Likewise, I couldn't just run away from him either. Then what was I to do? Words and running wouldn't do me any good. So what other methods would help me break through this deadlock of irrational, unreasonable situation? Well, is it fighting? Let it be fighting. Nah, it's his leg, isn't it? It's a leg carbadon. It's a leg carbadon. His kick crashed into the iron fence. It's a leg carbadon. But yes, please let this be fighting. A colour of boredom seeped into the man's tone as he threw a fierce punch my way, almost as if to say that he was done playing torturer. His bloodlust was near palpable. I felt death itself approaching. I could instinctively tell that I would die the moment that fist crashed into me. I no longer had any other choice. I saw a body earlier. Maybe I was the one who killed her, or maybe I wasn't. Regardless of the truth, that horrific image had been permanently burned into my retina, refusing to leave. As such, I had but one thing on my mind, that I did not wish to end up that way. A selfish, greedy, and wretched attachment to life. That alone steeled my conviction, made it fiercer than anything else. Like hell I'd be killed. Like hell I'd be broken here. I had to move, dodge, struggle. If I wanted to live, if I wished to avoid death, I had but one thing to do. Because I was not supposed to die in a place like this, to begin with. Found it in yourself to act? In that case, allow me to give you some advice. Out of all the current fangs, that man, Bei, is amongst the fiercest. Struggle all you wish, but mortal skill alone shan't defeat him.
Ooh.
The man's arm pierced a bench, the iron fence, and even part of the pavement. Drawing it back, he flashed a smile. After rolling away from him to gain some distance, I rose back onto my feet. How shall you proceed, Zarathustra? Shall you acquire my Uikikite and test its prowess on him? Should you retreat or advance, I implore you to bless me with the light of the unforeseen. Oh my... Mercurius, that guy. The guy that was with Goldilocks. He's observing from within Zarathustra, which is Ren, in order to see the unforeseen, because he himself has perfect foreknowledge. So he's locked himself away inside this guy's perspective to seal him up. So he doesn't know what Ren's gonna do, and thus he's entertained. Hell yeah, I'm getting it. Eternity, huh? Then let's see what the powers of the limitless eternity can do. I felt my head pounding, making me think I was about ready to faint at any moment. My semicircular canals rang from the shock like an explosion that had happened right next to me, knocking off my sense of balance. But he dodged it. He dodged it. Let's frickin' go, mortals! The force of that punch, as well as the ones before it, were no laughing matter. Yet they weren't fast enough to make dodging them completely impossible. So long as I kept myself from freezing in terror, I could manage. Now that things had come to this, that was all I could do. Come on. The ivory man of white hair faced me again with a smirk decorating his lips. He would likely kill me in an instant if I tried to make a run for it, which meant my best chance here was to try and create an opening. I was hurting all over, but this still paled in comparison to my fight with Shiro. It was hardly impossible. I had to fight, and successfully break through. It was the only way. Very well. Then act according to your heart's desire. Should you deem it necessary to determine the difference between your strengths.
なあマレウス、こいつ殺すぞ。文句はねえな。
ダメって言っても聞かないんでしょ。いいわよ別に。あなた昔からそんなだしね。
Give me a second to drink and we'll wreck 'em. Let's rock it.
ただ、さっきも言ったけど。
頭は残せか。まあ、
sure you will, Bay. The man approached me with a faint smirk. If he really planned to pick a fight, then victory would go to the one who struck first.
ちょっと待ちなさいよ。どうせやるなら、もう少しやる気が出るようにしてあげるわ。例えば、あなた。
Oh no. The woman interrupted before I could make my first move, and her words caused my thoughts of taking the initiative to fly right out of the window.
今夜、ついさっきまで教会にいたんだよね。
Oh no. What?
だよ。そうだっけか
Oh no, Rusalka, No, Rusalka!
そうよ。だったら手っ取り早いじゃない。
Wait, what were they saying?
逃げるとかごまかそうとか、そういう気が起きないようにしてあげるから。もっと死に物狂いで頑張ろうよ。あなた、自分が痛いのには鈍そうな感じだし。こういう状況の方が火つくんじゃない。
She's threatening the people at the church.
なるほど。
In my mind, I begged them to stop smiling like that. The way they smiled, even an idiot could figure out their true intentions. I couldn't help but feel bothered by the way she mentioned my presence at the church, almost like she'd heard about it from someone, as opposed to directly seeing it herself, but those worries soon became meaningless. I turned pale in an instant. So now we can't run. Fear and uneasiness simultaneously sent shivers down my spine. I went there with Kasumi. I went to see Himuro. I talked to them. It was fun, a good memory. I could still recall it quite well. So, how dared these otherworldly fucks talk about it like it happened on the same planet?
もし逃げたら
That smirking woman's voice was grating to the ears. I had to silence it, no matter what it took. I couldn't allow her to say the rest!
あなたの友達皆殺しにしちゃうからね。
The moment she said that, I rushed forward before I could even think. My sense of balance still felt off, to the point where I didn't think I could run straight. Despite that, I launched the equivalent of a suicide attack. I was scared beyond words. The thought of what they'd do if I let them go was nigh unbearable. So I dashed towards them, emptying my mind. I let out no roar, no shout, not even a weep. All I did was charge mechanically forward. That was...
まあ待てよ。どうしたおい。急に勇ましくなったじゃねえか。つっても。
This pissant is more of a man than you, Wilhelm!
度量が知れるぜ。
My suicide charge had been halted with little to no effort. He grabbed me by the neck, preventing me from moving forward. I could tell that he needed to squeeze but a little harder to snap it. But I couldn't back down. A chill, somewhat different from what I'd experienced earlier, rushed up my spine. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists. My whole body was trembling. This was rage. Fear of the horrible things these psychos would do if I didn't stop them here.
逃げ打とうって気がなくなったんなら追加で俺からも葉っぱくれてやろうじゃねえか。もう質疑応答は終了だ。こっから先は口以外で語り合おうぜ。
You want it, you'll have it.
心配すんなよ。手加減してやる。武器は出さねえし片手だけでやってやっから。お前は銃でもナイフでも念力でも呪いでも
he's a battle maniac. Disgusting.
お前が実際何者だろうと今日は遊べるかどうかだしよ。暇してたんだ長いこと。待つってのはつれえよな。もうしけた祭りじゃ満足できねえ。だからよ。
I am out of drink. This is all going to be on one. The rest of this entire fight sequence is going to be off of this. What I've got. Let's go.
俺にここまで譲歩させてなえる落ち着けやがったらお前。
He drew me close to him, uttering the following like it was nothing.
この街地図から消しちまうぞ。
Oh, you will you? I felt dizziness taking its hold on me. My throat turned so raspy I had trouble properly breathing. I had no idea why all this was happening, or why these insane bastards were here, but there was one thing I did know. This guy was serious. If I made a single mistake in how I acted here, he'd likely make good on his word, and he could probably pull it off too. He would thoroughly, undoubtedly, mercilessly, unsparingly, and heartlessly pulverize, reap, kill, and destroy every single thing here, laughing merrily all the while. The mundane, everyday life that I held so dear was being rapidly painted over by the unknown. I was sure of it. So, I had to fight! I don't give a damn about my throat. I need to give Ren his heart is screaming with all he's got, and so I must return that favor. I was not interested in anything that fell outside the boundaries of the known. I had to fight now. Therefore, I had nothing to hesitate over. After crashing my fist into the man's face, I used the recoil to leap backwards. As a result of forcefully prying myself free from his grip, my neck skin was torn. My arteries seemed to be intact, but all the bleeding left me concerned. On top of that, my fist hurt like absolute hell. The punch shattered my bones and the right hand to bits. It felt like I was punching a block of stone, but... Not only was he not blown back, he hadn't even budged at all from where he stood. The unnatural density of his existence hadn't even wavered in the slightest from my attack. But that was exactly why I couldn't leave a man like him to his own devices. I could never, ever allow this scumbag to lay a hand on Kasumi and Humuro.
分かってると思うけど。
ああ、突っ込んでろマレウス。ご指名は俺だ。
The man blew off his companion with what sounded like a sarcastic chortle, almost like he was toying around with a small fry. His face remained completely free from bruises, even though I hit him hard enough to shatter my own fist. This guy was clearly a monster. His power far eclipsed mine, and I wouldn't have even a snowball's chance in hell to defeat him in a straight-up fight. In fact, I began to question if all this constituted a fight to begin with. Even so, I put my dislocated left shoulder back in place and gave my shattered right fist a forceful twist to fix it. I then thrust a nearby piece of wood into my sleepy right leg to wake it up. It's just a regular sleepy leg, not a right leg. I wouldn't retreat. I'd grown fond of the world around me. That included this entire city, the one with Kasumi, Himuro, Sister Lisa, Father Trifa, and all those guys at school whose names I don't know. The ones with great taste in women. Let's go, Ren! I'd do whatever it took to preserve it. I didn't need stuff I wasn't familiar with. I wanted nothing to do with his unforeseen and unpredictable. Unlike Shiro, I hadn't the slightest interest in trying all the options. I didn't mind if my life ended up as a boring straight line, which meant that these freaks were in the way. How dared these scumbags invade my story? They need to get the hell back to their own genre. In other words, a life ruled by foreknowledge. Such is your... What was that? A thought resembling static jolted through my head for a moment, but I needed to keep it out of my mind. I had to focus on what was right in front of me. Luckily, the woman decided not to interfere. I could only hope that she would stay at the sidelines, as turning this confrontation into a 2-on-1 fight was pretty much the last thing I wanted. As for the rest, I had to do whatever it took to get the better of this man. Even if I couldn't beat him head on, there had to be another way. We were both fighting hand to hand, no weapons, but the scale of the violence he wielded outclassed mine to the extent it made me want to laugh. In that sense, that last punch was a failure. With my right fist shattered, screwing up was no longer an option. Allowing my emotions to guide my decisions could very well prove to be fatal. I needed to calm down. This wasn't my first life or death brawl anyway, no need to panic. I had to carefully probe his weaknesses, then crush them. Like his eyes, or his joints. Though he may have been a monster, as long as he resembled a human in appearance, he had to have vitals. Even if worse came to worse, and all my attempts failed, I still needed to keep Kasumi and Himuro safe. I needed to pull myself together. I had things I held dear to the point of fighting Shiro over them. What exactly did I expect to protect if I ended up getting crushed by these assholes? Let's fucking go. The ivory demon cracked his knuckles as he leveled his gaze with mine. His glare made me dizzy, but this wasn't the time to be intimidated. I didn't feel like revealing a single piece of information pertaining to my identity. The man cut through the air as he approached me, letting out like a beast-like roar in the process. He lunged his right palm, rather his claw, forward. I twisted my body with enough force to wrench my torso off, evading the attack. The slightest graze of his attack was enough to completely tear my clothes at the chest level. Not only that, the lamp behind me was also crushed and snapped in two. His prowess was inhuman, no other way to put it. If I'd taken that thing head on, he probably would have knocked away my innards with one strike. The man howled with laughter. If he wanted to pulverize me, he could have easily done it, yet he was deliberately avoiding just that, instead enjoying watching me jump back as I put some distance between us. Whether he was underestimating me or just messing around, it proved to be quite convenient. I had to find an opening before he got serious. Oh, I skipped you, but I don't care, Wilhelm. We'll keep going.
なるほど。いやいや、本当にあのクソ野郎やってくれるぜ。おい、次はもう少し早く行くがよ。てめえ、簡単に死ぬんじゃねえぞ。
Wilhelm slowly assumed an oddly relaxed pose as the words left his lips. None of his movements were elegant enough to be called martial arts. His strikes were just absurdly fast and unnaturally heavy-hitting. He moved as a pure, undiluted tornado of raw violence, against which techniques learned through effort held no meaning whatsoever. No practice, no training. Even if you killed 100 imaginary enemies, they were still imaginary at the end of the day. Actual combat experience meant everything. Brute force was a display of arrogance particular to those who had been strong from the get-go, as if to say that improvement through dedication remained the privilege of the weak. I knew guys like that very well. This wasn't the first time I'd scuffled with that sort. Dodging was a death wish waiting to happen. I got a punch that barely missed, gouging out my sternum and heart under my armpit and locked it up. I then used the force of his charge against him and leaned back far enough to break his arm. My speed and timing were perfect. I launched a superb counter, the kind I probably wouldn't ever be able to replicate. It was to be a miraculous turnabout, a complete upset that I poured my very heart and soul into. However... Forget broken. His arm hadn't yielded an inch. Our physiques might have been similar, yet the bastard remained completely unaffected. Impossible. How did he do that? Ren, you've got to power up! I shifted my force right into performing an overhead throw, kicking him right in the crotch. If I failed with his joints, I'd crush him at his most vulnerable spot instead. Not even our difference in physical strength would matter with this attack. Instead, my leg was crushed with a crunching sound, sending a wave of chills up my spine. No way, this had to be seriously impossible. What the hell was this guy's body made of? I could use a Deus Ex Machina right about now. Gah, oh, no. He then immediately followed it up with an uppercut that felt like he was about to mow down my whole face. That or he doesn't have balls at all. He's like a Ken doll down there, the son of a bitch. It was powerful enough to blow me away, but it didn't kill me. I felt intense nausea welling up from the impact, rattling my brain. It hurt. It hurt like hell. God damn it! Guarding that ended up breaking both my arms. Vomiting blood, I collapsed onto the pavement, trying to confirm the damage my body had sustained. Both hands, one leg, and my broken ribs had injured my internal organs. Fucking great! It felt almost like a repeat of what happened 2 months ago. I'd just gotten out of the hospital, only to get beaten half to death again. But all these similarities meant that I'd experienced these kinds of injuries and pain before. They really are good sound effects, Bonzo. Mada! I could still stand. I could do this. I was not scared. Wilhelm regarded me with a sneer as I continued to writhe on the ground. Naturally, he had remained completely unscathed. He exuded a demonic aura resembling a heat haze, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of a predator closing in on its prey. He would soon act. True to his word, he only used one hand for his attacks. Despite that, it remained inhumanly fast. And each one of them held lethal power. Defense was not an option. His strikes were merciless whirlwinds of death that tore up my skin and sent my blood spraying out after a mere graze. I couldn't keep dodging them forever. His one-handed multi-angle attacks, a demonstration of his enormous superhuman power, seemed to ignore the very laws of physics. And they were gradually getting faster. They sped up with each one I dodged, seemingly testing my limits. I could no longer follow their trajectory with my eyes. As such, intuition remained the only thing I could rely on, the kind of instinct that manifested itself upon the precipice between life and death. But in the end, that too became weaker and weaker. Suddenly, Wilhelm's arm stretched to unbelievable lengths. It was several times faster than the fixed accelerated tempo of punches he'd been going by up until... It was only by pure luck that I managed to avoid a direct hit. My broken right leg couldn't support its own weight, causing me to fall. As a result, I cheated death. Looked like Lady Luck hadn't forsaken me just yet. However, the pain I felt when moving with my ribs broken was intense enough to threaten knocking me out. At this rate, they might end up puncturing my lungs in the process. The biggest problem I faced, however, was Wilhelm, smirking as he waited for me to stand up. I couldn't find a way to deal with him. That speed of his seemed like it was beginning to surpass the limits of human kinetic vision and reflexes. He was probably only just getting started too. At this rate, I could probably only hope for another 1 or 2 miraculous dodges. This is killing me, but we shall sally on, mortals. We must keep going. On top of that, none of my attacks had any effect on him. At the very least, I'd been made keenly aware that physical blows would do no good against him. Then, leaning against a nearby tree, I rose back to my feet. With my limbs broken, I'd need to secure a new weapon. I'd resolved myself. Wilhelm's bloodlust exploded. He must have predicted what I was about to do. Yeah, he intended to kill me. As such, I couldn't fight him unless I was resolved to do the same to him. I used the tree as a shield in order to block a hit from the bastard, who otherwise would have blown my head clean off. Taking the brunt of his blow, the tree splintered into several pieces with a crunch. Wilhelm displayed incredible destructive power for sure, but I was counting on exactly that. I instantly picked up something suitable as a weapon out of the numerous splinters soaring through the air. In short, I'd found myself an improvised stake. As I couldn't catch it with my broken hands, I instead used my left leg, the only intact limb I still had. I performed a so-called wheel kick, lining my heel up with the stake to aim for Wilhelm's throat. Yes, F for Trikun, but his sacrifice is not in vain. Stake the throat! I drove the stake down with a clear intent to kill. I didn't want to be a murderer, but I'd die otherwise. I had no choice. And so my merciless and unrehearsed acrobatic stunt miraculously succeeded. And yet, all I heard was a mocking scoff. Wilhelm once again took my attack head on without dodging it. Not only did the stake fail to pierce him, the tip had also been crushed to pieces. I couldn't believe my eyes. Seriously, what kind of body did this guy have? How could it not pierce him at the thinnest part of his... Shit! I had to dodge! My reckless dodge in this critical situation ended up resulting in further damage to my own body. That one might have torn my left Achilles tendon. Several pieces of the shattered stake were piercing through my heel. This had to be some kind of a sick joke. Was I going to die after having come this far? I had no idea why, but this guy's tenacity was absurd. I could only speculate why he had no vitals or weak points to begin with. Then just... how? How would I win?
しかし消せねえな。お前本当にそんなもんかよ。そこらの喧嘩自慢に毛が生えた程度の力でどうにかなると思うほど間抜けじゃあるね。切れたもん勝ちがまかり通るご都合主義はよ、シュライバーみたいな反則バカ以外には起こせねえんだ。お前にそういう素質はねえ。
It was a neat improvised attack, but alas, it didn't work.
それとも神風主義ってやつなのか？Those
silly Orientals, those silly Orientals.
飽きやがんねえな。
Oh boy.
気合で勝てりゃ。てめえら戦争に負けてねえよ。
He didn't need to tell me. I knew that painfully well. What I needed now was a physical way to win. Striking during openings, coming up with plans, or dealing damage through straight-up methods wouldn't help me here. I couldn't use violence within the boundaries of common sense to defeat someone who existed outside of it. Not to mention how he was toying with me while calmly gauging my battle prowess. Even if I could find some way to beat him, he'd most likely counter it in an instant. Yeah, Germans also lost, so, you know. A lot of talk. But, yeah, Wilhelm Kuhn is now cancelled. But, even so, I couldn't just... Yeah, Japan took the longest to fall, didn't it?
こんなたわけた国としたいじゃ自分が死ぬって実感も持てねえのか？いや、違う。覚えがあるぜ。そういう目。まるであのクソと同じじゃねえかよ。
Oh, he has the eyes of Mercurius. Wilhelm grumbled to himself, his gaze practically shooting icicles in my direction. Suddenly, I felt like that stare of his was robbing me of my body heat. I found my body simultaneously assaulted by a sickening combination of nausea, intoxication, and itchiness. I could neither breathe or blink. Hell, I couldn't even lift a finger. My strength had been drained. As if my life force was being siphoned out. In the blink of an eye, the blood pouring from my wounds began to evaporate. Wait, what? I felt convinced that it wasn't my fate to die here today. Interesting. In a complete turnabout, Wilhelm sounded a cackle, seemingly amused by something. His shoulders trembled violently as he attempted to hold it in, yet he ultimately erupted into booming laughter, unable to contain himself. Well, something's clearly funny. This party's getting crazy! Not even the dark of Wilhelm's sunglasses could hide the fact that his eyes glowed a bright hue of red. A demonic aura powerful enough to manifest as a physical force proceeded to beat down my whole body with the rage of a squall. Right now, my resolve was the only thing keeping my fleeting consciousness intact. Had I been mentally defenseless when I took that stare head on, it would have been enough to instantly kill me.
せるじゃねえか、身の程知らずのカスがよ。
Interesting. What's he talking about? What theory? Interesting.
いいな。
Did he hear Mercurius?
そそるぜ。食いて。串刺して引き裂いて引きむしって。
Wilhelm, you son of a... I want to be told this by a cute girl, not you. What are you on about? Ugh. Disgusting. His cry was an eruption of undiluted, unmistakable ecstasy. The man before me found himself both overjoyed and enraged by something beyond my comprehension.
冗談じゃねえ、許せねえ。俺が小僧一匹やれねえなんて舐めてくれるじゃねえか、相変わらずよ。だったら試してやろうじゃねえか。ここでこのガキぶち殺せば俺はてめえより上ってことだよな。
Imagine thinking you're better than Mercurius, Wilhelm, you sack of you know. The surging waves of murderous impulse and evaporating blood dyed my vision red. Before me stood an honest-to-goodness scumbag, a genuine monster with no constraints to hold him back. Yeah, Rusalka just straight chilling. Yeah, she went to a combini, she went to a convenience store, got some snack and drink, and came back, and she's just kind of chilling and, you know, snacking and drinking while she watches. She's having a lovely time. Good on you, Rusalka. In the face of that merciless pressure, I couldn't tell whether my heart was even still beating. I would die. His demonic arm of instant death came swift and sure. It appeared to move in slow motion, yet I could easily tell that a single hit from it would pulverize my skull. So, you think she smokes? I wonder if Rusalka smokes. So, would I die here as just another victim? Seriously? Was I really going to die right here? Tell me, have you ever experienced a sensation of foreknowledge? The prior knowledge of a certain thing. A phenomenon that assaults all senses, sixth included. For instance, I've witnessed this scenery before. I've tasted this wine before. I've smelled this aroma before. I've heard this song before. I've bedded this woman before. I've experienced all these things before. If so, then no bliss will ever bring joy, nor will any threat instill fear. The ability to feel moved by anything the world has to offer is the price paid for one's personal paradise. In that paradise, no one is downtrodden. No one is deprived of a thing. That world's only master is foreknowledge, a ceaseless recursion of repeating events. Yet in the grand scheme of things, is that not a denial of the concept of time? In truth, being robbed of anything in such a state is an impossibility. All the phenomena around you die, only to be born again, repeated ad infinitum. You may think of it as a water wheel. It continues to spin and spin, forever drawing and spilling water. Once you realize that this same concept constitutes the universal construct of the cosmos and its inhabitants, then what have you to fear? In your daily existence, you do not care for moments that take your breath away. For ascribing validity to foreknowledge is indeed in your very nature. You remain unlike one such as I, who craves desperately from the unknown. Now, Zarathustra, will you accept the gift I have prepared to grant your wish? Both you and her were born into this world for a similar purpose. So he's talking about... Interesting. Yeah. He's talking about Zarathustra, or Ren's, outlook on life. For her to meet you, and for you to wield her... Oh baby, could it be? Is this a Soul Eater situation? Abominable girl, cursed girl, pitiful girl, damned girl, hate her and love her, protect her and destroy her. She is the world's singularity, a being outside the boundaries of that law. She is dead, yet she is not. She exists outside this world's concepts. Perpetual, eternal, immortal, divine, infinite, life beyond death. Ewigkeit. To control the Anerb, to wield it as the executioner's blade that would reap the head of this universe's law. That is Ewigkeit. The sorcery I weaved and granted to my sworn friend and his followers, but its true successor is none other than you. The very fact that I am giving her to you is firm proof of that. Indeed, for instance, so Ewigkeit is Guillotine Girl. Take a good look at the man attempting to murder you. He too is yet another wielder of Ewigkeit, one of the beast's many fangs, a man who had devoured countless souls to elevate himself above mere mortals. Yet hardly does that mean he cannot be toppled by you. The Arnurb lust for souls. The more they kill, the more they devour, the stronger their will has become. Yet far be it from me to claim that quantity alone could triumph over quality. Far be it from me to claim that quantity alone could triumph over quality. Listen well, Zarathustra. What I am about to grant you is both the most wretched and most beautiful soul mankind has ever birthed. With her by your side, a mere thousand or two inferior souls should pose no threat whatsoever. You have my word, that when you reach completion, your prowess will rival even that of my own sworn friend. I shall anxiously await the coming of that day. Ooh, are we going to fight Goldilocks? That could be interesting. Therefore, allow me to bestow upon you her soul, as well as the words to ignite the flames of sorcery. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Let's bloody go. Let's go, go, go. Verweil, doch, halt, O time. Du bist so schön, for thou art fair. Within that hollow, empty space, following a moment that felt like an eternity, where a single second had been extended to last 1,000,000, my peculiar conversation with that entity finally came to an end. Wilhelm's approaching fist of immediate death had barely moved from where I'd last seen it. Could I dodge it, and then launch a counterattack too? If so, then how would I dodge it? Both my hands and feet had been broken to hell and back. Even if I did try headbutting or biting him, I'd probably just end up hurting myself again. There was no point in trying conventional attacks. Simple punches or slashes wouldn't even put a dent in his armor. Then what would I have to do? How would I fight him? With a skill that could break through souls, with an art that could devour them, with a blade that could put an end to eternal recurrence. That was. Yes, look at this. This is good. I'd already known them. And so, time began to move once more.
May, お前は何をしている?
The first thing I perceived upon returning to my senses was an intelligent yet slightly irritated sounding voice. Wilhelm stopped right in front of me, his hand frozen in the shape of a bird of prey's claw. A dark-haired girl stood next to him, holding in place the very same hand that would have decimated my entire face with ease. Please don't tell me that you're, taking away the opportunity to finally wield the blade, huh? Do we not get a chance to do that? Are we just going to end the fight for today? What's Leonhard up to?
まずこちらの問いに答えてほしいな。カズイクルベイ注意殿。お前は一体何をしている?
This is quite the situation we're all in. But like, seriously, this is how it ends?
何をしているかだと?
It was just getting good.
見てわからねえか? 試してるのさ。ここでくたばるようなボンクラなら用はねえ。
なら、彼は合格だろう。経緯はどうあれ生き延びた。先の問いには、お前の行動が生産杯芸家の意向を逸脱しているからだと答えよう。
Man, how,
さらに言う
an
なら
anticlimax, really?
この件は私に一任されている。こちらの指揮には従ってもら
I
え
wanted to see Guillotine Girl again in the flesh.
俺がお前の指揮下にある。
芸家から聞いていないとは言わせないぞ。理解できなかったのなら、もう一度私から分かりやすく言ってやろうか。
Oh wow, Leonhard is strong if she can make Faye's hand buckle.
彼に関して、お前に生殺与奪の権利などない。これ以上逆らうなら、黒煙卓に対する範囲とみなすぞ。お前の名誉は忠誠ではないようだからな。
Next time we're going to kick the absolute hell out of him. But yeah, she's strong.
面白い。範囲ときたか。
Yeah, mortals, you'd like Leonhard to be grabbing you, wouldn't you, huh? Yeah.
黒煙卓ができた時に生まれてもなかったやつに言われちゃおしまいだが、お前が正しい。ああ、正しいと思う。名誉は大事だよな。
You'd wife her, Tamaro? Well, I'd like to see more of Leonhard before I make a judgment call on her. Does she? I think all of the girls seen so far pretty much can give off the old, like, you could see them in that kind of scenario. With varying amounts of enthusiasm for it, of course. But if you want Leonhard to step on you, far be it from me to, tell you otherwise. We'll see if I want her to step on me in the future.
お前はなんで俺に触れた？
何？
It happened so suddenly. Wilhelm struck the puzzled woman with all his wrath. Because he's racist against the Japanese. At the same time that landmine of a howl went off, the girl swept my legs and blew me away with a hit to the shoulder. The impact ravaged my internal organs, stirring up a new wave of nausea, but I was in no mood to complain. The reason was simple, because I would have died had she not done that. The brief moment I'd seen of Wilhelm's overwhelming wrath was enough to make me associate it with the very incarnation of death. I pathetically vomited up a mixture of stomach acid and blood, realizing how much of a miracle it was that I even survived. As for them... Don't tell me they're gonna fight now. It is a sign of a good female cast. Yes, that's what you want out of a good female cast. The tension in the air was nearing critical levels as the two exchanged glares. What in the world were these people?
Wow,
this guy is an Anyway, now that their attention was no longer focused on me, I attempted to make a move. Oh, it's Rusalka again! It's Rusalka again! It's been such a long time, Rusalka. I think it's been nearly an hour since we saw you. Her again.
そんな顔しないでよ。別にひどいことなんかしないね。一つだけ聞きたいことがあるんだけど、あなた、さっき何かしようとしてたでしょ。私の目は節穴じゃないのよね。
She figured out that I was about to use the blade. She figured out that Ren was about to use the blade. Yeah, she finished her snack and drinks and came over to, you know, join back in.
あの時止められなかったら、あなたは何をしていたの？何をやろうとしていたの？
Ren doesn't know,
そしてどうなって
Rusalka.
いたのかな？ほんと、空気読めない子って嫌だよね。余計な邪魔入れちゃうから、いいとこ見逃しちゃったじゃないの。
Huh, while she was out buying snacks, you mastered the blade.
でもま、それなりに楽しかったよ。だからね。
Oh, that voice. Da kara ne. Love it when that happens. She then placed her hand on my chest and began rubbing the wounds on my arms, legs, and the entirety of my body, almost like she was caressing them. What in the world was she? Oh my god. Oh no. Don't tell me her arm herb is
いわゆる
healing.
応急処置なのだ。面白いものを見せてくれたお礼だね。痛いの消してあげるから、後でちゃんと病院行くのよ。飛んだり跳ねたりしたらダメだからね。で、何よその顔。人が親切
Isn't
心出してる
Rusalka a
のに
master
さ。
of torture? If she can take away pain, can she just inflict it with her arm herb, maybe? I could hardly tell if she was joking or being serious, but I had nothing to say.
まあいいや。特別に許してあげよう。それからさっきはごめ
Oh,
ん
well,
な
that's
さいね。
nice of you. That's nice of you,
教会がどうと
Rusalka.
か冗
If
談
you
だ
don't
から
actually have those intentions, then,
そんな
you
こ
know,
とできない
you're a
か
good
ら。
girl. We'll like you. We like you.
なので、
She poked the area between my eyebrows, then lowered her voice to a
今
whisper.
夜はこれでおしまいにしよう。
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Ilska Zornig. I was thinking, yeah, she heals so that she can torture. Like when, you know, Josuke fixes stuff with Crazy Diamond to only beat the guy even further. The second she said that, I lost control of my body and collapsed onto the ground.
はい、終了撤収。ほらそこ、いつまでじゃれてんのよ。やめてくれないと私泣くよ。泣いちゃうよ。私が泣くと大変だよ。
Oh man, I accidentally cut her off. With faint echoes of her indifferent voice still lingering in my mind, I finally lost consciousness. Ugh. How long have I been out for? Maybe it's only been a few minutes, or possibly a few hours. Following my sudden awakening, I realized that someone must have shaken me up. Turning around, I saw... Hello, Leonhardt. You're looking cuter than usual today. The black-haired girl who, well, it was hard to say for sure, but it seemed like she had saved my life. She regarded me in silence, her expression visibly bored. There was no one else around. Wilhelm and the red-haired girl had already left. The body and all the blood had similarly vanished. So this isn't the case of the decapitations. Because those popped up. Impossible. How is this
処理
even...
はマレウスがやった。それから
Oh,
ベイも
Rusalka can do good
今はあ
cleanup
なたとあ
too.
なたの周り
She'll
に
make a
興
good
味をなく
housewife
したよう
someday
だ
if
か
she
ら
can clean so well.
心配はいらない。どうかした？
Initially confused by how exactly she had foreseen my question, I ultimately realized it couldn't have been particularly difficult. By cleanup, she was referring to the body, wasn't she? How did they get rid of it without a single Oh no, wait, I actually didn't want to know. No doubt having guessed my thoughts from my expression, the girl let out a sigh.
理解に至ったようなら帰りなさい。忘れろと言っても無理でしょ。忘れてもらっても困るけど、今日のところはもうあなたに用はない。
Yeah, let's go home and rest so I can end the stream. We've been going for nearly 6 hours, Ren.
せいぜい交通事故にでも気をつけること。
I honestly planned not to run over 6 hours, but we couldn't stop during the fight.
体は平気？平気みたいね。立って帰ることくらいはできるでしょ。それであなたの名前は？
She just kept going on without any concern for my feelings. Go home? Yeah, I'd go home alright, but give my name?
教えるわけがないだろう。
Who am I deeply in love with, not Lolly? Because you could say that about half the girls in this game.
ベイのことなら心配ないと言ったはずだけどね。
お前を信じろって。
こんな嘘をついて私に何か得があるなら教えてほしい。
That might have been true, but
自己
still.
紹介しないの？
Alright. We have two options here. So we're gonna save real quick. We soul leader now, and no, I'm going to go with no on account of the fact that I don't want to get even remotely close to Leon Hart, because it might not take us off the path towards Kasumi. And also, just, I mean, why would you give your name to somebody like that?
するわけないだろ。俺は帰る。
そう。怖いなら家まで送ってあげましょうか。
余計なお世話だ。
I turned around, spitting the words out.
また会えるといいわね。
Yeah, right. I never wanted to meet or even see her ever again if I could help it. God damn it, why? Did I really kill someone? Now that the body was gone, I had no way of
時期
confirming.
にまた増えるわよ。
It almost sounded like she had read my mind when she said that. I felt unbelievably irritated. How did things come to this? I wish someone would tell me. Why did this have to... It was a miracle I made it back home in one piece after all that. I must have been unconsciously steeling myself as nausea assaulted me the moment I passed through my front door. Unable to suppress it, I threw up all over the entryway. Even after vomiting this much, the spasms in my stomach refused to settle down. Damn it, this had to be a joke of some sort. Kasumi was going to lecture me again if she saw the mess I'd made. I had to do something about this before she came over in the morning to wake me up. I held back my endlessly welling nausea as I cleaned up my own vomit. Halfway through, unable to hold it in any longer, I threw up in the sink, but...
Kasumi...
She was probably sleeping like a log right about now, of course. I kept internally apologizing to her for making so much noise in the middle of the night. I'd make sure there was no stench left, so I hoped she'd forgive me. I didn't want her to ever find out that I might have been a murderer, that I was attacked by some strange people, and that I was so pathetically scared to death right now. I knew how much of a worrywart she was. She'd probably cry her eyes out. I needed Kasumi to be her usually stupid, cheerful, and smiling self. Otherwise, I'd lose it. Good. Good, Ren. Good, Ren. It looks like you're a man when it counts after all. So... I knew I was breaking my promise by keeping secrets from her, but I hope she'd forgive me. I'd apologize to her eventually, probably sooner rather than later. With the urge to vomit up my stomach acid gone, I wiped my mouth with my cuff. Oddly enough, there were no spurts of blood or bloodstains to be found. My wounds really had healed. She called it first aid treatment, but why did it completely heal me? So she does heal for torture. Cool. It defied common sense. Yeah, it's been a real bad day for Ren. I wished I could write the whole thing off as a dream, but still wrestling with those selfish thoughts, I took off my tattered clothes and threw them in the trash. Then, after a minute's hesitation, I took a peek into Kasumi's room through the hole in the wall. Thank God. My consciousness began to fade out as I felt relief welling up inside me.
それじゃあまず言い訳があるなら聞こうかな。
Right, that's it. That's gonna be it. We've successfully fully returned to home base and reached daytime again. Alright, that's save full. Okay, so that's it. That's it for the stream, everybody. We've done about 6 hours now of reading Dai's irae. I hope you all enjoyed it, what you could catch. Thank you so much, all you mortals, for coming. And let me just play a bit of my BGM if I can find it while I say goodbye. Get going. Anyway. Okay, so everybody, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for catching what you could. I hope you enjoyed my dramatic reading of Dai's irae. A lot of the lines are just really so fun to read, so I made this stream a lot longer than usual, so I understand it was difficult to catch. Yes. Thank you for your presence. And you were absolutely wonderful company to read this wonderful, wonderful visual novel with. You're wonderful people, all of you. Wonderful mortals. Yes. So, as one says, I feel flustered about saying goodbye. But anyway, thank you all for coming. Thank you, mortals. Otsu Carmine and all that. Farewell. And I will catch you next week. I'll catch you next week for something like this should still be in the same place in the schedule. But the schedule itself, I don't know what I'm going to put in what was Mirror's Edge, but other than that, it's probably going to be the exact same as this week. Oh, I might move, although I might move the Mirror's Edge slot back 2 hours. Oh, thank you for the Carmine love. Yes. You mortals are the best. Absolute best. Farewell, goodbye, all that. Yada da 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 da. Mortal love, goodbye and farewell and all that. Bye.